473. Areas of absolute responsibility proliferated, each individual was more securely locked in his confining cell of expertise. Inevitably he became increasingly powerless in society as a whole. The philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries had thought they were building the foundations for a civilization of Renaissance individuals. The result has been the exact opposite. While our mythology suggests that society is like a tree with the ripening fruits of professional individualism growing thick upon it, a more accurate image would show a maze of corridors, blocked by endless locked doors, each one leading in or out of a small cell. This confusion is hardly surprising. Although the roots of our problem go back 4 centuries, it was not until the middle of the 19th century that all the relevant terms which describe the situation came into being or, pushed by changing structures, took on their current meanings. To specialize, for example, was an old verb which had traditionally been used in the way we now use to highlight. Only in 1855 did it come to rest on its modern meaning to make narrower and more intensive. As part of this change, the word specialization had been coined in 1843 by John Stuart Mill and specialist by Herbert Spencer in 1856. 4. The realization that knowledge and expertise, as applied by rational societies, undermine the individual instead of reinforcing him, began to dawn on people the moment this professional ethic formally entered the language. Spontaneously, yet more new words began to appear in order to provide a language for protest. Individualisme, the most important of these, appeared first in French, then in English. At its heart was a refusal of the burgeoning vocabulary that surrounded and imprisoned the professional. Individualism was created around the principle of a self-centered feeling or conduct. In other words, the conviction grew that the only way to develop individual qualities was to reject society. The words of Charles Bonnet, who first identified the modern individual with his invention of the term individuality in 1760, show to what extent the purpose of individualism in a rational society was from the very beginning, social refusal and self-indulgence. I am a being who feels and is intelligent. It is in the nature of all feeling and intelligent beings to wish to feel or to exist agreeably, and to wish to love oneself. 5. In other words, if participating in society involves the emasculation of the individual, then individualism has no option but to base itself on the abdication of responsibility. Faced by the power of a whole civilization bound up in structure, the true individual flees. He refuses the rational dream of a world in which each man is an expert and therefore only part of a man. What he resents is not so much that he has been turned into a cell in the social body. Rather, he finds it unacceptable that each cell has little knowledge of the whole and therefore little influence over its workings. Judge Learned Hand, then a Harvard graduating student. 4. I spoke of this modern malaise to his classmates on their convocation day in 1893. Civilization implies specialization. Specialization is forgetfulness of total values and the establishment of false ones, that is Philistinism. A savage can never fall into this condition. His values are all real, he supplies his own wants and finds them proceeding from himself, not from an estimate of those of others. We must in practice be specialists. The division of labor ordains us to know something of one subject and little of others. It forces Philistinism down our throats whether we like it or not. Sixthand spent his life on the bench attempting to bring his assumption of morality and common sense to bear on his judgments. He wanted to link his own specialization to the outer world. For that he was respected and treated as the greatest magistrate in America. He was not, however, named to the Supreme Court. It could be argued that, despite the best will in the world from those who are in what we call positions of responsibility, the system invariably manages not to reward those who succeed in communicating between boxes without respecting established structure. While Judge Hand and a few other exceptional men have appealed to the citizen to reach beyond the limitations that society imposes, it is hardly realistic to expect each citizen to maintain such a level of individualism. The problem is the same as that created by the exceptional public standards which Jefferson set. In the best of all possible worlds, every man and woman will try to attain them. but to pretend that we shall all succeed would be pure hypocrisy. The more understandable and common reaction of the citizen expert is defensive. He attempts to turn his prison cell into a fortress by raising and thickening the walls. This padded box may be a cell, but it is also a link within some larger process and is therefore essential. He alone understands and controls the workings of his own box. His power as an individual consists of the ability to withhold his knowledge of cooperation. In other words, information is the currency of a society built upon systems. Once a man has given out his information, he has spent his capital. He therefore doles it out with care. He trades his information for that of others. When threatened, he refuses cooperation, for example, by exaggerating difficulties or inventing them or moving slowly or offering misleading information. The only real power of expertise lies in retention. The more self-confident the individual, the less likely he has been to choose an isolated and well-defended box. Even so, as Marshall McLuhan put it, the expert, as such, is full of insecurity. That is why he specializes in order to obtain some degree of confidence. 7. 475. One of the specialist's most successful discoveries was that he could easily defend his territory by the simple development of a specialized one language incomprehensible to non-experts. The explosion in terminology over the last 50 years has left the languages of the West reeling. There is a general mistaken belief that these words have come largely from the English language pool. This has permitted many people to attribute the breakdown of general communications in their societies to the imperial domination of English or, inversely, to the inability of such languages as German, French, and Spanish to modernize. But the expert-inspired explosion in vocabulary has happened to an equal degree in every Western language. The social sciences alone have flooded French, German, Italian, and, of course, English, with countless dialects. Subject after subject and profession after profession have now had the general understanding of their functions ripped out of the public's hands by the experts. The example of philosophy actually verges on comedy. Socrates, Descartes, Bacon, Locke, and Voltaire did not write in a specialized dialect. They wrote in basic Greek, French, and English, and they wrote for the general reader of their day. Their language is clear, eloquent, and often both moving and amusing. The contemporary philosopher does not write in the basic language of our day. He is not accessible to the public. Stranger still, even the contemporary interpreter of earlier philosophy writes in inaccessible dialect. This means that almost anyone with a decent pre-university level education can still pick up Bacon or Descartes, Voltaire, or Locke and read them with both ease and pleasure. Yet even a university graduate is hard-pressed to make his way through interpretations of these same thinkers by leading contemporary intellectuals such as Stuart Hampshire. Why, then, would anyone bother trying to read these modern obscurings of the original clarity? The answer is that contemporary universities use these interpretations as the experts wrote into the original. The dead philosophers are thus treated as if they were amateurs, in need of expert explanation and protection. The new specialized terminology amounts to a serious attack on language as a tool of common understanding. Certainly today, the walls between the boxes of expertise continue to grow thicker. The dialects of political science and sociology, for example, are increasingly incomprehensible to each other, even though they are examining identical areas. It is doubtful whether they have any separate existence one from the other. In fact, it is doubtful whether either of them exists at all as a real subject of expertise. However, they have occupied traditional areas of 476. F. Popular concern and set about walling off these areas from each other and, of course, from the public. The wall between these two false sciences and that of the economists is thicker still. The architect and the art historian each uses a dialect so distant that the lack of common systems of argument suggests they are separated from each other, to say nothing of from the economist, not by a dialectical difference but by different languages. And yet St. Peter's was built by painters. An expert in one language, A German anthropologist, for example, is in many ways better equipped to communicate with the equivalent French anthropologist than with a German MBA. At first glance this might suggest that some wonderful international language is developing. Not at all. These new dialects are not healthy additions to any of our languages. They are rhetoric used to obscure understanding. If ever international integration raises the specter of specialist competition, they will obscure their language further in order to prevent that kind of communication. The expert argues that none of this is so. He claims that his expanded language has paralleled an expanded understanding in his area. But this understanding is limited precisely to fellow experts in that area. 10 geographers who think the world is flat will tend to reinforce each other's errors. If they have a private dialect in which to do this, it becomes impossible for outsiders to disagree with them. Only a sailor can set them straight. The last person they want to meet is someone who, freed from the constraints of expertise, has sailed around the world. The purpose of language is communication. It has no other reason for existence. A great civilization is one in which there is a rich texture and breadth and ease to that communication. When language begins to prevent communication, that civilization has entered into serious degeneracy. The primary instigators of obstruction are the very people who should have been devoted to the increasing of communications, the professors. They have turned their universities into temples of expertise, pandering to modern society's weakness for exclusivity. Maurice Strong has gone so far as to say that the interdisciplinary, linear, synthesis abilities are better outside of universities than in. The American historian William Polk believes that universities should now be called multiversities, because their training is at the heart of what divides society rather than seeking to unite it. 8. They, the custodians of the Western, intellectual tradition, now devote themselves to the prevention of integrated thought. Because professors both train society's youth and catalog current events, whether political, artistic, or financial, they have become the official guardians of the boxes in which the educated live. 477. This obsession with expertise is such that the discussion of public affairs on a reasonable level is now almost impossible. If an engineer who builds bridges doesn't want interference from outside his domain, and a nuclear engineer feels the same about his responsibilities, then neither is likely to question the other's judgment. They know precisely how questions from any non-expert would be treated by an expert the same way they themselves would. Their standard procedure when faced by outside questioning is to avoid answering and instead to discourage, even to frighten off the questioner, by implying that he is uninformed, inaccurate, superficial and, invariably, overexcited. If the questioner has some hierarchical power, the expert may feel obliged to answer with greater care. For example, he may release a minimum amount of information in heavy dialect and accompany it with apologies for the complexity, thus suggesting that the questioner is not competent to understand anything more. And if the questioner must be answered but need not be respected, a journalist, for example, or a politician, the expert may release a flood of incomprehensible data, thus drowning out debate while pretending to be cooperative. And even if someone does manage to penetrate the confusion of material, he will be obliged to argue against the expert in a context of such complexity that the public, to whom he is supposed to be communicating understanding, will quickly lose interest. In other words, by drawing the persistent outsider into his box, the expert will have rendered him powerless. The contempt for the citizen which all of the self-defense through exclusivity shows is muted by the fact that the expert is himself a citizen. He or she considers it his right to treat his own area of expertise as exclusive territory. That, he believes, is what makes him an individual. What is more, he knows that only the greater middle classes are divided up and isolated in boxes of specialization. The mass of the citizenry is not. He also knows that the mass, although no longer a lumpen proletariat or even an old-fashioned working class, is nevertheless caught up in work and family. These tens of millions of people maintain a tradition of belief in the good intentions of their rational elites. This is the result, in part, of the simple reality that most people do not have the time to seriously question their experts. Even if they find the time, they are not equipped with either the obscure vocabulary or an understanding of the obscure structures necessary to do so successfully. And even if they do persist, the rhetorical replies of expertise can only be taken as reassurance. 478. The experts exploit this trust with the active cynicism of frightened men. What frightens them is, in part, their own loss of individualism as a result of being caught up in the structures of rational society. The mass of the population, while not directly imprisoned by these structures, is entirely dependent upon the resulting manner in which society runs. There is also a relatively small percentage of the population that is rich enough to stay on the outside, along with the less powerful and the less educated. To the extent that they need or want things from society, even they are dependent. But it is the great middle classes who are trapped entirely within the upper middle, middle, and lower middle. They are the functioning elite and yet must work for their living. They are the great creation of the age of reason, and even where they do not constitute a majority, they dominate Western society. They are prisoners of their own expertise and as a result have been slipping into an ever more inarticulate state when it comes to their role as individual citizens. During working hours a man's obligations to his employment function force him to restrain his views on this, his area of expertise. He is also silent on other people's areas of expertise. After all, the aim of structure is smooth functioning, not public criticism. And the expert's desire not to be criticized by those outside his box restrains him in turn from criticizing them. When he leaves his office/F function at the end of the day, he is theoretically free. In reality, were he to engage in independent public comment on his area of expertise, while on his own time, he would find himself in serious trouble with the system that employs him. Such comment would be considered a form of treason. In many cases, his contractual employment conditions specifically prevent him from off-hours independent involvement in his area of expertise. His employer has the exclusive use of his knowledge. In effect, the employed expert has no individual rights over his own competence, except that of changing employers. This could hardly be considered an important right, particularly since any attempts to speak out as an individual expert will saddle him with a reputation as a difficult individual, making it virtually impossible to find employment elsewhere. What we have, then, is an educated, reasonably prosperous, responsibly employed middle class that is virtually censored or self-censored when it comes to most of the responsibilities of the individual citizen. The obvious exception to this is the right to cast a secret ballot. On the other hand, the breakdown of society's traditional limitations, including most integrated religious and social beliefs, leaves all the members of this enormous middle class at liberty to use their free time however they wish, providing they don't interfere with the functioning of the system. They are also absolutely free to spend their money on whatever they want, again providing they do not challenge structures. 479. The obvious solution for the middle classes has been to deal with the terrible frustrations of their silent, controlled, boxed-up real lives by spending their spare time and money as steam release devices, that is, to compensate for irrelevant straitjacket with irrelevant freedoms. This is what we now call individualism and immersion in the imaginary waters of self-gratification. But for today's middle classes, more than frustration is at stake. Their need is also to forget that the individual's real powers have been castrated by his or her own expertise. This amnesia can only be produced by pretending that superficial expressions of individualism mean something. Under the old despotic regimes, substantive nonconformism was treated as an attack on the interests of the regime. It was a capital crime. In the democratic nations of the 20th century there aren't many capital crimes. Instead, substantive nonconformity is treated as irresponsible and unprofessional forms of conduct in which no responsible citizen would wish to engage. To do so would be to endanger a safe position inside a box. But the middle-class male and now the middle-class female are products of an educational and social system which tells them that a successful life requires the penetration of an expert's box and the occupation of as much space as possible within and for as long a period of time as possible. Sensibly enough, few would risk losing that. This fear of acting in an irresponsible manner has struck a death blow to public debate among educated citizens. Copyright, superficial nonconformism, on the other hand, leaves our rational structures indifferent. Questions of moral action and of physical appearance are increasingly irrelevant, they are categorized either as justified self-expression or conversely as suitable subjects for agitated public debate. In either case they are harmless vents. With this victory of non-substantive nonconformism, the citizen expert becomes a schizophrenic docile, diligent, and controlling within his box, once out of it, as relaxed and original as possible, sometimes argumentative, sometimes fun-loving and inevitably in search of happiness. At least, that is the theory. The word happiness abounded in the early discourses on reason. Perhaps the most important invocations of it came in the American Declaration of Independence. We know what the author meant when he wrote that all men are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are ideas which Jefferson expanded on again and again over the next 45 years. And he was not alone. Rarely has a word spread with greater speed. 480. FT from philosopher to philosopher. As God slowly died, crucified on the structural cross of the rational state, so happiness rose to become one of the new deities in a civilization that was converting to unconscious secular polytheism. But today's meaning of the word happiness bears no relationship to Jefferson's, or to that of the other rational leaders. Their happiness was primarily a pursuit of basic material comfort, although not in the modern, gratuitous sense. For them, material referred to the practical establishment of a well-organized, prosperous society. Jefferson was writing for men still struggling against an untamed continent, men with a clear memory of the material want and religious oppression they had escaped in Europe. His declaration implied that, by establishing stable and organized well-being, they would also be creating rational contentment. Happiness was a simile for will, as in the public will, as in Le Hein public. The sources from which he and others drew when they wrote of happiness were perfectly clear. There was Montesquieu, for example, with his Lettres per Saints in 1721, every man is capable of helping another man, but he must resemble the gods if he is to contribute to the happiness of a whole society. A quarter century before the American Revolution, Voltaire, in his poem on the 1755 Lisbon earthquake, one of the turning points in Western beliefs, wrote, "And you will create out of this fatal chaos of disaster for every man a general happiness." 9 As tens of thousands lay dying, it is unlikely that he was referring to a future filled with powdered wigs and court balls, any more than with hot tubs and squash courts. The point of Voltaire's argument was not the individual's inalienable right to wear jeans. Jefferson was still dwelling on the subject almost a half-century after writing the Declaration of Independence. In 1823 he wrote to Corre, one of the great experts on ancient Greece and a promoter of modern Greek liberty, "The equal rights of man, and the happiness of every individual, are now acknowledged to be the only legitimate objects of government. For happiness we might exchange general well-being, meaning material sufficiency, freedom from despotic control and the right to such things as education." He goes on to say that the only device by which equal rights and happiness can be secured is government by the people, acting not in person, but by representatives chosen by themselves. 10 Happiness was a material and moral need, not a perpetual Victorian Christmas in the company of one's analyst. In 1825 Noah Webster published his first American dictionary. His definition of happiness began, "the agreeable sensations which spring from the enjoyment of good." Clearly, this is not a reference to the padded, form-fitting knee pads for the sensitive gardener which are called happy knees. 11. 481. And yet the happy knees company is closer to today's meaning than is anything written by Jefferson or Voltaire. Witness the arguments of Charles Murray, the influential American economist of the New Right. In the context of a discussion on the pursuit of happiness and good government, he uses the need for happiness as an argument to decrease the role of government. Up to now, success in social policy has been to lift people above the poverty level or to increase equality. What we are really after today is an approach that will enable people to pursue happiness. 12. The word has been changed so dramatically from the intentions of Montesquieu and Jefferson that it now means exactly the opposite. Murray's vision of happiness is identical to that of an aging courtesan in the late 18th century. Today, happiness has more to do with personality than with the state of man. In fact, the pursuit of happiness has become an escape from the state of man, just as individualism has abandoned power and left it to be gathered up by the structures of modern society, while the individual retreats into the indulgent pleasures of personality. The first desire of modern individualism is to give an impression of choice and of daring. Thus men and women hope truly to express themselves through such soft notions as lifestyle and self-fulfillment. This personal indulgence is impregnated by myths and verbiage and even clothing which hark back to the great romantic rebels of the last 2 centuries. Almost all the early rebel models, Goethe, Byron, Constant, Lermontov, are still on active service. The mystics from Blake to Nietzsche have never been so busy. And their more or less existential descendants offer a full range of emotive refusals, from Rimbaud, Lawrence of Arabia, D'Annunzio, Eva Peron, Garbo, and Hemingway to Boris Vian, James Dean, Che Guevara, Gerard Philippi and Marilyn Monroe. Each of them supports a variation on our different individualist styles. Most died young, thereby preserving their physical beauty. They were also, therefore, martyrs in some way, thus establishing their credentials as uncompromising individuals. Some lived longer and, as a result, were forced into alcoholism, withdrawal, or eventual suicide. These romantic victims, the heroes of individualism, exude an ethos of rebellion. And yet, when you look at the contemporary lifestyles which are built on that rebellious mythology, you discover that they are profoundly conformist. Take, as a minor example, an advertisement designed to sell a watch called Rado. The ad shows a tall, elegant man in a dark suit, staring confidently and seductively out at the reader. 13 around him are life-size, white plaster casts of other men. They are like a background of ghosts. The text reads: "You don't fit the mold. Why should your watch? You didn't get where you are by following the crowd. Neither did we." 482. If you examine the photo, the real man doesn't look particularly interesting. He looks exactly like the plaster molds, as if they were taken from his body. You examine the blow-up of the watch. It looks perfectly all right, like any old good, solid timepiece. You would have trouble picking it out in a crowd of watches. The point is not that the ad contains a lie or uses false advertising. It's just that the words are in direct contradiction to the image. And the contradiction is not hidden. It is both obvious and essential to the advertisement. No mistake has been made. Nor is this an exception. Nor a gimmick. It simply reflects individualism as a dream versus conformism as a reality. We have taken that ability of little boys to lie in bed pretending we are pirates and we have turned it into a formal part of adult society. The modern intellectual tends to dismiss advertising and popular culture as either self-evident cynical manipulation or as simply irrelevant in comparison to such important ideas as the market economy or Marxism or democracy. But in this society you cannot dismiss what people wear, what they eat, what they do with their time, or what they spend billions of dollars on. Advertising has grown from marginal hucksterism into the most sustained and cash-rich form of communication. For decades there has been an all-out war between two soft drinks of almost identical taste, Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. Hundreds of millions have been sunk into financing this war. More important, billions have been spent by the public on one or the other of the products. Both drinks lay claim to the same properties: youth, freedom, physical exploits, having fun, and getting girls or, conversely, getting boys. In many parts of the Third World, they also possess the properties necessary to help political freedom defeat dictatorship. Coke, in particular, has become a minor idol which promises freedom, money, and escape to big-time individualism in the West. Clearly we are not talking about soft drinks. We are dealing here with what people want to believe about themselves. After all, you can scarcely claim to possess freedom of spirit and existential individualism on the grounds that you consume the same soft drink as 3 billion other people. This is conformism, not nonconformism. The same could be said about the millions of McDonald's hamburgers eaten daily around the world. Clearly, this modern success story has nothing to do with selling the best hamburger. One look at the thin, grayish patties is enough to eliminate that possibility. One taste confirms that the meat is almost indistinguishable from the soft, innocuous bun and gooey ketchup. Sweetness seems to run each of these elements together. This is not a good hamburger. For that matter, McDonald's isn't even about people choosing the hamburger they like best. The corporation's approach has never seemed to involve winning the public. 483. Through the mechanism of choice. MacDonald himself made it clear that he was removing freedom of choice. If you gave people a choice, there would be chaos. 14. And yet at some level, conscious or unconscious, people are convinced that by going to McDonald's they are demonstrating a sort of individualism, an individualism which turns its back on middle-class social convention by going out and eating a Big Mac. They don't have to dress up or eat decent, let alone good, food or, indeed, eat off plates or clear the table or wash dishes or deal with some snooty waiter or make conversation or sit up straight or sit still. They don't even have to sit down. Eating a McDonald's and drinking a Coke is an act of nonconformity, and tens of millions of people are doing exactly that every day. Blue jeans epitomize this idea of nonconforming individualism through absolute and massive conformity. The history of denim trousers is impeccable. Not only were they originally worn as tough work clothes, but the last of the Western mythological individualists, the cowboys, adopted them as their working uniform. The coarse cloth and the dark blue color accurately reflect traditional, basic working class apparel, so that somehow jeans stand as the frontier individualists' answer to the class action approach of socialism or communism. The moment a few of the martyred modern heroes, James Dean, for example, began to wear them, they were effortlessly transformed into the uniform of rebellious middle-class youth. Jeans became a symbol of nonconformity. To wear them was not to wear suits and ties and dresses, not to work in offices or fight in armies. To wear jeans was to rebel. And when that rebellion petered out in the early 70s, jeans as a revolutionary symbol survived. The beleaguered elites had already recognized that simply by slipping into these magic pants, they too could appear nonconformist. Suddenly everyone, prime ministers, cabinet secretaries and ministers, company presidents, opera stars, was walking around in jeans. Jimmy Carter was the first American president to join in by using them as a symbol of his personality. Jacques Chirac, conservative, tough technocrat and twice Prime Minister of France, was photographed for Paris Match as he lounged outside his chateau in jeans. It was as if he had only two outfits, the cereal gray suit and cereal jeans. The fact that by then more people were wearing jeans than suits seemed to have no effect on the mythology attached to one or the other. The rich, with their sense of irony or lack of it, began to wear denim with mink. Or denim to drive their roles. Somehow it was less elitist if the owner of a $100,000 car drove it in $20, working-class trousers. At some point these innocuous trousers passed from being the great symbol of nonconformism to the greatest available symbol of faceless 484 surviving in fantasy land conformity. The suit and tie had never achieved such levels of uniformity. They had only been required for certain economic and social functions. And the suits themselves had differed from class to class and country to country. But blue jeans became the symbol of absolute conformity, irrespective of class and country. They also became a paradise for the advertiser, who could appeal to any dream of nonconformity, any dream at all, and still sell the same old goods. The Italian Forenza jeans, for example, advertise theirs as bashed, damaged and otherwise made to look beautiful. The photo shows a beautiful, delicate girl dressed in worn, faded, shapeless jeans. The traditional image from which this borrows is no longer the cowboy, but the hobo or the gabrigaman from the days before municipal uniforms were issued. The large French bank, Banque Nationale de Paris, offers a special account to children, a jeans savings account. What could be more conforming than a savings account? In a wonderful deformation of 30 years of social history, they advertise this account with a photo of a young boy dressed above the waist as an executive and below the waist in jeans. There are Calvin Klein jeans sold via campaigns which target homosexuals. Esprit Jeans advertises with separate photos of two young women. One is agreeably dumpy. The other is serenely Bergmanesque. Beneath the dumpy girl are the words Cara Shanch, Berkeley, California, age, 23, English literature student, part-time waitress, anti-racism activist, beginning windsurfer, friend of Dalai Lama. Beneath the photo of the leaner woman are the words Ariel O'Donnell, San Francisco, age, 21, waitress/bartender, non-professional AIDS educator, cyclist, art restoration student, Anglophile, neo-feminist. The two descriptions assemble an eclectic collection of fashionable, humanitarian, and original activities in order to create an impression of individualism. There are also buffalo jeans for sadomasochists. Since the buffalo ads involve such things as bound women in denim, the buyer has the choice of identifying either with the girl delighting in punishment or with the invisible not expert punisher who is presumably male and presumably also wearing jeans. As for the original Levi's jeans, inside these a man or a woman can settle for being a plain individualist, without intellectual or psychiatric labels. Even the silliest phenomena take on relevance when they reach such economic and social proportions. The sellers of lifestyles have thought a great deal about the conformity-nonconformity contradiction in their products. Esprit Jeans have turned this problem into a sublime new interpretation of individualism. Their advertisements have included the following philosophical statement. Because denim and jean wear are such social equalizers today, you don't necessarily need silks and satins to be elegant. Elegance is now, curiously, 485. Enough, anti-fashion and anti-luxury. This new elegance has become a declassification process that puts what you can do, your style and abilities, far ahead of what you can afford. Now you don't have to be rich to be elegant. Rarely has the modern idea of nonconformity through aggressive conformity been better expressed. One only regrets the absence of an industrial award for sophistry. This confusion is not, of course, limited to jeans. Even charity has become fashion. The standard phrase, the charity of your choice, has increasingly become the charity of the year. Tragic causes now sweep rapidly across nations and continents, capturing universal attention for a few weeks or months. While the plight of the boat people was tearing at the heartstrings of the West, people could think of nothing else. That problem was not solved. Nor did the flow of refugees stop. But neither can such massive waves of emotion hover endlessly over a single tragedy. Fashion and style are always on the move. To pause is to invite choice. And choice, as Mac McDonald pointed out, produces confusion. So we moved relentlessly on, leaving the boat people in our wake in order to worry ourselves deeply over the plight of the starving Ethiopians. They are still starving, but we shifted focus to the AIDS victims, as star-studded benefits caught our attention. This was briefly interrupted by massive concern for the Kurdish people, who have been suffering for a century and continue to suffer. Our conforming generosity has already moved on. Tourism has become perhaps the most popular means for individuals to give themselves the sensation that they have stepped outside the norm, while continuing to move within it. The international circuit of airplanes, hotels, ruins, folk dances, exotic foods, and native clothes has indeed created a planetary Disneyland of sanitized exoticism. In Hawaii, the Hyatt Regency Waikoloa has been built on a moonscape of black lava rock at a cost of $360 million. 15. This luxury hotel of 1,241 rooms is, in fact, devoted to the existential act. Once the guests have been taken to their rooms by boat, with a captain pretending to steer them through the lagoon while the hull is actually running on wheels in an underwater groove. They may pay for a safari to shoot boar or pheasants, to go Formula car racing, to dine in a former palace, to helicopter into a volcano's mouth, or simply to a secluded point for a champagne picnic, to swim, by appointment, with the hotel's dolphins, or indeed to do almost anything exotic they have ever dreamed of. The hotel owners have correctly identified a widespread and desperate need of people to experience unstructured excitement at almost any cost, providing it is organized and the responsibility is taken by the 486 FT organizer. This may at first appear to be a fantasy land, but it is also the inevitable marriage between Disneyland and Jean Genet's bordello in the balcony. It is the logical child of the Club Meds, spas, and package tours. It is also the perfect metaphor for modern individualism. One of the few radical things the modern middle-class male or female can do without reference to social structure is alter his or her own body. A recent study indicates that 54% of American men and 75% of women are obsessed with their physical appearance. 16, more to the point, they are ready to change it radically, as various studies and polls indicate. For example, would change men, percentage, women, PE / weight 56-78, hair 36-35, height 34-28. Height signs of aging 27-48. Nose 19-21. Teeth 36-37. Legs 34. Bust 32. Feet 18. Given the money and the time, they can easily change 7 of the above 9 elements. Many of them already have. We are dealing here not with simple middle-class hysteria and self-indulgence. To change your own body, particularly to change fixed features by lopping off noses, planting balding scalps, or sucking out cellulite, is to engage in a supremely individualistic act. The fact that it will neither satisfy the individual nor have any important effect on the attitudes of others is not particularly relevant. What is fascinating is the degree to which the human has turned in upon himself in search of some individual power. The act of altering the fixed character of our body, as opposed to disguising it, belongs to the same family of action as suicide. There is a school of thought which considers suicide the supreme individual act. To decide on a button nose in place of something aquiline is obviously a less extreme statement, but it leads in the same direction. It is also a spin-off of the technical advances of reason. The same doctor who, thanks to a century of medical advances, can now reconstruct a burnt 487 face or erase a hair lip will probably be rewarded with a great deal more money if he chooses instead to satisfy the endless dreams of altered bodies. The human, like the rat, will adapt to any circumstance and always responds to experiment. For the first time in history, we are able to experiment with our own bodies. Equally, for the first time in history, sex has been separated from its function, thanks to a myriad of birth control methods. This has made copulation another safe area for the individual to express his independence outside the structure. The explosion in venereal diseases, including AIDS, is a separate issue. After all, sexual experiments have no effect on administrative systems, apart from extra financial costs. Even the most extreme experiment, the change of sex, can take place without a person's career necessarily being adversely affected. What is interesting about the sexual explosion is not that society permits so much, but that so many human expectations and so much human energy should have been crowded into this area in search of a satisfaction denied in the public domain. And for all of our romantic and erotic concentration, it isn't clear, by any means, that there are more orgasms per capita today than 300 or 600 years ago. After all, most people used to marry in their early to mid-teens and so got an early start when the sex drive is usually at its maximum. Also, rational society has bred an emotional physical condition called stress, which has become one of the principal characteristics of people who occupy what are called positions of responsibility. That is, people who occupy boxes within structures. It could be argued that stress is caused neither by work nor by imaginary responsibility, but first by the loss of control over one's own actions, which comes from becoming part of the structure, and second from the strain of creating and maintaining a defense of secrecy around oneself, and third from the constant strain of trying to imagine what the secretive people in the adjoining boxes will do next. Studies show that stress is one of the main causes of impotence. Given the size of the modern middle classes and their entrapment within structures, it's fair to ask whether there isn't more talk about sex than there are orgasms. A few things are certain. The variety of sexual partners has grown in comparison to the 19th and early 20th centuries, but probably not in comparison to the 17th and 18th. Public references to sex have certainly increased. Above all, however, it is the dream which has grown, the dream of potency, of copulation, of mastery, of passion and, of course, of love, of possession, of eternal idols. These have swelled in the imagination, in conversation, and in public images as if there were no limit to the percentage of available space they might take up. Only so much can be done with real sexual organs. And, apart from 488. The probability that more women get more out of the act today than used to be the norm, the death of God didn't change those organs. Nor did the Reformation. Nor the conversion of the Roman Empire. But the imagination, once focused in that direction, has endless possibilities. A great deal of our imagination used to be consumed by our involvement in religious and social structures. Most of that is free today to concentrate on individual self-gratification. This does not mean that the romantic dream is new, any more than fantasies of sexual satisfaction or even pornography are new. They have always been around. But not in such quantities. It wasn't until Pompeii was excavated in the 18th century and the licentious paintings in it uncovered that the idea of pornography began to gather impetus. The word itself did not appear until the mid-19th century. 17 in English, pornographer appeared in 1850, pornography in 1864, and pornographic in 1880, that is, simultaneously with the words specialization and specialist, as well as individualism and individualist. In the 15th century, there had been an Italian satirist who verged on the edge of pornography called Pietro Aretino. Cleland had published his more titillating than explicit Fanny Hill in 1748. Restif de la Bretonne had wandered through the low life of 18th-century Paris, churning out racy novels. And Casanova's 18th-century memoirs began appearing in the marketplace in 1826, almost 3 decades after his death. But all 4 men were pioneers. There was not much actual pornography around until the 19th century. Abruptly the full imagination was focused on the sexual act, the sizes involved, its sounds, effects, quantities and importance. Specialist literature blossomed. The Lustful Turk, 1828, Rosa Fielding, or, A Victim of Lust, 1876, The Amatory Experiences of a Surgeon, 1881, and late in the century an astonishing 11-volume memoir, The Secret Life. 18. These and a flood of other books rose until they forced open the doors of legal restraint in the 20th century. The moment sex was formally recognized in the public domain as an unrestricted private act, it was clear that the interests of the power structure and those of the individual had been separated. This should be hailed as a victory for private rights. But it could also be identified as the moment when the public structures realized that power could be maintained without regulating private behavior. In the Middle Ages man dreamed endlessly about turning base metals into gold and paintings into eternal images. But the energy he has put into imagining the orgasm during the last 100 years overshadows these other dreams. If Marx were functioning today, he would have been hard put to avoid saying that imaginary sex is the opiate of the people. All around us there are illustrations of both soft and hard pornography. 489. Phy, suggestive advertising, serious films and novels with obligatory carnal scenes, how-to books for better sex or more love or longer love and sexual fulfillment, Books on finding the right partner through an evaluation of physical types or by color charts or celestial analysis. Popular mythology has it that in the new, careful age of AIDS all of this is passé. But any cursory survey of films, magazines, and books suggests that, as the fear of real sex grows, so does the use of suggestive images. The idea underlying such endless discussion and dreaming about the physical act is that sexual expertise confers worldliness and is therefore part of becoming an affirmed individual. This is a curious suggestion. After all, large parts of the third world are filled with teenage girls and boys who are great professional experts in sex. And their expertise is taken as proof of their lack of independence. What's more, outside the Western middle classes, sexual relationships have much more to do with a lack of individual affirmation than the contrary. History tells us that it is, above all, an area for manipulation and control. The middle-class Westerner can argue that the sexual revolution has ended this, but from there to believing that sexual independence is a leading indicator in the affirmation of the individual owes more to romantic comedy than to the real world. Perhaps the oddest part of our notion is the idea that sexual experience or expertise brings worldliness. Sex is many things: a need, a desire, an emotion, a release, but it has nothing to do with worldly sophistication, character building, or even existential action. Sex, in general, is more of an obstacle than anything else for those who wish to free themselves and act as individuals. It cannot be a coincidence that most of the martyred existential heroes, in whom rational society has invested its dream of individualism, appear to have been asexual or to have led disastrous sex lives. At first glance this doesn't seem to fit with our sexual obsession. But then we aren't dealing with a successful affirmation of responsible individualism in the real world. We are creating private dreams which compensate for the fracturing of the individual and the castration of his or her power in public life. Marshall McLuhan was convinced that one of the explanations for the rise of violence in our society was the loss of private identity, which has come rather suddenly upon Western man. It has produced a deep anger at this rip-off of his private self. The rip-off he was referring to has nothing to do with private enterprise versus government, or the private self versus government, or the private self versus private enterprise. Rather, it is the product of a general structural phenomenon which affects every area. 490 surviving in Quantity * land. But does the anger which McLuhan describes come from the loss of private identity or from that of public identity? He seemed to believe it came from the latter. There are thus two kinds of violence relating to the same situation: first, the kind that comes from the unimportance of everybody, and second, the kind that comes from the impulse to restore one's private meaning by acts of violence. 19. The first example refers to the loss of a public identity, that is, the loss of real individual powers. The second fits the category of obsessional sex dreams and material self-gratification. Violence is an attempt to make a public statement with private means. It has always been a sign of frustration over public impotence. Personal crimes have been rising steadily throughout the West. Sexual abuse of children, rape, wife-beating all seem to be on the increase. Only a small part of this is due to more effective reporting systems. A recent poll of American university males revealed that 51% would rape a woman if they thought they could get away with it. 20. There are a number of possible explanations. One is that the average middle-class, 20-year-old male has already had his personality fractured and reco-impacted in preparation for his insertion into the structure. He is constantly told that he is lucky to be free and privileged. He is surrounded by images and words which encourage him to believe himself masterly in matters of the body and capable of great seductive acts. He knows in his heart that he is unlikely to be either masterly or a Casanova. On top of that, he now also knows that the woman's expectations should be satisfied. In truth, he does not even believe himself capable of handling his own. No wonder rape looms as a simple expression of a private, unfettered individuality. Most banal of all, it becomes a way to avenge himself upon the system. There is little to envy in the woman's position either. For perhaps the first time in history, She has a general sense of herself as an individual apart from men. This self-confidence gives her drive and makes her want to succeed. As a result, she is eager to join the system. She does not have a clear idea of what it will do to her. Her focus is on her own past and on what men did to women, not on the male structure and what it does to men. Her enthusiasm makes her work harder and usually do a better job than the equivalent male. As a result, the talented female tends to become an effective defender of the system which has so emasculated the male and which, therefore, was indirectly responsible for his resistance to strengthening the role of women. At the same time, the younger woman increasingly looks upon the younger male as an ally. Like him, she has been exposed to the endless rhetoric about a new deal between the sexes. And there are concrete signs of improvement to support that rhetoric. But what is actually 491 taking place is a meeting between a scarred, starved, and brutalized male veteran of rational warfare and an untried, idealistic, gung-ho female volunteer. The rapist's anger is part of the same problem as that of the facelift and the suicide. His violence is directed against someone else, but in committing it he risks himself. And risking the self is the last cry of the individual. In that sense, he is not very different from the Western political terrorist. They both destroy and, having risked themselves, expect to be destroyed in turn. A first wave of nihilists, anarchists, and revolutionaries appeared in the second half of the 19th century. When Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife were shot in 1914, there had already been, since 1900, a bevy of political assassinations in the West: 4 kings, 1 queen, a crown prince, a Russian Grand Duke, 3 presidents, and 6 prime ministers. The literature and gossip of the day were filled with talk of these young men, more often than not, middle class and educated, who felt obliged to kill and almost inevitably to die themselves. When Archduke Ferdinand drove down the quay in Sarajevo, a team of 6 assassins were waiting, spread out over a distance of 350 meters in the crowd. Almost all of them were underage students. All carried bombs and pistols and, equally important, cyanide to kill themselves immediately after firing. The first lost his nerve as the procession went by, as did the second. The third threw a bomb which wounded 12 people but missed the Archduke. In the ensuing chaos, the last 3 fled. It was only much later in the day that an accident of fate or stupidity caused the Archduke's car to turn off the official route, where it became blocked by the crowds on a side street. Gavrilo Princip, one of the 3 assassins who had fled, was moping in a cafe with his girlfriend when the limousine ground to a halt outside. He leapt to his feet, rushed out, put his hand over his eyes, turned his head away, and fired 2 shots in the general direction of Ferdinand and his wife. Both were fatal. He then tried to swallow his cyanide but got only enough down to make himself sick. He was captured, tried, and, being too young to hang, was imprisoned. He died of consumption and gangrene in an Austrian jail in 1917. Princip was from a simple background, of limited intelligence, physically weak, ugly and short. He seems to have concentrated all his resentments in his nationalism. The terrorist group he belonged to was painfully amateurish. Their adventures involved carrying the weapons and bombs across country by train in a clunking suitcase, which was 492. Then discovered in Sarajevo by a hotel maid cleaning under one of their beds. Their incompetence, however, was matched by that of the local military commander. Finally, Ferdinand's self-pride and his image of himself as a generous reformer led him to refuse adequate protection. The most interesting of the 6 terrorists was also the youngest, Vaso Kubrilovic. Second in the line of assassins on the quay, he had lost his nerve at the last moment, panicked no doubt by the first assassin's failure to throw his bomb. Kubrilovic in turn failed to throw his or to fire his pistol in spite of a clear target. He was later identified, captured, tried and, being a teenager, was jailed rather than executed. After the war, he was freed. He went on to become a revolutionary leader, an associate of Tito and an historian. He survived the guerrilla fighting of World War II to become one of Tito's ministers. In the late 1980s, he was still alive, the last of the 6 men who had, in a sense, brought the old world and its civilization to an end. During a conversation in Belgrade in 1987, I asked him what he felt about the unprecedented violence which had been released by the assassination of Ferdinand. This tiny man in his 90s, shrunken, almost translucent in a heavy, dark ministerial suit, brushed the question aside. I am an historian. There are no ifs in history. Only what happened. What didn't happen. The assassination was a reflection of our situation. Peace was impossible. 21. He went on to describe politics as being dominated by 3 types: the rare great leader, the idealist who fails, and the opportunistic or narrowly motivated men who dominate. Kubrilovic and his 5 young friends on the quay fell into the category of failed idealists. He saw Tito as a rare, great leader. But the satisfaction he felt over the creation of Yugoslavia seemed to have been largely wiped away by the rise to power of the third type, the technocrats and opportunists. For him, such people represented the inevitable complications of living in society. That is, as a terrorist turned politician and minister, he looked upon these tens of thousands of successful administrators as the result of having built a country. Already he could sense the fabric of Yugoslavia pulling apart, because those who now held power had no agenda except structure. And yet, behind his considered reflections on 70 years of history, he spoke as if he had never recovered from that instant as a young terrorist on the quay in Sarajevo, when he had neither fired at the Archduke nor killed himself, and so had failed to seize the great moment of his own individualism. The terrorist is certainly the closest thing to an individual that this century has produced. Whatever organization he may belong to, in a single moment he must act, both alone and in an absolute manner. The politics of the West cause us to dwell on those terrorists who rise out of the Third World. Far more interesting, from our point of view, are 493. Those who rise out of the Western middle classes and thus completely cut their ties with the tattered remnants of Christian society. More to the point, they cut their ties with reason and with the structure it has created. Their supremely irrational act is not aimed so much at changing the world as it is at freeing themselves from it. There were great debates among pre-World War I terrorists over what to do if innocent people strayed into the line of fire between themselves and a presidential target, or if a wife and child unexpectedly went along for the ride in the carriage of their father, the prince, the carriage into which a bomb was to be thrown. Should the terrorists fire away and lob the bombs and damn the details in the name of justice? Or should they spare the innocent, thus inevitably sparing the guilty also? The very fact that they were asking such questions indicates that their principal concern was not the effect this assassination might have on the world, but rather the effect it would have on their own moral status. Whether they themselves died was not of great importance. What counted was properly defining their true nature as moral individuals before seriously thinking about killing and being killed. André Malraux opened Man's Fate with an image of the terrorist as the quintessential seeker of autonomy from mankind. In complete darkness, a young terrorist creeps through the bedroom of his victim, who is sleeping on his back under a mosquito net. The terrorist plunges his knife through the netting and deep into the man's chest, pinning him to the mattress. The man wakes in panic and agony. He struggles or convulses around the blade, which is held down by the terrorist's full weight. During this struggle, the terrorist feels the human spirit of the victim rising through the wound, up the shaft of the knife, and into his own hands, arms, and body. He is like Dracula, drinking strength from the blood or life force of his victim. The question of the fight for social justice, which brought him into the room to kill, has disappeared. It is a supremely egotistical act. The Oswalds, Baader-Meinhofs, and actions directs of the last few decades are very like this young terrorist. If anything, they have been even less effective as social or political revolutionaries than the early terrorists. Max Freirot, the leading killer of Action Direct, is a good example of this. By 1986 everyone else in his revolutionary group had been captured. Freyrot alone was left to wander, somehow untouchable, through the denseness of Paris and Lyon and other French cities. His ability to bomb and to shoot was heightened by this isolation. The lone, unattached assassin is almost invisible in a structured society. Thus Freyrot could go on killing. But each savage act seemed less oriented than the last. Random action is the sign of a smart terrorist. But his acts appeared to be the fruit of random thinking. Why was he killing these people? What were his aims? His strategy was not con. 494. Vincing on even the most basic level of social destabilization. The impression left was more that of a lonely man desperate to complete his individuality through a final act of self-immolation. And so his attacks were not more and more pertinent to his cause, but more and more daring, with himself increasingly at risk. If there were any doubt about whether his motivations were political or personal, the discovery of the remarkably indiscreet diary he kept, setting down names, places, dates, and detailed descriptions of his operations, eliminated the political. In the end he failed even as a martyr. He was simply captured and has now been integrated back into the structure through the application of legal and bureaucratic rules. That is a far worse punishment than whatever sentence he may serve. As an old man Malraux argued that terrorists had changed during his lifetime. They have become quite logical people, while the terrorists I knew were closer to the Russian nihilists, that is to say, basically metaphysicians. 22. But have they changed, or have they simply, like any nihilist, adapted to the society in which they operate? The revolutionaries of the late 19th century and early 20th, like those of today, sought to destroy structure and reason. But in the 19th century this violent refusal by individualists to cooperate was more intuitive than carefully thought out. They had only early indications of what the forces of structure and reason contained and of the effect they would eventually have on society. Today the situation is clear from their point of view. If you wish to destroy structure and reason, you must operate with logic and science. But if you are unfortunate enough to personally survive these killing attacks, then, like Gavrilo Princip, you are little better than a failed metaphysician. Whether they chain you up in an Austrian jail until you rot to death or commit you to a model modern prison for re-education is irrelevant. In both cases you have ceased to exist as an individual, ceased to exist more completely than if you had never attempted to break away in order to assert your existence. OK, for example, at the assassins of the cabinet minister Pierre Laporte in Montreal in 1970. So long as they held him captive, their own faces unknown, they were more than individuals. They were potential gods, holding in their hands the power of life or death. The moment they used that power in the purest existential way by killing him, and then were captured and put on trial, the whole configuration changed. The strangling of a plump, aging male cannot be, with hindsight, an heroic act, particularly when the terrorists are young and strong now. Decades later, they seem an even more motley, pitiful crew, like accidental leftovers of a cataclysmic but pointless act. From the point of view of the terrorist, the only importance of the godly act is its effect on the one who carries it out. That effect, the 495. Establishment of perfect individualism is only activated if he completes the act by committing suicide. If his victim dies and he lives, he is no more consequential a man than someone who kills in a hit-and-run accident and is then charged with manslaughter. Few people aspire to acts of individualism sanctified by violence. The more common approaches to self-definition are less risky. The acquisition of material wealth, for example. The theory is that the greater a person's wealth, the more freedom he will have to act as he wishes. He becomes an individual by purchasing his freedom. However, the system usually requires an enormous and prolonged sacrifice of personal freedom, that is, a structured career before delivering this material independence. The limitations involved are daily, yearly, in fact, they usually last a good 30 years. The whole idea of individualism as a function of wealth therefore rests upon a catch-22. That's why the middle-class Westerner has dressed material goods and personal pleasures in the mythological cloak of individualism. These are the small rewards he or she receives during decades of sacrifice. This is also one of the explanations for the importance that retirement has taken on in Western society. It isn't simply that we are going to live longer. The prison of the system leaves us to conclude that the reward of freedom lies ahead, always ahead. Yet few of us seem convinced by the liberating powers of wealth or by the promise of a freer future once we have ceased sacrificing our lives. Instead, every social measuring device indicates that the level of personal anxiety and stress has been steadily rising. We seek relief through a growing array of irrational devices. The old religions have seen at least a superficial revival. People have also turned to psychiatrists, gurus, fundamentalist churches, Zen Buddhism, mind-emptying exercises, yoga, and a growing selection of social drugs, both prescribable and illegal. There can be no doubt that the road which Zen Buddhism offers out of the prison of reason is far superior to alternatives such as self-actualization, the combination of more money and increased spirituality, bioenergetics, color therapy, getting in touch with your anima, massage to release emotional trauma fossilized in the body, or Iyengar yoga. 23 But none of these, including Zen, offer either practical reforms or revolutionary changes for the society we live in. Instead, they offer temporary escape routes. After all, no matter what happens, 60 million Frenchmen or Englishmen are not going to become Zen Buddhists or even seek truth through an analyst. Instead, the fractured individual offers himself or herself periodic tranquilizers to take the mind off the realities of the imprisoning system. 496. In total contradiction to all this, the citizen expects his political leaders to take no tranquilizers. The explanation for this projected Puritanism may lie in our Judeo-Christian origins. If we are obliged to suffer the profound and invisible travails of life, then a sacrificial lamb must be found who will visibly suffer. Or perhaps it is our revenge on the system. Political leaders are theoretically in charge of it, and since we cannot punish abstract structures, why not punish those who appear to run them? Or perhaps we are attempting to give some importance to the crumbs that we now call individualism by refusing them to those we elect. Or perhaps it is sheer hypocrisy. By refusing to those who lead us the sort of life we claim for ourselves, we avoid the embarrassment of a mirror image in the public place. In any case, these leaders quickly learn that, in return for whatever latitude they can develop in policy making by manipulating the system, they must conform absolutely to a personal, public image which is extraordinarily strict and narrow. They look out from their presidential or prime ministerial or ministerial offices at a population which may say whatever it wishes on private matters, divorce as often as choice and finances permit, sleep with as many people of the opposite sex, the same sex, or both, as desire can realize, use drugs, dress up to their heart's content, collect expensive wines and eat in showy restaurants, just for starters. These acts may all be meaningless and superficial, but they are the modern version of happiness. And this happiness is specifically prohibited to the public figure. He or she is expected to be heterosexual, married, faithful to wife or husband, modest in dress and speech, restrained in drink, a pure abstainer from drugs, driver of a nondescript sort of car. He or she should not be seen to waste money on fancy food. A public that finds personal sustenance from an unending dream of luxury is pleased to learn that its leader comes home from the office, so to speak, and just loves to relax by going into the kitchen and scrambling some eggs for the family. Needless to say, such an icon must incarnate an unending list of Boy Scout or Girl Scout qualities, from not having cheated at school to never swearing. In a society whose structures are amoral and whose citizens are theoretically liberated, the political leader has become the repository, or rather the depository, of the old middle-class values. Of course, no one really fulfills any of these conditions. Anyone who did would probably be incapable of doing the job. Instead, they must deform their character sufficiently to give a false public impression of what it is. Falsification becomes an essential talent for the elected, and eagerness to be duped a characteristic for the citizen. This also suggests that only people with severely deformed characters will be able to rise to high office. The system can't help but reward those whose prime talents are acting and punish those who are straightforward. 497. In 1987, President Reagan twice failed to nominate successfully a justice to the Supreme Court. The second candidate, Professor Douglas Ginsburg of the Harvard Law School, was accused, during the confirmation hearings, of having taken a few puffs of marijuana in his distant past. This simply meant that he had acted in conformity with the majority of his generation. But by virtue of the position for which he was nominated, this banal and common event became a heinous weakness. Professor Ginsburg was abruptly reduced to defending himself with such infantile statements as, "To the best of my recollection, once as a college student in the 60s, and then on a few occasions in the 70s, I used marijuana. That is the only drug I ever used. I have not used it since. It was a mistake and I regret it." 24. What the professor meant was that smoking marijuana had been a mistake in the context of getting this job. If the citizenry sincerely expected Douglas Ginsburg to regret his past puffs, they would have to regret sincerely their own past and present licentiousness. Clearly they don't. There was no sign during the Ginsburg confirmation of nationwide regret. The same hypocrisy was demonstrated over such things as Willy Brandt's girlfriends, Lyndon Johnson's swearing, Cecil Parkinson's pregnant mistress, and Roy Jenkins's taste for Bordeaux. There was a time when the populace had little choice but to bask in the reflection of the mythological free and easy lives led by their kings and nobles. Now those who have replaced the kings must bask in the shadow of the theoretically nonconformist lives led by a good part of their population. That, at any rate, is the theory. The reality is elsewhere. This is an age of great conformity. It is difficult to find another period of such absolute conformism in the history of Western civilization. The citizens are so completely locked inside their boxes of expertise that they are effectively excluded from open public debate. We have disguised this truth by redefining individualism as an agreeable devotion to style and personal emotions. We project ourselves, as if in a romantic dream, against a backdrop of martyred existential outsiders. And in the absence of practical levers of power, we have convinced ourselves that these images are real. Film, television, and magazines have given these outsiders a concrete form. We know them. We know them well, these blonde men who lead the Bedouin against the Turks, these actresses who sleep with presidents and die, these poets who run off to deal in slaves in Ethiopia, these beauties who marry dictators and speak for the poor. We have seen them 1,000 times on the screen. We know what they wear. We know the definition of their chest muscles, the depth of their cleavage. We know the sound of their voices. Unfortunately, they bear no resemblance to the real outsiders from whom these images are freely drawn. The real men were more often 498. Ft. short, without well-defined muscles, often running to fat like Bonaparte, the real women sallow and confused behind makeup and furs. They most definitely were not wearing jeans. But, in any case, we don't actually want to meet the real outsider, determined as we are to hide from our own conformism. We wish to dream about him or her as if dreaming about ourselves. Their presence would make that impossible. Our paradise of the individual is dependent upon carefully maintained illusions. So long as real power remains in the rational structures of our society, only dreaming allows the citizen to remain sane. Even if there were a real and generalized desire among the population to drift away like Rambo, it wouldn't work. Ethiopia has enough trouble supporting its own population and the slave trade has been in difficulty for decades. 20. Marie Antoinette was the first modern star. She was never really Queen of France. That was merely her role. She played queen. She never saw it as a position which, although held by right, involved responsibility or obligation. Such irresponsibility seems natural today and we tend to confuse her star-like grandeur with that of other kings or queens. Louis XIV, after all, played a role. Elizabeth I was perhaps the finest star who ever performed. But Louis XIV, a simple man, played grandeur in order to solidify his power and to weaken that of the threatening nobility. Elizabeth turned herself into an overdressed, overjeweled, over-made-up virgin in order to protect herself from the power of men and therefore to exercise power herself. Marie Antoinette was something quite new. Something revolutionary. There were hints of this in her miniature play farm, hidden out in the gardens of Versailles. The palace itself was a stage set, but her furtnet was more like the prototype for the movie star's Los Angeles estate or Michael Jackson's private zoo. Perfect little farm buildings. A few delightful animals of the finest breeding. Servants within hailing distance and the greatest palace in the world only a few hundred yards away. The Fermet was the original Disneyland, a place where the greatest queen in the world and her courtesans could dress up as milkmaids and farmers, then play at milking cows in a romantic idyll of simplicity. The birth of the modern star came late at night, on June 20, 1791, when Marie Antoinette, Louis XVI, their son and daughter, governess, and two maids escaped from the Tuileries Palace in the center of Paris. The Constituent Assembly, as it saw things, had been holding them for their own and the nation's good in this immense and gilded prison, like peacocks in a cage. The ensuing chase is now known as the escape to Varennes, a small town near the German border and scene of the dramatic climax. The Queen directed the whole escape and, of course, starred in it. The producer was a Swedish count, Axel de Fersen, who was Marie. 500. Antoinette's greatest admirer and probably her lover. His original plan had had the king fleeing alone and disguised as a woman. Louis felt this masquerade lacked dignity and the queen rejected it, in large part because it involved leaving her behind. The second plan had the king being whisked away, again alone, in a fast coach to rejoin the rebel army of nobles in exile. The queen objected again. Her script involved something much more grandiose: the escape of the entire family in one fell swoop. The royal family plus governess could only fit into a large, slow coach of Berlin which the queen had piled high with luggage until it was capable of doing a mere 10 kilometers per hour. A cabriolet followed at a respectful distance, carrying the minimum pair of maids. The governess was to play a Russian baroness called Madame de Korff, the royal children, her son and daughter, the queen, their governess, and the king, the baroness's valet. Marie Antoinette drew upon the palace wardrobe to get herself up as a maid. She didn't actually disguise herself. She played a maid the way she played a milkmaid at the Fermet or the way Garbeau later played a queen or Dietrich a whore. No one was meant to mistake them for their roles. They were themselves stars. Louis didn't even try to play the valet. He plunked a pink wig on his head and treated the whole thing as farce. His domineering queen encouraged this approach. The escape began on schedule, thanks to Fersen, who got them secretly out of the palace in separate small coaches and personally drove the queen to the outskirts of Paris, where they all climbed into the Berlin. There Fersen left them and Marie Antoinette took over. The coach soon slowed to a leisurely minimum speed. They began to fall behind schedule and thus missed the cavalry detachments which were to provide protection in each town. The queen and king stuck their heads out the windows as they rolled through hamlets. They were recognized. They greeted their subjects with waves. The escape turned into a theatrical royal progress, while the day slipped by into darkness. Around midnight, as they rolled out of a small place called Saint Meinhold, the local municipal council, controlled by radicals, called an emergency meeting and decided to send their postman, a Monsieur Drouet, on to the next town by fast horse. There he overtook the royal coach, stirred up some sleeping citizens to block the bridge leading out of Varennes, and forced the royal family to climb down from their Berlin. The border and freedom were only a few kilometers away. They were quickly surrounded by a growing crowd of ordinary citizens, hostile, admiring, curious. The mayor, a local tradesman, pushed through the melee and invited them to take refuge in his house. Having got them there, he was overwhelmed by the presence in his tiny living. 501. room of all four Bourbons. He didn't know whether to abase himself or arrest them. And so he did neither. Outside the confusion was growing. The postman was waking every radical in town and posting them around the Berlin or on the flimsy barricade blocking the bridge. Suddenly one of the lost cavalry escorts rode into town and forced its way through to the mayor's house. Their commanding officer informed the royal family that, provided they left immediately, it would be possible to fight their way out. It was clear that if they stayed, captivity would be the best they could hope for. Given the relationship between the weak king and his strong-willed wife, the decision was hers. In this astonishingly clear existential moment, Marie Antoinette found herself unable to tell the difference between reality and appearances. Rather than risk a real action which could save the lives of her family, she withdrew into her self-image of the divinely appointed monarch against whom no one could act. She chose to ignore reality and to continue her established role. Outside, the radicals were fraternizing with the king's cavalry. Within the hour his soldiers had changed sides. All was lost. The queen's farce was over. To understand how revolutionary an approach to power the queen's had been, we need only look back a little over a century to the middle of the 1600s, when the idea of a powerful woman was even less acceptable. Marie de Médicis, widow of Henry IV and Queen of France, had the same intellectual limitations as Marie Antoinette. Worse, she was highly emotional and very fat. Twice she was imprisoned. Twice she escaped, but not by dressing herself up in a pretended disguise and parading in full daylight across France. Instead, she wore only essentials and scaled down palace walls from upper floors in the dark of night, hiked through forests and mud and waded across dangerous rivers. The difference between the two queens was that, although Marie de Médicis saw her position as a privilege, she understood that it was dependent on her ability to assume the attached responsibilities. Even those queens and kings who had no intention of doing good understood that they had a job which involved real activity. What made Marie Antoinette so modern was that she consecrated the division between power and fame. Until then the latter had been not so much wet to as bread from the former. Whoever had power, whether king, or duke, pope or bishop, automatically had fame. At its worst, this was the characteristic of a society in which the have-nots envy those who have. But it was also the manifestation of a general human need to imagine ourselves as taller, stronger, richer, better lovers or more 502. Important than we are. This has less to do with envy than with a need to dream. And that need must be focused on dreams which have been realized or at least appear to have been. Of course, kings were never as wise, strong, beautiful, or potent as fame described them, but the mystery surrounding a monarch made up for most personal limitations. To the degree that popular illusions were actually betrayed by cruelty or poor leadership or degeneracy, these men of power simply became the dark shadows of the public's imagination. And if the king was uninspiring, they could always focus on the court. Life in the courts of Europe was, by all accounts, detestable. These were places filled with hypocrisy and ambition. Saint Simon and Casanova chronicled the machinations in their diaries and memoirs. Swift railed against the cabals of Queen Anne's acolytes. Molière ridiculed the courtier's life. In the shadows of monarchs, men whose talents lay in currying favor invariably rose. A royal court also included a full cast of mythological figures: courageous knights, beautiful and pure virgin princesses, wise counselors, poets, artists, the finest cooks, the finest horsemen and, of course, actresses, schemers, prelates, social climbers and reformers. There was something for the imagination of every citizen: good roles and evil roles. Even the most banal orgasm could take on a certain importance, thanks to titles and reputations, but, above all, because this celebrity grew out of legitimate power. Court gazettes were the People, Paris Match, Der Spiegel of their day, and they spread the details of court life throughout the population. By the second half of the 18th century, however, Thomas Jefferson, American ambassador in Paris, was able to look at Marie Antoinette with a clarity which would have been impossible only a few years before, when the vapours of royal mythology still clouded everyone's vision, some smartness of fancy, but no sound sense, was proud, disdainful of restraint, indignant at all obstacles to her will, eager in the pursuit of pleasure, and firm enough to hold to her desires, or perish in their wreck. 1. But surely this is the description of some Hollywood star, Faye Dunaway, for example. Beset by rumors of being impossible, she is sticking to her self-image of a star on a grand scale. 2. Or of Madonna, alternately swathed in silk or arching a bared mount of Venus towards the camera. Or of this century's greatest star, Wallis Simpson, Duchess of Windsor, who was able to take hold of the last important king in the West and turn him into something resembling Louis XVI in a pink wig, fleeing endlessly about the world as if in a lumbering Berlin with too much luggage. Mrs. Simpson confirmed that fame in the 20th century had been surgically separated from responsibility. Between Marie Antoinette's innovation and Mrs. Simpson's demonstration of perfect modern stardom, there was a century and a half of confusion while the kings and their courts disintegrated. The new R.A. 503. Chanel society abandoned fame as a social and human weakness unworthy of attention. But to abandon is to unleash, and stardom immediately began to take on a momentum of its own. What had seemed at first to be a sensible division between responsibility and adulation was quickly deformed. Fame, by definition, occupies the public stage. It therefore could not help but come between the citizen and those who held public responsibilities. In the process it splintered into 3 broad categories. There was the heroic, which at first seemed to be a natural descendant of the old royal stardom because it benefited the new breed of dictators, revolutionaries, soldiers, and politicians. In reality this Napoleonic fame had to do with individualism gone wrong, and it evolved quite naturally into a variety of modern heroes, from Hitler and tennis stars to terrorists and Olympic medalists. The second category involved the vulgar fame which had surrounded the demi-mondaines, actors, gamblers, and other marginal courtiers of the old regimes. This has expanded effortlessly to produce our grab bag of contemporary celebrities, including again the sports stars, but also the actors, the aimless rich, the fashionable criminals, the money manipulators, in fact anyone who can momentarily catch society's attention. Finally, the remaining segment of fame went to the philosophers, poets, and the newly arrived novelists, that is, to the messengers of reason who had effectively destroyed the power of God and his churches, along with that of the absolute monarchs and their aristocracies. The new breed of soldiers, dictators, revolutionaries, and politicians benefited from these deaths, but they did not themselves do the killing. The actual beheading of kings and restructuring of governments were secondary events in comparison to the undermining of the population's belief in and their acceptance of the rights of church and monarchy. The messengers of reason had devoted themselves throughout the 17th and 18th centuries to questioning and attacking this power. More important still, they imagined the alternatives. From the early 18th century to the middle of the 19th, they were busy inventing the phrases, the arguments, the very words necessary to describe an alternate society. It is not surprising, therefore, that the single most famous man of his time was Voltaire. No king or queen or minister, let alone any soldier or actor, was as well known as this little man with a sharp tongue and no teeth. And with the sole exception of Napoleon, the most famous figures of the 19th century were men like Byron, Goethe, Tolstoy, Hugo, and Balzac. Napoleon, the original hero, dominated the Western imagination for the first 20 years of the century, and in the process seduced the 2 most famous writers of his time, Byron indirectly and Goethe in a 504. Single conversation on October 2, 1808. The emperor had just conquered Prussia and, in a world of romantic symbols, had carried off the sword of Frederick the Great. Now, at the height of his glory, he had summoned the princes of Europe to Erfurt to witness his seduction of the Russian Tsar. In the midst of it all, he invited Goethe to breakfast. Napoleon sat and ate. The writer, along with Talleyrand and various generals, stood. Later, outside, Goethe refused to discuss what had been said, as if to indicate that it would have been beneath either of them to repeat the contents of their conversation. In an atmosphere of rising German nationalism, Goethe's silence was taken as a consecration of the heroic sword by the Romantic pen. The two great men had had a private conversation. That fact alone constituted instant mythology. In any case, Talleyrand could be counted on to leak the useful phrases. For example, the emperor had apparently stopped his military and political discussions with government leaders in order to insist that he had read Goethe's novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther, 7 times. He then offered the author a detailed literary criticism of the book. This encounter seemed to reconfirm the importance of the word in a world in which a visitor from the moon would have guessed that the sword reigned supreme. In reality, it was an early warning that the writer's use of fame to influence power was going to be reduced to mere notoriety. The new military and political heroes were going to take over the job of feeding the citizen with dreams. From the Napoleonic era on, the structures of the new society began slowly to fence writers in. The experts were gaining power and they looked upon these messengers of reason with ambivalence. It was thanks to the writers, after all, that mere managers were now in charge. On the other hand, those managers could hardly forget that the written word had destroyed their predecessors. The rising systems inevitably came between the writers' fame and their freedom to use it in the real world. By the end of the 19th century, that fame was being redefined as notoriety or celebrity, and the writers were withdrawing to a marginal position as specialists themselves or as notoriously unbalanced outsiders with a faculty for criticism of the society in which they hardly participated. And so while Voltaire was the most famous man of the 18th century, the most famous of the 20th is Mickey Mouse. Even in Shaoshan, Mao Zedong's hometown, souvenir stands sell Mao and Mickey buttons side by side. Fame, celebrity, and stardom have become the daily bread of the late 20th century. We dismiss them as sources of superficial distraction while courting them assiduously as the keys to success and power. This phenomenon has grown to the point at which it has now gone full circle back to the essential role which fame played in the era of absolute monarchs. The difference is that fame was then limited to functional categories. Today it is open-ended and is used as much to shield the activities of the system as it is to subvert it. Perhaps most astonishing, in our vain search for rational alternatives to the rational impasse, it is the stars who are providing one of the few saleable options. That in itself indicates just how badly the system has stumbled. Never have public power and fame been so officially divorced from each other as they are today. This separation was intended to be a healthy advance proper to democracies. It is hard not to agree that the wielders of political and economic power should be no more than that. They may have money, expertise, or responsibilities, but they should have none of the old trappings and adulation which were once their unwarranted rewards. Anyway, they now tend to be narrow, boring people who don't deserve to be the focus of our fantasies and dreams. In the early 1950s, however, C. Wright Mills began writing about a new class which consisted entirely of famous people. But what are the celebrities? The celebrities are the names that need no further identification. These people seemed to have fame without power. They certainly had it without responsibility. Mills had correctly identified the phenomenon, but he did not identify the role this class would soon play. All he noted was that the new fame of the celebrities served to disguise the new anonymity of those who held real power. Was this class a creation of the population at large and made necessary by boredom in the absence of a royal court? Did the populace want to be distracted from its frustration at no longer understanding the power systems over which it theoretically had greater control than ever before in history? Or was it those now holding power who encouraged the growth of the celebrity class as a sort of magician's trick, in which the public's eyes are held mesmerized by the flashing of silk handkerchiefs, while the white pigeon of real power is slipped on and off stage? Whatever the explanation, our rational, secular societies found it necessary to invent not only heroes who undermine and destroy us, but celebrities and stars in such massive quantities that they obscure the meaning and purpose of everything we theoretically believe in. That the imaginary exploits of the stars should become our civilization's source of mythology is at first incomprehensible. That they should be seriously treated as offering social direction is a form of dark parody. And that they should become more popular than those who hold public responsibilities automatically changes the profile of those who will seek public office. Not since the Emperor Nero wove acting, sports and political power into one disastrous formula by competing and winning at Olymp. 506. Puss in both chariot racing and musical recital has the superficial been so profoundly confused with the public interest. The result has been the compounding of our civilization's confused sense of direction. Devotion to rational structures and to the conviction that they automatically contain a worthy direction has left us as incapacitated by the rise of the stars as we were by the rise of the hero. In attempts to give some meaning to the stars and their fame, we have taken to celebrating competition as a self-evident value. Or we carefully attribute mythological values where none exist. Or we measure the popularity of individuals, as if measurement conveyed value and was somehow related to the democratic process. Most peculiar of all, we assign a complex, internal class rating to the world of the stars, thus conforming to the old belief that any group which has internal standards is by definition real. Finally, we attribute so many real characteristics to their perfectly imaginary world that we begin to believe they are themselves real. It is hardly surprising that those who seek political power imitate the stars. Either that, or the machinery of public notoriety will give power to the stars themselves. Among the first to point out the West's growing cult of competition was Learned Hand. In 1922 he warned the students of Bryn Mawr College. In competition there lies latent a fatal antimony. Men take their color from one another, catching a reflection from sources that themselves send out no light. They are chameleons surrounded by others of their species, mysteriously acquiring hue from a colorless environment. Such is the defeat which inevitably attends a community organized upon fame as a universal motive. 4. Somehow, we have convinced ourselves that to be the best is to be something. The fastest runner. The greatest inventor. The best high C. The most beers in a half hour. The best chess player. The skater who turns the most times while in the air. The highest marks at school. At university. At dart throwing. The term excellence is used as if we were seeking content, when above all we seek a measurable result, a classification system or class system, with the king of the best at the top. How fast this phenomenon has been growing can be seen in C. Wright Mills's words, written 30 years after Hans. The professional celebrity, male or female, is the crowning result of the star system of a society that makes a fetish of competition. In America, this system is carried to the point where a man who can knock a small white ball into a series of holes in the ground with more efficiency and skill than anyone else thereby gains social access to the President of the United States. 5. The theory is that competition draws each individual along, bringing out of him or her the best he or she has to offer. Competition and the resulting fame are thought to be among the great achievements of our rational meritocracy. They promise both self-improvement and participation. The reality is almost the opposite. In a world devoted to measuring the best, most of us aren't even in the competition. Human dignity being what it is, we eliminate ourselves from the competition in order to avoid giving other people the power to eliminate us. Not only does a society obsessed by competition not draw people out, it actually encourages them to hide what talents they have, by convincing them that they are insufficient. The common complaint that we have become spectator societies is the direct result of an overemphasis on competition. The whole area of amateur sports has become symptomatic of the competitive atmosphere. The athletes are subject to unbearable pressures and lead abnormal lives which require everything from shaved bodies and forced diets to steroids. The whole process is tarred by a nationalism so cheap that it should more accurately be called jingoism. As the runner Bruce Kidd pointed out at the inquiry into Ben Johnson's illegal use of steroids, the various government financing programs for amateur athletes turn them into professionals and force them to resort to drugs in order to keep on the road to stardom. What follows, if they are successful, is the commercialization of that stardom through corporate endorsements. And yet the phenomenon still has more to do with jingoism than with money. After all, the communist countries were the leaders in this process. What we have been witnessing is the growth of perfectly innocent, even banal, physical pastimes into something which makes governments, nations, and international communication systems vibrate with excitement. Clearly what excites them is not sportsmanship, widely based participation, or a profound or sustained interest in how many millimeters higher the high jump bar has moved. These millimeters will be forgotten by most people within minutes of the end of the event. Few spectators will even register the figures when they are announced. Rather, they are attracted by the event's ability to produce bevies of immediate stars who are tied to facile national emotions. These stars become not role models for the young few would pretend they could ever jump so high, but dream models. They become the modern knights of the Round Table. 508. The confusion in both the public's and the competitors' minds as to what is happening on the field can be seen in the gradual adoption by these stars of military and political mannerisms. Witness, for example, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, two Black American medal winners in the 1968 Olympics. Up on the podium, with their national anthem playing and the crowd applauding, they suddenly raised their clenched, black-gloved fists on behalf of the militant Black Power movement in the United States. They were suspended from the games, but almost immediately this most aggressive of political and military gestures seemed completely at home on the sports field. Every overexcited tennis star was soon throwing up one or two clenched fists and emitting animal-like FC shouts of victory whenever he or she hit the ball well. Witness also Sylvester Stallone playing the boxer Rocky Balboa for the first time in 1976 and mimicking this gesture to great commercial effect at the same time that it was catching on as a symbol of the anti-apartheid movement. The raised arm with clenched fist has always been a symbol of violent combat. It carries a mixed meaning of victory and of defiance in defeat. It entered our conscious memory via two concurrent phenomena: the Roman legions whose raised open hand was later adopted by the fascists and the Nazis, and the underclass of gladiators in the circus addressing Caesar, "Those who are about to die salute you." The first hint of how this salute would be transformed during the Age of Reason came in Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel. We see God creating the stars and the planets, his arm raised and an index finger pointed aggressively with terrifying power. The finger, the arm, God's face, all are charged with energy and a kind of anger, as if lightning is about to flash out from beneath his fingernail. 2 frescoes down, God is busy creating man. Again, the arm is raised with enormous energy. His finger touches that of Adam, who is so passive and groggy that he has to support his own arm on his knee to keep his receiving finger in place. On the end wall, Christ is dealing with the responsibilities of Judgment Day. The Savior, who apparently had a weightlifting background, has raised his arm above the saints and the assembled multitudes, not in calm illumination or Solomonic wisdom but with threatening force, as if a single sweep of his hand will send everyone packing to hell. What makes these images so new is precisely this personalized energy and anger. The Holy Trinity is no longer raising its arm as an abstract symbol of authority. This is God as man, God the modern individual. And while such realism made him look terrifying, it also showed him in a fatally weakened form. If all God used to create man was physical energy, then man could have done it himself with the help of a few afternoons in the gym, an army to back him up, some ideology for comfort, and a good PR campaign to drown out awkward questions. This same gesture of individual arm-raising superiority entered popular mythology with David's painting He Serment de Horaces in 1785. He portrayed 3 muscular Roman boys with their arms raised in what would eventually become the Nazi salute. 4 years later, the French Revolution got seriously underway when the legislators revolted against their king. David immediately immortalized them in the Serment de Jeu de Paume and incorporated the Horatii boys' republican gesture. This monumental unfinished picture was much copied and spread the notion that men showed their freedom by standing together in groups with their arms raised in joy and rebellion. But these were not the gestures of individuals. Nor was individualism being celebrated in David's endless portraits of Napoleon, who apparently spent his waking hours with one arm in the air and the other in the breast of his jacket. The emergence of the ordinary citizen as an individual with his fist held up in defiance came in 1814, when Goya painted the massacre of simple Spanish nationalists by Napoleonic troops in Madrid in his May 3, 1808. This is not only the essential modern painting. It is the essential statement of modern man's view of himself. And it had the same electrifying effect on the Western imagination as Picasso's Guernica did more than a century later. On the right, Goya placed the firing squad, rifles aimed, caught in the image a second before the triggers are pulled. On the left are the blood-soaked bodies of those already executed. In the center, before the rifles, is a group of men, each trying to deal with the last second of his life. Four are painted in great detail. The dominant figure has both arms up in a gesture of acceptance and defiance. He is half a classical religious martyr and half the modern revolutionary individual. Most revolutionary, however, are the other three condemned men, pressed one behind the other. At the front there is a priest, bowed over, his hands clasped desperately in prayer. Behind and above him is a man staring straight out at the rifle barrels with his left arm in a tensed, upward motion, the fist clenched in fear and anger. Behind him is the third with his right hand clenched and raised in unambiguous defiance. This is the birth of the man as God image. 6. From that moment the individual increasingly assumed a triumphalist public attitude, which usually ran ahead of his real accomplishments. These images became weapons in the struggle for further advances against arbitrary authority. Delacroix seized the revolution of 1830 as inspiration for his liberty guiding the people. 7. There on the barricades, leading the citizenry, is an heroic woman with the flag raised in one hand and a rifle in the other. By 1836 in La Marseillaise Rude's bas-relief on the Arc de Triomphe this same symbol of the individual's power had become more ferocious than Michelangelo's God would ever have dared to be. Her shout and her extended arms, one straight up and the other bent upwards with force, are filled with violence. Lenin was quite naturally portrayed in similar stances, Al. 510. Though with the cooler, more abstract air of an intellectual in a middle-class suit. And then the fascists and the Nazis officially adopted the gesture, throwing into doubt 4 centuries of the individual's iconography. It wasn't until 1937 and Picasso's Guernica that this doubt was clearly portrayed. There, on the right side of the catastrophic violence, is a woman raising both arms in imitation of the central figure in Goya's May 3, 1808. She is screaming. There is anger and defiance, but also fear and confusion. A great painter just couldn't help noticing that the man-god wasn't doing quite as well as his triumphal imagery had promised. Out in the real world, savage heroes were parading around with their arms held high. And the stars had already begun both their ascent and their coupting of the free man's imagery. Curiously enough, most people feigned surprise at the raised fists of the 2 black medal winners in the 1968 Olympics. And yet, the idea that a sports figure should raise an arm on behalf of a cause lasted scarcely a day. Soon everyone was doing it on behalf of themselves, competitors, winners, heroes, stars. War cries came next. Suddenly, the entire military and nationalist vocabulary was wide open for any use. Competition became a metaphor for violence and war. At Wimbledon in 1987, Jimmy Connors could be seen with one arm raised straight up, holding the tennis racket like a rifle or a flag, and the other arm in a tensed upward motion with the fist clenched. He was shouting. The various, admiring newspaper headlines included Connors in full cry battles back to victory. 8. His attitude and position is in exact imitation of Rude's Marseillaise. Star tennis matches everywhere are now advertised as a battle to the finish or a match of the titans. Even the most staid of sports have given into military symbolism. At the end of the American PGA golf tournament in 1989, both the male winner Curtis Strange and the female Laura Davies had their clenched fists in the air. "Guts, it's something you're born with," Mr. Strange declared to explain his success. Tennis, however, is the most interesting of the competitive sports, first because it turns on the proverbial two-man combat, and second, because it is a middle-class sport. The Orwellian prophecy of the lumpen proletariat in 1984 transferring their political frustrations to the football field comes to mind. But the stands at Flushing, Wimbledon and the Paris Open are filled with company presidents, politicians, the rich and the famous. Those not there in person are glued to their television sets. 1. Here is occasional light disapproval of a player's bad behavior. But in general this audience loves the raised fists, the war cries, the battle leaps. That is what they come for. Roland Barthes once wrote of the mythological role that professional wrestling plays for part of the pop. 511. Olation. Tennis has become the professional wrestling of the middle classes. It does not matter that unlike wrestling, the matches are not fixed. Used well, Aldous Huxley wrote, sport can teach endurance and courage, a sense of fair play and a respect for rules, coordinated effort, and the subordination of personal interests to those of the group. Used badly, it can encourage personal vanity and group vanity, greedy desire for victory and hatred of rivals, an intolerant esprit de corps and contempt for people. 10. In other words, the line between physical exercise and war is erased. By 1974 the violence in Canadian hockey was so out of hand that Toronto lawyer William McMurtry was asked to head a governmental inquiry into its causes. During the hearings, he questioned Clarence Campbell, then president of the National Hockey League, which also controls the amateur leagues and, of course, has an enormous influence on the young, for this is the great national sport. When asked to define the purpose of the NHL, Mr. Campbell was remarkably honest, but then he belonged to an older generation, not trained in the technique of managing information. It is the business of conducting the sport in a manner that will induce or be conducive to the support of it at the box office. Show business, we are in the entertainment business and that can never be ignored. We must put on a spectacle that will attract people. 11. Hollywood has produced a constant flood of sports films illustrating the spirit of our times. They emphasize untrained, undersized, underprivileged heroes who overcome all barriers to become champions. Inevitably, in their moment of triumph, they raise a clenched fist. The background music comes in the style that Beethoven created for Napoleon. The most surprising of these film heroes is Sylvester Stallone. He alternates between portraying underdog sports figures and underdog military figures. From a dramatic point of view, there is no difference. By choosing sports with intense physical contact, such as boxing, Stallone further confuses the two areas. In fact, it is unlikely that Jimmy Connors or other sports stars have been consciously copying Goya or Rude. If there is any image locked in their imagination, it is probably that of Stallone as Rocky Balboa raising his arms in triumph. Rocky's movements are those of a high Renaissance figure god as portrayed by Michelangelo. Stallone has explained that he studies the paintings of the Renaissance in order to capture these movements. In other words, what began as the raised arm of God, then of kings, only to be stolen by the citizenry as a symbol of its freedom and individualism, from whom it was snatched by the usurping heroes, has been stolen again, this time by the stars, who use it as a symbol of their godlike role. What is it that links Sylvester Stallone, the Olympic movement? 512. Asterisk. Non-Olympic sports, the desperate need of everything second-rate to call see itself world-class, and the organization of most human activities into measurable races. Competition. What matters is the fact that we compete, not why we do so. The resulting champions will be our stars and give the impression that they are leading us somewhere. This allows the technocratic classes, particularly in business, to enshrine the act of competition as the religion of individualism, while avoiding more complicated questions such as long-term commitments or social responsibility. Every MBA is able to see himself as a champion, one player in some Olympic sport, or as a star who always comes through in his own movie. For example, the Lanik Group, an executive recruiting firm, runs a glossy ad headlined "Competition." Sometimes the competition is fierce. Sometimes it's not easy to stand out. And, sometimes it takes a little more than talent to leap ahead of the rest. 12. The ad is illustrated with a mass of suited businessmen, carrying briefcases, leaping like a school of salmon up a raging torrent. The recruiters Atlantic obviously don't fish, or they would have realized that salmon fight their way up rivers because of unconscious genetic conformism. And they do so in order to lay their eggs. Most then die. In some ways we have been forced to believe that the stars represent something, because the rational structures, with their enormous accumulations of power, produce no mythology. It is left to the celebrities to provide the aura for our everyday life. This food for the imagination has to include grandeur, strength, and success, but also failure and suffering. In other words, the properties of pre-rational royal leadership. Everything about the king was widely known. His mistresses, his sexual prowess or problems, his obsessions, his tastes, what he ate, how he spent his days, all were discussed and debated. The king embodied power, but also suffering, an inevitable combination in a Christian society, and one from which post-Christian societies have not escaped. At the heart of the star's reputation there is always, therefore, tragic weakness. When, in 1988, the details of John Lennon's life were revealed in a long biography, general delight could be felt throughout the West. His loneliness, drug problems, and impotency were examined and debated, in search of the truth. 13. That he remained the most famous of the Beatles was partly due to his talent, but largely to his fleeing from the 513 public scene to hide himself. Eventually it was tied to his being assassinated. Late in his career he had laid out his Christ role with various gestures, including lyrics which declared that they were going to crucify him. Great flaws and suffering are essential to the ideal star, but the highest level is inevitably reserved for the martyrs. Monroe, Dean, and Lennon are there by virtue of this ultimate act. Dalida, the French singer-star, killed herself in 1987, after failing in an earlier attempt. She had already buried 3 husbands, each of whom had killed himself more or less for her. Her death came up first on all the news broadcasts, and the leading politicians of the day went to her funeral. The Citizen was therefore obliged to consider this event seriously. She had said, "I serve a minor art, but it is nevertheless a servitude which implies going to the end of oneself." Both the socialist president of the republic and the conservative prime minister had been happy to be photographed with her on their arm. A friend of Dalida's was widely quoted after her death as saying, "Far into the night, she confided in me her fascination for the void of nothingness." 14. Not all the star mythology rises out of the martyred Christ tradition. Ralph Lauren, the fashion designer, has built a commercial empire on the premise that he sells class and leadership. His flagship shop in New York has been decorated to resemble the mansion of a rich man. A false family crest has been engraved on the street door. The clothes themselves neither shock nor offer beauty. They promise upper-middle-class respectability. The ads portray polo grounds, shooting parties, and country weekends. This predictable marketing technique becomes interesting when third parties begin to treat it all as truth. In 1987, for example, Esquire magazine put Lauren on their cover. The theme was contemporary leadership. To help sell the issue, they reproduced the cover in a full-page New York Times ad. The photograph shows Lauren in denim uniform, with semi-bomber jacket. One leg is raised up on an out-off-site rock or chair. A thumb is hooked confidently in a pocket. The U.S. military cap on his head has gold braid. His eyes, behind dark glasses, stare straight at you, and there is the cool smile of a commander on his face. The iconography is halfway between Douglas MacArthur and a Navy fighter pilot. The headline is Ralph Lauren on Leadership. Beneath, they have reproduced his handwritten message: a leader has the vision and conviction that a dream can be achieved. He inspires the power and energy to get it done. 514. FT. Beneath that, the magazine has printed its own message. Leadership attracts leadership. Leaders are the difference between success and mediocrity. Where do you find them? In the one place where style and substance meet. In Esquire. 15. The healthy reaction to this would be a knowing smile, accompanied by the reflection that Lauren does good PR. But in the back of one's mind is the real image of an American B-movie actor as president. The point is not that the stars might take power, but that there has been a divorce of real power from its presentation. If Lauren were any of the things he is dressed up to resemble, then his words would be real, whatever we thought of them. But he is not a leader. He does not, as far as we know, have vision or conviction. Nor does he inspire power and energy. What he does do is successfully sell clothes on the basis of false snobbery. So the world has come down to this, Joseph Roth wrote, that it admired and reverenced a dressmaker. 16. Such mythomania is by no means limited to fashion designers. Take the most popular American talk show host, Oprah Winfrey. In a 1989 cover story in the New York Times Magazine, this young woman, who is watched every day by 11 to 16 million people, was quoted as saying, "Everybody's greatness is relative to what the universe put them here to do. I always knew that I was born for greatness. I'm not God. I keep telling Shirley MacLaine, you can't go around telling people you are God. It's a very difficult concept to accept." 17. The journalist writing this profile does express incredulity as best she can, but the social circumstances don't really permit incredulity, any more than the French opponents of Napoleon were able to express clearly their reasons. Self-confidence and the winds of the time ride in Winfrey's favor. She and Lauren are insignificant in comparison to the celebrity martyrs who neither claim nor propose anything, but have simply been themselves. Elvis Presley has taken on a power of immortality which rivals that of stuffed heroes like Lennon. The Presley house in imitation antebellum manner with columns, crystal chandeliers, and gilded mirrors has assumed all the forms of a Christian place of pilgrimage. 18. 500,000 people come every year to Graceland. More than VIs at Washington's Mount Vernon or Jefferson's Monticello. Like St. Francis's cloak or Napoleon's hats, Elvis's jumpsuits are modeled on mannequins escalating in size to illustrate his tragic decline into obesity and despair. His wedding clothes are there, marking the moment when. 515. Every adoring girl lost him, and conversely, the moment when his Calvary began. His 5-foot wedding cake sits like a monument to the death of several million romantic dreams. Behind the house, in Meditation Garden, there is his grave at which to worship. This disappearance of the body into the ground as opposed to being stuffed and on display has actually strengthened his myth. The supernatural sightings of Elvis, as if he had risen from the dead, continue to increase. Not many stars can rise to the religious level of incarnating mythology. Most, like Lauren and Winfrey, must state their message, thus moving closer to the writers, philosophers, and politicians. The singer David Bowie, for example, offered moral and philosophical direction in a 1987 interview. Question: during the 1970s you bragged about your bisexuality. Today you live with your son, Zawi, in Switzerland, near Lausanne. You seem to have renounced your extravagant life. Bowie: I've changed a lot since leaving the United States in 1976. I lost track of who I was. There I lived a life of stereotyped decadence. I came back to Europe and decided to consolidate my role as a father. Living with my son, I've grown up. I've matured. Question: you once said, I want to go through life as Superman. Bowie: my God. I must have been dead drunk. I must have read too much Nietzsche. Question: what is the greatest risk you've ever taken? Bowie: using drugs. It's a risk I would recommend to no one. 19. Most of those who actually hold power have never read Nietzsche and have no idea how to say anything sensible about drugs. But that merely accentuates how divided power and fame have become. And most stars haven't read Nietzsche either. Their mythological messages are aimlessly created by the vagaries of personal taste and commercial opportunity. The rock star George Michael slips from music called I Want Your Sex to music called Faith. Given time, he will probably work his way through every social and moral position, from human rights to reincarnation. One practical effect of a popular mythology dominated by stars is that civilization finds it increasingly difficult to express and maintain any prolonged moral judgment. Only short-lived moral impulses seem possible. They tend to appear suddenly, urgently, command our attention and then disappear just as suddenly. The result is not fewer but more moral convictions. They are well-intentioned and rootless and so are washed away by the next wave of concern or indignation. The practical effect is to relativize all public events and questions of principle. In a single issue of a magazine, for example, it is possible to publicize, as if their fame alone made them compatible, any combination of real and 516 surviving in fantasy Lone Star personalities. The June 3, 1988, issue of Paris Match is not unusual. 20. It begins with a meeting between the Pope and a well-known writer, Maria Antonietta Maxiocchi, who had just given up communism for the Church. She writes, I had met Mao, de Gaulle, Ho Chi Minh, and once, deep inside Qum, the holy city of Iran, I was received by the terrible Khomeini. But I had never been so disturbed as by the Pope. This article was followed by a photo interview with the latest sex starlet, Beatrice Dahl, who was shown both nude and half-dressed, tucked into the corner of a room, mouth open and eyes orgasmic, as if waiting to be leapt upon. She is quoted saying such things as, "Me scandalous. Never." Or, "They always offer me roles as a sex animal and yet I am the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary." This was followed by an interview with George Michael. Question: Is it difficult to be a sex symbol? Michael: It has its ups and downs. The family celebration of Jacqueline Kennedy's daughter's law degree was next, offering a brief glimpse of the mythological widow. After Jackie came Jean-Marie Le Pen, leader of the extreme right wing in France. He was then locked in a political battle for control of Marseille. His popularity, as always, was dependent on his ability to fan racist flames over the number of third-world immigrants in the city. But his large and engaging smile was indistinguishable from that of Mrs. Kennedy, George Michael, Beatrice Dahl, or indeed the Pope, whose second appearance in that issue had to do with his trip to South America. Fame, not popularity, is central to the measurement of stardom. The famous belong together: rock stars, popes, racists, and saints. If their position cannot be measured by the disembodied means of competition, it can be gauged by weighing their emotional impact on the public. In that sense, fame has become the ultimate competition. This does not resemble winning elections, because that would imply some sort of resulting responsibility. Notoriety must be supported by the bearer but does not of itself involve any obligation. The astonishing thing, indeed, is just how forgotten or ignored the individuals who wield real power, well or badly, now are. In the wake of the first Ethiopian famine, a national poll asked French teenagers to name the people who had done most to help those in the Third World. 21. Of the 12 names given, 7 were stars. And more than 65%. 517. Of those questioned volunteered a star's name. 4 of the 5 most often cited were singers or comedians. The foremost choice, named by 27%, was the singer Daniel Balavoine, who had already been killed in a motorcycle accident. Their third choice, the comedian Kalachi, also dead in a motorcycle accident, was named by 1%. The singers Franz Gall and Bob Geldof came next. The only non-star at the top was Mother Teresa, named by 15%. She, who plays the role of a medieval saint, is a star in the old sense of the word, an accidental leftover from another period of history. Balavoine and Kalachi had done more than their share of good works, but what earned them such high ratings was that their deaths made them martyrs of a sort. Martyrs to what? To fame? To youth? It isn't very clear. Meanwhile, a mere 3% named the Red Cross. Taken all together, the money raised by all 8 stars, including Mother Teresa and Bob Geldof, does not add up to one day's worth of the help given by the Red Cross. That organization has its flaws, but its low public esteem is the result of being intentionally careful and modest. The Red Cross is not a celebrity. At least, however, it appeared on the list. The Western governments and their ministers, who do not spend nearly enough on aid programs, but who nevertheless spend more than anyone else, were not even mentioned. This deformed scale of fame is now reflected in the amount of money stars make. 40 years ago, the pyramid of high earners would have been little changed from a century before. The landowners and the businessmen, capitalists, bankers, traders, and property developers would have been at the top of the list. Today most of the remaining capitalists and the sea of corporate managers are well below the stars. Forbes magazine's study of the top 40 earners in the American entertainment business shows that their incomes range from a low of $2 million to a high of $80. The top 10 each earn more than $20 million a year. 18 of the 40 are singers, 9 are actors, and only 6 come from television. Television, being ritualistic, doesn't tend to create freestanding celebrities. 3 of the 6 are talk show hosts. And while only 1 novelist and 1 director are on the list, there are 2 cartoonists, 3 boxers, and 2 out of the 9 actors. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone made their money by pretending to be boxers or by exhibiting their muscles in one way or another. This is part of the confusion between stardom, competition, and the myth of the Night Crusader or dual list. Almost no one in corporate America earns enough to make even the bottom of this list. Many company presidents earn $1 or $2 million. Oprah Winfrey earns $80. Madonna earns $63. With the exception of Chrysler's Lee Iacocca, also a celebrity, almost none makes above $10 million, let alone $20 or $50, in hard cash, although their incomes are $518. Surviving in Fantclosey land heavily padded with such things as stock options. One of the cartoonists on the list is Charles Schulz, who draws Peanuts. His personal annual income is more than $30 million. His personal corporate sales in Japan alone are about $350 million. When in 1987 French women were asked to choose 3 famous women who would make them turn about to stare with admiration if passed in the street, 50 of the 61 named were stars. 4 were politicians. The Princess of Wales was the only representative of the royal families who once defined the meaning of fame. What's more, she and the politicians were down at the bottom of the list. The stars were all at the top. The actress Catherine Deneuve was mentioned by almost 3 times more people than the politician Simone Veil, who was then the most famous French female public figure. For the last decade Deneuve has been more convincing as a public role model cum princess than any public figure who actually does something. Mother Teresa didn't make the list. The self-generation of internal class distinctions, containing protocol and etiquette, has always been a sign that a newly developed group is becoming part of organized society. The disordered but growing array of stars throughout the Western world were given their social foundation and structure in 1937 when Wallis Simpson, an American double divorcee and the daughter of a superior boarding house keeper, married Edward VIII, the King Emperor of England, Scotland, Wales, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, India, etc. The resulting and unprecedented scandal threatened the government, forced his abdication and has fed the creation of thousands of books, films, novels, and plays. It was not simply that Mrs. Simpson linked America and Europe, or that her simple family was joined to the best family in the world, or even that, in popular mythology, this couple represented the victory of romance over rank and obligation. Above all, Mrs. Simpson's conquest abruptly demonstrated that the only thing holding the king back from complete fame was his attachment to the real world. Once that was done away with, he became an autonomous star. He became the man in the world most famous for simply existing as himself. The wanderings of this sad couple from continent to continent and party to party constituted a sort of royal progress of the king and queen of stardom. Everywhere they went, they conveyed legitimacy on actors, singers, and the nouveau riches by the simple act of greeting them and danking and dining with them, sharing their lives. In fact, the nouveau riches, for the first time in history, were seeking social advancement, not through traditional established society but through the new class of stars. It was a fresh direction for new money, and one of the 519 signs that the fading royal courts and the rather boring modern ruling class of technocrats had lost their public luster. If the modern equivalent of a French collector of salt taxes could no longer dream of becoming a duke, received in splendor at court, well then, he'd dream of becoming a star who entertained the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. The enduring impact of the Windsors on the star class and on public mythology was like that of Louis XIV and Queen Victoria on their respective aristocracies and societies. In 1987 the Duchess's jewels were sold at auction by Sotheby's, long after her husband's death and more than a decade after her own disappearance into senility. Bids came in from all the leading celebrities of our day, including Jacqueline Onassis, one of the two most famous women since the Duchess herself. The stars wanted to buy a bit of the legitimacy these pearls and diamonds carried. 22. Valued at $7 million, they sold for $50 million. Elizabeth Taylor bid $623,000 by telephone for a diamond clip of Prince of Wales feathers. The moment it reached her, she went off to Malcolm Forbes's Party of the Year, with the clip on for everyone to see. Fashion designer Calvin Klein paid $1.3 million for 3 pieces. He told the press he was going to give them immediately to his wife. The best presents just happen. Joan Collins was rumored to have bought a sapphire brooch for $374,000. The publicity-hungry divorce lawyer Marvin Mitchelson paid $605,000 for an amethyst and turquoise necklace. He announced this to the press and dedicated his purchase to the memory of his mother. And just in case there was any doubt about whether people were paying for jewels or for souvenirs of legitimacy, a pearl and diamond choker, which was announced as imitation jewelry and therefore had no value, sold for $51,000. As for the public who once lived vicariously through the court gazettes and now followed the lives of the stars, they were able to participate in the auction thanks to a well-known direct mail firm, the Franklin Mint, which bid successfully for a bracelet. Its full-page advertisement for the unlimited number of copies they made of this object was dominated by a photo of Mrs. Simpson at her most cat-like, along with a superimposed photo of the bracelet. The copy began as follows: The Duchess. The jewelry. For the woman who knows what she wants and gets it. Make your own statement. WLTH. The Panther bracelet made famous by one of history's most talked about women. Wallis Simpson, the woman who stole the heart of the KLNG of England and refused to give it back. Recently in Geneva, Switzerland, this bracelet was part of the auction of the century. A sale that netted in excess of $50 million. Bidders competing for the legendary jewelry of the Duchess of Windsor included the rich and famous. From Elizabeth Taylor to Jacqueline Onassis. 520. The price for this piece of the Dukefius was $195 plus relevant state sales tax. Allowing for inflation, this was probably the price of a decent-sized piece of the cross in the 19th century. As for the desire of the new rich to become stars rather than aristocrats, this has pushed them to behavior more ridiculous than the sort of things Molière and Shakespeare used to mock. The West is now filled with magazines whose only role is to play to their pretensions. Among the fattest, glossiest, and most cynical is Town and Country, which feeds the ambitions of the moneyed by asking them to appear in the magazine. This in turn draws in local advertising. These relatively conventional people do not appear on horseback dressed for the hunt or in long dresses beneath their second-rate Monets just to show off their money. Town and Country permits them to appear as stars for whom posing in magazines is perfectly normal. The attraction of stardom is so great that the most established among the rich, who may actually belong to the old aristocracy or gentry, cannot resist its attractions. The ruler of the Fiat Empire, Gianni Agnelli, as well as his friends, inexplicably seem to feel obliged to give long interviews in which his private life is discussed in detail, his infidelities, his dreams, and his problems with his son. 23. Even violence is not excluded from the celebrity class structure. The crowds applauding outside the courtrooms in which William Kennedy Smith, Michael Milken, and Klaus von Bülow were tried demonstrate that there is fashionable crime versus unfashionable crime. Fashionable murder versus unfashionable murder. The most interesting practitioner of real violence is the bullfighter. He is free from competition and receives the adulation of the crowd without in any way becoming a star. He fights not another man but an animal. And the purpose of that struggle is not that one will win and the other lose. Bullfighting is neither sport nor theater. It is a public ceremony that the Aztecs would have understood, or the Old Testament Jews, or any Christian who can bring himself to admit that his religion is based upon the ritualistic celebration of human sacrifice. The bullfighter is the opposite of an individual, to say nothing of a star. People are interested in stars because on some level they would like to be one. People don't go to bullfights in order to dream of themselves as the conquering toreador. The bullfighter's greatness increases with the degree to which he risks his life while nevertheless mastering the bull. The extent of risk is the degree to which he offers himself in sacrifice on behalf of the crowd. The higher the risk, the finer the ritual he must use. And in surviving, as he usually but not always does, the matador nevertheless offers a blood sacrifice to the people. In almost every civilization the bull rises out of the deep caverns of man's unconscious as a symbol of physical, sexual power. So what the crowd shares. 521. If deprived of the actual death of a man, is the interposed sacrifice of our vital strength. It is a religious ceremony caught in evolution exactly halfway between the original offering up of a man on the altar and the more recent compromise of settling for some bread and wine. At the feria in Nîmes in 1987, Paco Ojeda was given an ear for the particularly brilliant but dangerous way he had dealt with a bull. Ojeda is one of the great matadors of our time, an emotional figure who can move a crowd in seconds with unexpected actions. A casual observer might think that the crowd was reacting to him as they would to a star. But when the fight in Nîmes was over and he began his triumphant walk around the ring, with the ear held up in one hand, someone threw him, among the shower of bouquets, a tiny circle of violets wrapped up tight in 2 leaves. Ojeda handed the ear to someone else and instead grasped the violets in his hand and held up the delicate spot of blue as he finished his circle, with the crowd on its feet. We are now used to the sports figure throwing up his fist at the first opportunity in an overstated pretense of physical daring. Ojeda, having truly risked his life, withdrew immediately into understatement, almost as if to say that he had given enough. This withdrawal, this modesty, merely increased the passion of the crowd. Interestingly enough, despite their popularity and fame, most bullfighters remain on the edges of society. The common merchants of violence, on the other hand, are often true celebrities. Arms dealers, who used to be kept on the outside, with perhaps the exception of Basil Zaharoff, are now easily swept up by the world of stars. They bring with them a little air of mystery, of state secrets, of exciting corruption at the highest levels. Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi Arabian dealer, moves from one celebrity party to another, giving interviews on his yacht, plane, or in one of his houses. His daughter, Nabila, poses for fashion pictures standing on the wing of his jet. He throws bowling balls for the cameras in his private alley. His conversation slips from descriptions of his next yacht. If the Sultan of Brunei buys the Nabila I'll start building the Nabila 11. It will be equipped with a submarine that can hold 6 people as well as a camera to film the sea bottom. Each cabin will have its own screen to future wars and economic packages which combine schools with tanks. If the moderates take power in Iran and the result is peace with Iraq, then both nations will need to rebuild. That is a market of $170 billion. If I get a tenth of that market, it'll be $17 billion. 24. Khashoggi illustrates how star societies remove moral judgment from more than just popular magazines. Even in the real world, all the famous are equal. The drawing cards at fashionable parties in London or New York may well be convicted criminals or people awaiting trial or acquitted. No tennis player, princess, or movie star, not even a boxer, can rival the celebrity impact of a certain kind of murderer or 522. Fraud. Sydney Biddle Barrows, known as T. the Mayflower Madam, is an example. The product of a good family, she ran a brothel in New York until arrested and tried, with great publicity. Now she lives off her notoriety as a convicted criminal. Michel Sindona, the head of the Banco Ambrosiana, who died mysteriously in jail, was a favorite of Italian society after his bank collapsed and charges swirled around him. So is Licio Gelli, head of the influence-peddling Masonic group P2, who escaped from a Swiss jail. The Cray brothers, a gang of professional thieves and killers, had a great vogue in London. In 1989, at the Royal Academy's monumental show celebrating the 100th anniversary of the photograph, in a section called Figures of Style was the actor Michael Caine. Next to him was a portrait of the three Cray brothers. The fashion photographer David Bailey took both photos. The brothers were dressed in white shirts and ties with pocket handkerchiefs. They might have been a rock group were it not for the menacing air, which they consciously offered and Bailey consciously captured. Ronald Biggs, the great train robber, has been a popular hero from the moment of his extravagant crime. Claus von Bülow, first convicted and then acquitted of attempting to murder his very rich wife, has been an increasingly sought-after guest ever since a warrant was issued for his arrest. Reynaldo Herrera, an editor at Vanity Fair, has said that he relies on von Bülow to create dinner party chemistry. He dreams of having both Jean Harris and Yvonne Boesky as his guests. They would add spice to the evening, because she was convicted of murder and he pleaded guilty to robbing nearly the world. But most normal houses don't have these great names at their fingertips. 25 Adnan Khashoggi's social star seemed to rise after he was arrested in Switzerland and extradited to the United States. He was freed on $10 million bail, obliged to wear an unremovable electronic monitoring bracelet on his wrist and limited to travel in the New York area, at the mercy of hostesses. While he sat in a Swiss jail, his daughter was at a ball given by Baron Hubert von Pantz in Paris. The other guests included the brother of President Mitterrand, the dress designer Enrico Coverai, the father and stepmother of the Princess of Wales, Henry Ford's widow and Duke and Duchess de la Rochefoucauld, and the Prince and Princess von THIRD-WORLDISM. It is easy to understand the shiver of delight that bored people gain from dining with a well-spoken, well-dressed murderer or thief, but what is the attraction of a miserable fraud artist like Yvonne Boesky? Quite simply, stars carry the king's fame without his responsibility. As a result, they don't like authority. So what could be more attractive than someone who has been making a fool of the state structure? The message seems to be that Jean Genet was right: the greatest good is a free-floating, completed act, unattached to the needs of the public will. 523. And the greatest act is to kill or rob someone or, failing that, to rob public institutions. This devotion to self-interest defines the modern celebrity. In one of those periodic epic events which marked their times, Princess Gloria von THIRD-WORLDISM threw a party in June 1986 at home in Bavaria, to celebrate her husband's 60th birthday. The prince, who has since died, was one of the world's richest aristocrats. His party went on for 3 days of festivities, including a ball for 250. His house is larger than most palaces and is run by several hundred servants in uniforms whose style predates the French Revolution. Gloria, a young woman who loves being a star, chose the 18th century as the party's theme. The guest list featured the celebrities of the world, who flew in from all directions. Adnan Khashoggi came dressed as an Oriental prince, his wife as Madame de Pompadour. They were accompanied by a pair of bare-chested Nubian slaves. Malcolm Forbes flew in on his plane, the capitalist tool wearing a kilt. Alfred Taubman, a real estate tycoon who, as the owner of Sotheby's, presides over a board of confidence-giving aristocrats, but who personally turned the sale of Wallis Simpson's jewels into a financial and publicity triumph, arrived as a French king. Enrico Coverai, the accessories designer, whom success has turned into a dress designer, came as Don Giovanni. The correspondent for Vanity Fair thought about coming as Voltaire, although he worried that it might be too pretentious. Princess Gloria reassured him, but that's what the 18th century was all about, pretentiousness. 26. The princess came as none other than Marie Antoinette. Beyond and above her magnificent dress and 2-foot-high pink wig, she wore a pearl tiara which had belonged to, indeed been worn by, Marie Antoinette. But why would one of the richest princesses of our day choose to identify herself with, of all queens, the one who was most hated by her subjects, disliked by most of the aristocracy, and in a singularly incompetent manner managed to lose her crown? Princess Gloria had found a guiding light. The last Queen of France was indeed the first modern star. In a sense we have come full circle. The stars appear more real than those individuals who have real power. Those who have power increasingly feel obliged to imitate the stars. To be real is not enough. They must appear to be real. Signs of this confusion began in 1956 when a movie actress married a semi-bankrupt but reigning prince. Monaco could no more have been considered a real place then than now. It was not independent in any 524 political sense except for its right to welcome tax avoiders. Grace Kelly I quickly demonstrated that she could turn her husband's Principality I into a going concern if three aspects of the burgeoning Western star society were linked together: gambling, tax evasion, and courtesanage. Which in this case meant that by associating with a famous celebrity you became a star yourself. Courtesanage was her personal contribution, and she bolstered it by drawing her friends, principally singers and actors, into a revolving court of stars. 30 years later her two daughters have become the perfect incarnations of second-generation celebrity. They are the combined reflection of an empty title: gambling, movie acting, and international money. All four things were in them/selves already reflections of a reality. And so the daughters are reflections of reflections. Stephanie, the second daughter, is a sometime swimsuit designer and singer of disco tunes. She paused in the midst of a 1987 radio interview to reflect upon her duties in my role as princess and rock star, as if they were one and the same thing. The first act of the star's reign had begun with the Windsors in 1937. The second opened with the wedding of Grace, the Princess Movie Queen, in 1956. 1,500 journalists covered the event. Grace's wedding dress, with thousands of pearls sewn on the veil, was a creation of MGM Studios' most famous designer. The marriage attracted more international attention than Elizabeth's U.S. coronation 3 years earlier. On some level, conscious or unconscious, the tendency of the British royal family to convert themselves into 20th century stars probably dates from the Monaco wedding. Grace and her wedding party sailed across the Atlantic to her wedding. As they steamed into Monaco's harbor, where her mythological prince and the court waited, Grace was placed on the bow of the liner. Then thousands of red and white carnations were showered upon her from the seaplane of Aristotle Onassis, who more or less controlled the local economy. 27. For the next 2 decades, Grace and Rainier were given more sustained international attention than the royalty of any real country. This attention reflected neither power, title, nor blood. They were ideal stars, linking the mythology of the old courts with that of the modern studios. As for Aristotle Onassis, he more than any other illustrated the desire of crude money holders to become stars themselves by grabbing the coattails of those who were already. He was not out to buy respectability or titles or a place at court, but raw fame. He had begun by combining a mistress, Maria Callas, the most famous opera diva of her day, with control of Rainier's toy principality. He then dropped both and moved on to marry the widow of the most famous martyr of the second half of the 20th century. The Kennedy family provided the third act in the confusing cons. 525. Creation of the star. The young president's term of office seemed to signal a return to the 18th century court system in which power and glamour were combined. But his martyrdom consigned the imagery of Camelot to the domain of the imagination. When Onassis married Mrs. Kennedy, the moral was clear: fame, not power, was the source of modern myth. 25 years after Kennedy was slain in Dallas, his niece, the host of a CBS television news show, married Arnold Schwarzenegger. A former Mr. Universe and a B-movie star, he is one of the richest and most famous Americans of our time. The bridesmaid of honor was King Arthur's daughter. The best man was a weightlifter. The guests, apart from the Kennedys, included NBC anchorman Tom Brokaw, tennis star Arthur Ashe, singer Andy Williams, TV news host star Barbara Walters and Andy Warhol. That is far closer to the composition of a modern royal wedding than the de-pass event organized around Prince Charles and Lady Diana. It was perfectly natural, a year later, that President Bush should summon the image of Conan the Barbarian and the Terminator to the White House in order to name him chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness. The screen killer commented, "President Bush is very much committed not only to have this a kinder and gentler nation, but also a very fit nation." 8. Of course Schwarzenegger had used steroids to build up his body. Oh, in such an atmosphere it is hardly surprising that politicians should have begun turning themselves into stars. C. Wright Mills caught the shift long before the trend was clear. He demonstrated the growing confusion between celebrity and image and reality by reproducing a 1954 New York Times description of President Eisenhower's weekly television appearance. Last night's information talk by President Eisenhower was much his most successful television appearance. The president and his television consultant, Robert Montgomery, apparently found a format that enabled General Eisenhower to achieve relaxation and immeasurably greater freedom of movement. The result was the attainment of television's most desired quality, naturalness. As he neared the end of his talk and wanted to employ added emphasis, the general alternately nodded his hands or tapped the fingers of one on the palm of the other. Because they were intuitive, his actions had the stamp of reality. 29. The general was on his way to becoming an actor. If this was necessary for the victorious ex-commander of the forces of freedom, then it was essential for an ordinary politician. 526. For example, in 1954, the fixed MoFi star smile was only a few years away from becoming the iconic symbol of success. One can easily trace the spread of this affectation from country to country. France, despite its well-established celebrity system, was one of the last to give in. The integrated, almost separate, political elite was partially responsible for the delay. In iconographic terms, the smile for the French was a symbol of intellectual deficiency and freedom from responsibility. Singers and actors smiled. But if a writer or a politician dared to show his teeth, he would not be taken seriously. Examine author photos from before the mid-70s. In order to hold a pen, you had to keep your lips together. The same was true of election posters. Suddenly, in the late 70s, a few politicians began to clench their teeth in order to bear them by carefully drawing both upper and lower lips back into a fixed position, slightly curved upwards at each end. This awkward expression bore no relationship to personality or policy. But for the cameras it conveyed an image of the star. Overnight the smile became so important that François Mitterrand, who had already been in politics for 40 years and was then a presidential candidate, had his incisors filed down, thus permitting him to flash his teeth without looking like a vampire. The spread of the smile throughout the democracies was an important sign. The aim of public figures holding power in the 19th and early 20th centuries had been to differentiate themselves from the preceding kings and their courts, who had gradually become identified more with their fame than with their power. Kings were glamorous, they smiled. The new rational Democrats were sober and they did not smile. Clenched lips were a symbol of their devotion to public service, while the stars inherited the glamour and the public smile of kings. A century and a half later, the people's representatives suddenly seemed to tire of their sober, responsible appearance. and although they still held power, there can be no doubt who they were imitating. Public figures began to embrace all the characteristics of the star, most of which are by definition superficial, if not venal. A few months after the 1984 American presidential election, Geraldine Ferraro, the first and therefore historic woman vice presidential candidate, cashed in on her celebrity through Pepsi-Cola ads. And for the cover of a glossy magazine in 1989, Canadian Finance Minister Michael Wilson posed in a dinner jacket. He was being tickled under the chin by a television personality in a black strapless evening gown. She was lying on a high bench, almost at his shoulder level, with her cleavage aimed at the camera and her lips puckered, as if posing for a Playboy centerfold. This cover story was about what to give people for Christmas. Wilson wanted cognac, a cashmere coat, an expensive pen and a $9,000 laptop computer. The article appeared just as he was introducing a new 527 sales tax which would cut seriously into the finances of lower-income citizens. 30. Most Europeans would claim that these are signs of North American decay. In reality they are part of a general evolution which takes different forms in different countries. For example, there is the ascension of the pure star within the hierarchy of general news stories. No country could be more serious about its ideas and political analysis than France, but when 4 of its stars died in the mid-80s, each death was treated as an event of primary importance. To be precise, each was the first item on all television and radio news broadcasts. And these were not simply announcements. The national evening news on each channel gave a lengthy analysis of their careers. These included personal statements from the President of the Republic, the Prime Minister and most of the major political leaders of the day. They commented on the national contributions made by the comedian, Colucci, killed on a motorbike in his 40s, the impersonator Thierry Luron dead of AIDS in his 30s, the singer Dalida a suicide in her 50s, and the actress Simone Signoret dead of cancer after a long career. A decade earlier, the same deaths would have been mentioned last on the news broadcasts, as 30-second kickers. All 4 were given privately organized quasi-state funerals. Great war leaders and ex-prime ministers had died during the 70s and 80s, but they were sent off with nothing to match the pomp given Thierry Luron at La Madeleine. In the front row were Prime Minister Jacques Chirac, with his wife, the wife of President Mitterrand, the Minister of Culture François Lyotard and the ex-Prime Minister and party leader Raymond Barre, with his wife. Valéry Giscard, the former President of the Republic, was not there, but he wrote a 2-page essay on Elie Luron for Paris Match, when the most famous star of the century, Sarah Bernhardt, died in 1923. There had been some front-page articles in the serious press and reports on inside pages over a period of 3 days. The President of the Republic had his aide-de-camp present a calling card at the undertaker's. Otherwise she was celebrated by the world of actors and playwrights. When Gérard Philippe, perhaps the most important French actor of the 40s and 50s, died tragically young, at 37, in 1959, there were boxes on page 1 of most papers, referring to articles inside. No elected official commented. When the great singer Edith Piaf died in 1963, the pattern was the same. When Yves Montand, actor and singer, died in 1991, French radio and television news broadcasts were given over in entirety or almost entirely to him. The President, the Prime Minister and all the leaders of the opposition made formal statements. 3 of the serious national 528 dailies gave him their entire front page. T.g. others gave half. Constitutional reform was squeezed to the asterisk inside pages. The bombardment of Dubrovnik was eliminated. All but one of the serious weeklies gave him their cover, often including special inserts of 30 to 40 pages. 31 This same phenomenon can be seen in Britain through the gradual rise of the stars within the Queen's system of honours. She distributes these upon the advice of her government. At first glance, this showering of medals and titles on singers, dressmakers, and football players seems to show a welcome egalitarianism. But what is the actual purpose of honors? They were designed to reward services to the crown and subsequently to the state and the public weal. In general, this meant rewarding civil or military services. Of course, the rich have always been able to buy themselves some level of honor, either by filling the coffers of a political party or by financing some area of genuine public need, from poorhouses and training centers to concert halls and art galleries. But most stars don't even pretend to have served the public weal. And the responsibility for giving these honors lies with those who hold formal positions of power. They decorate the stars in order to be identified with people more famous and more popular than they themselves are. In that sense, the system of honors has been completely deformed, because instead of rewarding services, the established authorities are exploiting the fame of the stars. This confusion between reality and fame can be seen in the way news is delivered to the public. The managers of the news distribution systems receive information which can be broken down into three categories. The first consists of the truth as presented by politicians, governments, government departments, private corporations, and any other sort of organization or lobby group. Irrespective of their policies or interests, they all present their truth within the framework of contemporary argument. These announcements are constituted either in the context of emotion, because jingoism and motherhood are impervious to argument, or of information, because information consists of facts and facts are the irrefutable basis of truth. There is not much that journalists can do with this rhetoric except run excerpts back to back with the equally rhetorical criticisms produced by rival politicians, opposition parties, and unions. Faced by such impenetrable informational onslaughts, the public tends to withdraw into the passivity of a receptacle, just as the journalists tend toward the passivity of a conduit. Both are endlessly waiting for practical opportunities to bring the manipulators to ground. 529. Personal scandals are one of the few remaining areas in which this can be done. The journalists must catch the public figure on some minor moral point. A cabinet minister gets his secretary pregnant, a president accepts diamonds from an emperor-dictator who may also be a cannibal, another president suggests that underlings break into the opposition's headquarters. The citizen can latch onto this concrete scandal in lieu of serious public debate over major issues. The politicians protest that these are minor offenses. But they avoid mentioning their own systematic intellectual dishonesty on what they would consider major matters. The second category of information consists of fights, divers, murders, rapes, assassinations, kidnappings, hijackings, flash floods and blizzards. There is no real difference between the old three-alarm fire story and a coup d'état. Both turn on immediate, concrete violence. Both make good news because they are easy to describe or show. The difficulty is that they come without warning and don't last long. Finally, there is news of the celebrities. Celebrities must appear to do something on a regular basis or they may cease to be famous. They are reliable regular suppliers of information and thus of employment for journalists. This favors an increase in the coverage of pure stars, an encouragement for politicians to act like stars and an opening for stars into public life. After all, if appearances are what the news structure needs, the professional stars are professional appearers, while the politicians can never be more than talented amateurs. The combination of these three news categories further confuses the line between responsible public life and stardom. It also encourages politicians and businessmen to present the real world of real events by concentrating on its celebrity-like edges. A minister takes a group of journalists off to a mine, for example. He puts on a miner's hat, goes below earth, is filmed and photographed, then reemerges to make a rhetorical statement on mining policy. In other words, the minister combines Category 1 rational propaganda with Category 3 acting in a skit. A mining disaster would be even better for a minister who knows how to take advantage of a Category 2 fates divers. Flying over forest fires or earthquakes, visiting hospitals filled with victims, going to funerals after disasters, these are all part of a parabolesque deformation of public affairs in which elected officials act out an imaginary leading role. It was only a matter of time before the journalists themselves became stars. For example, All electronic programming, whether news, public affairs, or cultural, requires a host. The viewer or listener has access. 530. To public questions and to public figures only through this intermediary figure. The viewer's loyalty is therefore to the host, not his or her guests. The host was there last week as the people's intermediary. He or she will be there next week, while the interviewee is often limited to a 30-second clip. Sometimes he has 10 minutes. Occasionally 15. Exceptionally 30. These time slots are, of course, gross, not net. They include the host's introduction, questions, comments, and conclusion. The most important personality on any electronic media show is, therefore, not the President of the United States. Not the Pope. Not even Jane Fonda or Michael Jackson. And if the viewer does not identify principally with that host, well then, he will shortly switch channels in search of another intermediary. The single most important television event of the Bush-Dukakis presidential campaign was not their two-part debate, but Bush's appearance on the CBS Evening News, hosted by Dan Rather. Rather challenged Bush over his involvement in the Iran-Contra affair. The then vice president refused to deal with the questions. Instead, he attacked Rather, accusing him of dirty tactics. This confrontation revealed nothing about past policy. Instead, it was Bush's ability to take on the host which surprised and impressed everyone. Bush managed to do the impossible. He threw doubt on the host's motives and competence. The ability to tarnish an established star proved that he had the makings of a star himself. Rather protested afterwards that the personality clash had been irrelevant. What mattered was the vice president's refusal to answer his questions. But his protests rang hollow because he himself is one of the leading beneficiaries of a system that rewards celebrity over content. All the same, television public affairs programming does allow the public to see men of power, to hear them reply under questioning, to witness company presidents and politicians being investigated. But what is the meaning of these questions and investigations if we have now come full circle, back to the 18th century confusion of fame with power, so that all we can see is an illusion of reality? Most television examinations of public affairs, for example, are reduced to parables, in a curious continuation of the Christian tradition. The Christian parable, however, attempted to effect social change by questioning and disturbing. The television parable is self-fulfilling and reassuring. Television interviews of public persons are little different from those with Madonna or Catherine Deneuve. The politician is examined through personal strengths and flaws. Of course, serious problems such as the West Bank, Lebanon, acid rain, or arms control are repeatedly invoked, but in an unsustained manner, as if names were being dropped. This is the natural product of a system which has no faculty for continuity beyond personality. As a result, the celebrity, Dan. 531. Rather, failed in his attempt to sustain an argument on a concrete subject when the public person, George Bush, responded in the mode of a star by sticking to personality. Politicians often charge that the media refuse to deal with questions seriously. It is clear that the politicians have learned their lesson from the media. Now they themselves refuse. During the 1950s and 60s, years of relative optimism, there was a great movement of technocrats towards politics in the belief that society needed to unite administration and political leadership in rational hands. One after another, men and women like Wilson, Trudeau, Heath, Carter, Giscard, Schmidt, Chirac, and Thatcher won power. This was apparently the apotheosis of rational man, who had ceased serving outmoded politicians and himself become the new leader. Within a few years most of them were considered failures. Some were defeated because they simply could not communicate. The few who survived did so on the strength of their personalities. The subsequent counterwave of politicians did not question or reject the complex rational structures. They simply tried to instill confidence by proposing painfully simple solutions. This rise of mediocrity to the level of a public virtue produced leaders who were not intelligent but who had a certain talent as performers. They knew how to appear decisive or knowledgeable or in command. Some, like Margaret Thatcher, were actually technocrats, though she disguised this by addressing the world in a strident and highly personal manner. With unmatched ferocity she attacked inflation for a full decade, at the end of which inflation was higher in England than in all those soft on socialism European countries who had hardly bothered to attack it. Her star qualities were so great that no one seemed to notice, any more than they noticed that her ferocity had not been matched by originality or ingenuity. Her anti-inflationary weapons had been limited to the standard methods which had already been used unsuccessfully by technocrats such as Valéry Giscard, for whom she theoretically had contempt. But then, reality had not been at stake in her battle, only a theatrical version of it. In the United States the system turned to a B-movie actor. America's intelligentsia have attempted to treat this event as an accident, an oddity. But it was precisely his qualities as a mediocre star of limited intelligence which brought Ronald Reagan to power and kept him there. Before seeking the presidency, Reagan wrote his autobiography, "Where's the Rest of Me?" This is a line from King's Row, a film in which his character wakes up in hospital to discover that his legs have been amputated. Instead of being required reading in American universities. 532. This book is out of print. And yet in it Reagan explains how, for the first time in the age of reason, a pure star was able to rise to the summit of power. One of his basic principles was that leadership in a confused era is primarily a matter of clear perspective. He seems to have understood this as early as his first public appearance, when he was scarcely 20. He was calling a football game live for radio. "We are speaking to you from high atop the Memorial Stadium of the University of Iowa, looking down from the west on the south 40-yard line." Reagan the autobiographer goes on to comment, "I've always believed in the teller who locates himself, so the audience can see the game through his eyes." 32. This is a principle which contradicts everything rational men believe and do. They provide answers and then prove them to the listener, who cannot help but feel this is an aggression upon his dignity. Reagan may have insulted the intelligence of the people, but he did not question their dignity. He merely placed himself in a chosen position vis-a-vis reality, told people where he thought he was and then described in simple but mythological terms what he saw. If you accepted that he was where he said he was, it was difficult to reject the description that followed. He placed himself in such a manner that he spoke as if he were the people's eyes. Actors understand that what all of us want is to believe. The plausibility of drama has always turned on our willing suspension of disbelief. It is not the unwilling suspension. The individual wants to believe. We can hardly be blamed for that. The rational elites can deny this with answers and arguments, but the truth can be seen in the growing number of below-average politicians who occupy the positions of power from which clear descriptions can emanate. The illusion they create is double that of an actor like Reagan. In search of real power, they must pretend to be people who pretend to be real. They adjust their convictions with the arbitrariness of those who rely upon pollsters. They describe these temporary visions with memorized formulas. The stock phrases roll off their tongues. And they behave as much as possible like B-movie actors. In other words, after a period in which technocrats attempted to become stars and stars to become politicians, the political void has been occupied by the force of mediocrity, which can easily master enough of the star techniques to produce inoffensive personalities and enough of the rational vocabulary to create the sounds of competence. George Bush, a technocrat and a longtime insider, has honed his 533 vocabulary to disguise most signs of intelligence by speaking mainly in simple, show business style phrases. Even Barbara Bush falls victim to this need. In June 1989 it was rumored that she was displeased with Lee Atwater, then the Republican National Committee chairman. Mrs. Bush is always described as an old-fashioned, Eastern Seaboard, family-oriented, no-nonsense person, the very opposite of a star. And yet she had her press secretary inform the press that she had telephoned Mr. Atwater to say, "I love you." The First Lady obviously has a better sense of the B-movie approach than Mrs. Reagan did. Not only does she resort easily to the sort of gushing celebrity overstatement which eliminates the possibility of a reply, she also finds it normal to intervene in a matter of national politics by simply evoking a hit song, "I Just Called to Say I Love You," by Stevie Wonder. It was an approach worthy of Ronald Reagan, who regularly used film scenarios and film dialogue in political speeches, as if they were real and in order to invoke a sympathetic, unconscious memory. As with President Reagan, her celebrity approach worked. The rumors died. Mrs. Bush aside, the presence of such people in positions of power raises the question of what power has become if they can hold it. Has power itself become an illusion in a world where Lee Iacocca is thought to be a capitalist, Brian Mulroney a head of government, Ralph Lauren a leader, David Bowie a moral beacon, Bob Geldof the savior of Ethiopia and Catherine Deneuve the symbol of womanhood? This confusion is quite genuine. The actor Tom Cruise earned $16 million between 1986 and 1987, that is to say, more than all but one or two American corporate presidents in the same period. In 1986, when he was 23, Cruise said of his film Top Gun, which was about fighter pilots, "A Top Gun instructor once told me that there are only 4 occupations worthy of a man: actor, rock star, jet fighter pilot or President of the United States." 33 He was already an actor and had just played a fighter pilot in a film seen by more people than vote for the President of the United States. They did more than go out to vote for him. They went out and paid to see him. Since playing the role of a fighter pilot seems to weigh as heavily in mythological terms as actually being one, and since he had already received adulation beyond that reserved for a president, it may be fair to say that at 23 Tom Cruise had already held 2.5 of the 4 occupations worthy of a man and would soon be on the cover of Time magazine. Of course, this could all be dismissed as movie hype. What makes it real is that those who have power treat the stars seriously, frequent them, laud them, imitate them. What is more, the technocrats and the modern stars resemble each other, perhaps not surprisingly since both are products of rational society. Neither one seeks conversation or is 534 really capable of it. Both thrive on staged proceedings. The actor, like the modern man of reason, must have his place determined and his lines memorized before he goes on stage. Nothing is more terrifying to such people than someone who thinks in public, that is, someone who questions himself openly. The public itself has been soothed to such an extent by scripted debates imbued with theoretically right answers that it no longer seems to respond positively to arguments which create doubt. Real doubt creates real fear. In the mid-1980s, the heir to the British throne began to pose questions in public about social conditions, architecture, and the lives people led. He also gave concrete demonstrations of open-ended thinking and self-doubt. He went away to an isolated Scottish island where he did menial farm chores in order to clear his mind and to contemplate. The public reaction ranged from the shrill to the silently embarrassed. What they were all thinking was, can a man who acts in this way become our king? He is a legitimate star. Fame, after all, is what the royal family saved from its original power equals fame equation. On the other hand, he and his family are the central working mythology of the nation. And mythology should not think. In fact, theoretically it cannot. What makes the prince's admission of musing so interesting is that he represents a direct line back to the absolute monarchs. Not that he is refuting his constitutional position. But his comments are part of a long evolution, rather in the way that one monk during the Middle Ages might have written comments on a predecessor's manuscript. Here is the direct descendant of the original holders of both absolute power and absolute fame making a comment on the difficulties of public thought in the rational era. Willy Brandt attempted the same thing with limited success when he was in power, as did Olof Palme of Sweden. When Pierre Mendès France tried, he was shut out of office for the next quarter century. Pierre Trudeau mused several times in public about difficult problems and possible solutions. 34 He was attacked from all sides as irresponsible. De Gaulle found a sensible compromise, given the times. He reserved his public thinking for the printed page, and on those pages he allowed himself to ask fundamental questions. But when he spoke, it was either with reason or with emotion, that is to say, with answers or with mythology. He divided himself between the man of letters, who knows how to live with doubt, and the man of state, who is the epitome of certainty. The brilliance of this approach could be seen in the frustration and sometimes fury of the opposing elites. The truism today is that mythological figures and men of power should not think in public. They should limit themselves to affirming truths. Stars, after all, are rarely equipped to engage in public debate. They would abhor the idea that the proper way to deal with confusion. 535. In society is to increase that confusion by asking uncomfortable questions until the source of the difficulties is exposed. If the public personae of those who hold power are carefully examined in an historical context, the original connection between power and glamour can be seen to involve two very distinct sorts of fame. The first is that of useless celebrity, which abounded in the old royal courts and was of such concern to the courtiers. This fame remains today what it always was, dependent on but extraneous to a man's real functions, like icing on a cake. Theoretically harmless, in reality this decoration cloaks the public figure in a protective aura. The second kind of fame is that which should be attached to the acceptance of public responsibility. The purpose of such notoriety is to make the public servant visible to the citizen so that we may judge him. If he holds power in order to serve us, then we must see him clearly and understand what he is doing. Fame, in that sense, is an obligation to be perfectly visible and therefore transparent. Public figures today tend automatically to favor the first sort of fame, that of the courtiers and stars, in order to win and hold power. At the same time they obscure the manner in which they actually govern, while harping on about the prying of the media and the loss of their own privacy. In other words, they act like stars but insist that their personal lives are a private matter. This is patent hypocrisy. If you want to be a star, your sex life, indeed your orgasms, are of primary public interest, just as they were under the reign of the absolute monarchs. The real problem is that public figures are now famous for all the wrong reasons while being allowed too much privacy in the areas that matter. If they ceased acting like stars, their private lives would cease to be of interest. Full light on their lives as public servants, however, would create the kind of celebrity which no star could bear. If the searching lights of stardom were turned on public officers for the right reasons, the public would come to expect something quite different from its leaders. It would begin to make sense to proceed through questioning and confusion, instead of through the formalized intractability necessary to stars. 21. It is hardly surprising that those who hold power should attempt to control the words and language people use. Determining how individuals communicate is the best chance rulers have to control what they think. Clumsy men try to do this through violence and fear. Heavy-handed men running heavy-handed systems attempt the same thing through police-enforced censorship. The more sophisticated the elites, the more they concentrate on creating integrated intellectual systems which control expression through the communications structures. These systems require only the discreet use of censorship and uniformed men. In other words, those who take power will always try to change the established language. And those who hold power will try to control it. Governments produced by the most banal of electoral victories, like those produced by the crudest of coups d'état, will always feel obliged to dress themselves up linguistically in some way. At stake are not simply particular temporary arguments but the entire baggage of a civilization. What a language says about a society's history will create mythology, direct the individual's imagination and limit or justify whatever those in power wish to do. We can recount our own history in a myriad of ways, twisting the origins and characteristics of the individual, the passage of kings, the sequence of wars, the evolution of architecture, the relationship between rich and poor, between men and women to suit whatever is currently at stake. But anyone attempting a disinterested look will notice that each major change in structure is either preceded or rapidly followed by some revolution in language. For the last half-century, we have been lost in a jungle of social sciences which claim to have released man from the intellectual manipulations of the past, thanks to the application of disinterested rational analysis. And yet a calm look at any specific subject they have touched reveals that their objectivity has been just another interested manipulation of language. The wordsmith, prophet, singer, poet, essayist, novelist has always been either the catalyst of change or, inversely, the servant of 537. Established power. He breaks up the old formulas of wisdom or truth and thus frees the human imagination so that individuals can begin thinking of themselves and their society in new ways, which the writer must then express in new language. He may also put himself at the service of the new powers in order to build linguistic cages in which that freed imagination may be locked. The breakup of the old Western linguistic order began in the 14th century, when men like Dante, Petrarch, and Chaucer created remarkable social reflections by infusing their local languages with the genius of great poetry. They intentionally set these vulgar tongues in opposition to the Latin of the official religious and intellectual order. This breakup turned into what might be better described as a breakout in the 16th and 17th centuries, with first the dramatization of reality led by Shakespeare and Molière, then the insidious informality of the essay, which with Michel de Montaigne and Abraham Cowley began questioning the theoretical truths of their time, and finally the birth of a rough and undignified means of communication, the novel. In the hands of a one-armed old soldier like Cervantes and a trouble-making doctor like Rabelais, these simple prose stories created entire models of civilization for every man's imagination, models which reflected reality and not the official portrait of the world order. Finally, in the 18th and 19th centuries, this novel form came to full strength, poking its reflecting eye into the smallest corners of the established order. From Swift and Voltaire to Goethe, Dickens, Tolstoy, and Zola, it mocked and dissected everything from the grand mythologies to the methods of industrial production and the ambitions of a small-town doctor's wife. The novel was not a product or a creature of reason. It was the most irrational means of communication, subject to no stylistic order or ideological form. It was to intellectual order what animism is to religion, devoid of organized precedence or dependence on social structure. For the purposes of the novelist, everything was alive and therefore worthy of interest and doubt. At its best, the novel became a vehicle for humanistic honesty. However, like democracy, it rose in tandem with the forces of reason. The endless specifics of reform made them alive to such a degree that the novel became the dominant linguistic form of the rational revolution. In that process, novelists became famous people and important factors in the process of social evolution. They wrote about every aspect of civilization and, if they had examined a problem seriously and then written well about it in their fiction, they could make an impact on the condition of the peasantry, public education, the morality of empire building, or indeed on what women thought about men and men about women. 538. Most citizens still see our contemporary wordsmiths as an independent voice given more to criticizing the established powers than to praising them. And yet it is hard to think of another era when such a large percentage of the wordsmiths have been so cut off from general society, and when language has been so powerless to communicate to the citizens the essence of what is happening around us and to us. The workings of power have never been so shielded by professional verbal obscurantism. The mechanisms of waste disposal management, opera houses, universities, hospitals, of everything to do with science, medicine, agriculture, museums, and 1,000 other sectors are protected by the breakdown of clear, universal language. Strangely, writers seem unwilling or unable to attack effectively this professional obscurantism. In fact, the majority actively participate in it. They claim independence from established authority, but accept and even encourage the elitist structures that literature has developed over the last half-century. As indignant individuals they rightly criticize power, but as writers they tend to encourage, through their own use of specialized literary forms, the Byzantine layering of language which divides and confuses our society. They have saved from the writer's inheritance his desire to speak out in the name of justice, but many have forgotten that this involves doing so first via their writing. In their rush to become part of rational society, which means to become respected professionals in their own right, they have forgotten that the single most important task of the wordsmith is to maintain the common language as a weapon whose clarity will protect society against the obscurities of power. The professional, by definition, is in society. He has his assigned territory over which his expertise gives him control. The writer is meant to be the faithful witness of every man and should therefore be neither within society nor without. He must be of society, the constant link between all men. Novelists had the power to make the new middle-class citizenry dream of freedom. They created a force which could pierce the shield of authority. That force consisted of ideas, situations, and emotions clearly communicated. They used this to collapse the credibility of church dogma and to lay out a path which the nascent democratic regimes could follow. They defined and posted and defended on a continuous basis the standards expected from a responsible citizen. They became the voice of the citizen against the ubiquitous raison d'etat, which reappeared endlessly to justify everything from unjust laws and the use of child labor to incompetent generalship and inhuman conditions on warships. In places such as Russia, the novelists was allowed voice widely and constantly heard, leading the way from the Napoleonic Wars to the Revolution of 1917. Throughout the West these storytellers, along with the poets and the essayists, baited and attacked and mocked again and again. 539. Those with power and the systems they ran. The themes they popularized have gradually turned into the laws which, for all their flaws, have improved the state of man. Emotion so out of favor today in the management of public affairs was one of the strengths novels used to neutralize the most convincing explanations of state interest and of financial necessity. A great novelist could keep his head up and his words flowing even in the passionate gales produced by the Superman heroes, who increasingly seized power and wreaked general havoc. Elsewhere in society brilliant and decent men of reason were silenced by these heroes. Reason, they discovered, eliminated the emotional force necessary to fight back. The novelist could be saved from this trap by his need to communicate with every man, but also by the need to animate characters who were as real men and women. The novelist preached reason but was himself dependent upon common sense, constantly balancing intellect with emotion. He served our imagination through his devotion to clarity and universality. Those wordsmiths who in some way served established power almost always preached complexity and the obscurity of superior language. With success and influence the novelists kept on multiplying until there were more of them than anyone could have imagined. And so, in the last years of the 20th century, the citizen stares out expectantly into the vast scribbling crowd in search of the new Tolstoy, Zola's successor, Goethe reborn, Conrad or Lorca, and he does indeed find great writers and great novels. But above all he finds changed expectations, as the writing community is increasingly dominated by intractable purveyors of novels too opaque for any public beyond the semi-professional reader, bevies of approving or disapproving professors of literature, multiplying hordes produced by creative writing schools, esoteric sects producing high art of the sort which used to belong in the world of the vanity press, and scores of hands rushing out detailed confessions of their personal loves and anxieties. Where the dangerous wordsmith and his weapon the word once led, a grand army of introspection, style, and literary analysis now holds sway. It is easy to bemoan a society in which the creative word no longer carries great weight in the large and small arguments of the day. But, citizens rightly ask, what does this person know to merit our ears? Even those writers, great and otherwise, who address the real world in their fiction, find that they are tarred by the broad brush of literature's withdrawal into professionalism and specialization. Perhaps this slide away from reality is simply part of an inevitable decline into dotage. After all, over the last 700 years the great center stage of public communications has been held by a series of quite different dramatic forms. Thus the ballad gave way to the poem, and the poem. 540. More or less to the play and to the essay, both of these to the novel. Now the electronic image is in the process of squeezing the novel out of the limelight. None of these forms ever quite disappears. but they do slip off the center stage, out of the public's view and into the wings. There they hang about like dissatisfied old troopers, still convinced they could do it better than the newcomers. Yet history has little sympathy for the wordsmith as a delicate flower. And neither fatigue nor intellectual gentility are strong arguments for passivity. The evolution of language can be reduced to a series of breakouts in the direction of that clarity which allows ideas to be delivered and understanding promoted. Those are the moments when writers explode the established arguments and light up the obscurities of power. Nothing is more terrifying to those in authority, whether their power is over a country, a factory, or a child. They quickly launch hunts to recapture this wild language and, once successful, force it back into appropriate order. Two factors are constant: in its moments of freedom, language seeks clarity and communication; when imprisoned, the word instead becomes a complex and obscure shield for those who master it. Over the last 2.5 millennia, Western language has managed 3 escapes from the prison of established and appropriate order. The first occurred in the city-state of Athens, the second through the person of a young man who preached as the Messiah. The third started out audaciously with the genius of Dante and grew in strength despite constant opposition until it reached a maximum of freedom in the novel. That language now seems perilously close to being recaptured by the forces of order. It was clear from the beginning of the Athenian escape that the resulting freed language would be the servant of the individual and not of established power. When Solon was called upon to save Athens from its financial, legal, and political crisis in 594 BC, he was already the greatest poet of his time and an experienced political figure. The reforms he brought about in turn laid the foundations for the city's greatness. More important still, he fixed firmly into the Western imagination a conviction that moderation and honesty were the essence of public affairs. His main weapon was the word, and he proved that it could be a force for restraint, rather than an incitement to extremes, as so much of our history has seemed to show. He established not that writers should govern or preach, but that their words should carefully reflect the reality of their times in the context of what was possible for men to understand and to act upon. This freeing of language in 594 BC was an unexpected opportunity. 541. Made possible by a crisis so great that the structures of established power were helpless. Solon may have been the leading populist poet of the day, but his greatest enemy was also poetry. The genius of Homer had provided the justifying texts for the old order. The Iliad and the Odyssey, with their official gods and heroes, had a stranglehold on imagination and power. Acceptance that humanity's affairs were decided on both the large and the personal scales at the level of divinities left no room for either individual responsibility or initiative. In fact, it invited the arbitrary and chaotic rule of heroic leaders. Once the Athenian crisis had been dealt with and Solon had modestly withdrawn from power, his constitution was overthrown by the conservative forces. He had provided an alternate model for government, but not the more important thing, an alternate model for civilization and the individual. Over the next 2.5 centuries the struggle he had initiated swayed back and forth. Pericles made political advances which were superficially impressive but fragmentary on the level of the imagination. The invasion of wandering sophists, experts on various subjects who had great success selling their advice, demonstrated how confused the population was. These sophists bore an astonishing resemblance to our social scientists and technocrats. Then, in the years around 400 BC, Socrates and Plato resolved at least the issue of language. Socrates' persistent attacks on doubtful knowledge were often aimed at the poets. He was attacking not only the Homeric dictatorship but also the old school of conservative poets-playwrights. By persisting with his loud, often rude questions and refusing to write a word himself, he undermined their control of the language. By questioning everyone in a simple, popular tongue, he was giving power to that part of the language not controlled by established forms. In the end they formally accused him of heresy and of corrupting the minds of the young and, by a vote of 280 to 221, condemned him to death. This unjust and unwise victory backfired and brought about the undoing of the old order of the imagination. Plato, one of Socrates' students, was profoundly marked both by the trial and the subsequent legally imposed suicide. He felt driven to lay out a fundamentally secular and balanced way of organizing society. Whatever their flaws, the Republic and other texts provided a complete alternate model for civilization and the individual. This illumination of non-arbitrary human relationships was so successful that every succeeding Western society has felt obliged to take it into account, as often to gain control over the individual's mind as to release it. Perhaps the most ironic claim of lineage has come in the last century from our own technocracy. The Athenian breakout of language pitted moral standards and free thought, which were at first embedded in simple language and then in philosophy, against the highly evolved beauty of poetry which de 542 demanded unquestioning consent from the individual. The second outbreak again began with simple language, again unwritten, but this time preached. Christ's populist prose was inevitably pitted against sophisticated religions, first Judaism and then the heroic and divine panoply of Roman gods. The few simple words he uttered seemed to have a universal and inherently uncontrollable strength, such that their influence grew despite the obscurity of his life and death. They survived the interpretations of the unknown scribes who produced the texts which were gathered together as the Gospels. Christ's language witnessed reality in such a way that no organized power could control his meaning or profit from it. Even the subsequent compromises made by the Church in order to win support from the emperor and the bureaucratic officials in Rome did not limit the force of his actual words. It was only thanks to the contested and late inclusion in the New Testament of the Book of Revelations that governments and the administrators of formal religion were able to gain control over Christ's language. Rome pushed hard for inclusion. Constantinople and the Church in the East were strongly opposed. This 4th century argument was almost a rehearsal for the subsequent dispute over idolatry, which began in earnest with Damasus's election as pope in 361 and dragged on until 841, when the iconoclastic struggle ended with virtual victory for Rome's position in favor of idol worship. The premise of Revelations was that an old man called John, living on the island of Patmos, could deliver a prophecy revealed to him by the risen Jesus Christ. 5 verses into the text, John establishes his privileged relationship by introducing Christ as the faithful witness who, with a great voice as of a trumpet, instructs him to write. The faithful witness is the one who sees and speaks accurately and thus is to be trusted. John therefore goes on to convey Christ's message to the churches on earth. What follows are pages of raving. These include the entire pagan, superstitious, dark tradition which had dominated the Western barbarian imagination until the arrival of Christianity. Northrop Frye has shown that the Book of Revelations is nothing more than a compendium of mythological elements drawn from the Old Testament. 2. But this is precisely the sort of mythology which, when isolated from the main narrative, Judaism had in common with every other sect in the Mediterranean basin. The mesmerizing beauty of the words and images cannot be denied, majestic, filled with foreboding, threats, and promises, offering a tantalizing physical view of heaven, which Christ had so carefully avoided, providing, in fact, a complete and complex model for the Christian imagination. Once the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, the 7 seals and the 543 whores of Babylon, along with the false and facile division of the world into good and evil, had been given equal footing in the New Testament with the Sermon on the Mount, it was hardly surprising that the Christian language had been undermined to the point where it was as malleable as any old moon cult. In fact, more malleable. Pagan cults were often difficult for those in power to deform or manipulate because they combined strict public ritual with a narrow set of ironclad rules. Paul and his epistles are often blamed for Christianity's strange tangents. But his contributions were merely politics and policy. John's revelations altered the nature of the Christian ethic. It blew the Christian message so wide open that any extreme action, good or evil, could be justified. Self-sacrifice, martyrdom, purity, devotion and concern for others had no greater purchase in Christ's official testament than did racism, violence, or absolutism of any sort. Whoever wrote John's text was consciously or unconsciously in the service of organized authority. Official inclusion did not necessarily guarantee revelation's equal standing with those earlier Gospels which actually quoted the living Christ on the basis of first-hand evidence. Much of the credibility for a prophecy theoretically received from the risen Son of God came from a widespread belief that the author was the disciple John who, years before, had also theoretically written one of the Gospels. Of course, anyone who wanted to know knew that they were two different people. For a start, the earliest manuscript of John's Gospel is in Greek, while that of Revelations is in Hebrew. The Church never actually said that the young fisherman/disciple and the old man on the island of Patmos were one and the same. Instead, the authorities remained vague on the subject. They permitted the misunderstanding to spread, which it did so successfully that most preachers, pastors, and even priests still believe there was only one John. For the quasi-totality of believers who, from the 4th century on, simply accepted that one man wrote both texts, it was impossible not to give his later revelations equal value with his earlier work. If he lied on Patmos, then why would we believe his original good news about Christ? And since his gospel matches those of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, if John lied, then why should anyone believe any of them? Thousands of theologians would later contribute to the capture, binding and disarming of the original Christian language, St. Augustine first among them. Perhaps the most effective method they found was the maintenance of the Bible in Latin, so that the original simple oral message could only be received in the form of an authorized interpretation by a priest. Even so, the real victory of official complexity over simple free language was already long over, having taken less than 400 years from when Christ first preached. 544. The third and greatest breakout of language began tentatively inside the Christian Church in the 13th century and eventually came to a culmination through the novel in the 19th and early 20th centuries. It seems now to be almost over, our dominant language today being one of reassurance, confusion, and control. That this revolution began in the Church was hardly surprising. Christianity was the universal truth of Western civilization. There was no serious dissenting position outside that idea. The obvious alternative, for anyone wishing to withdraw from the ideological and bureaucratic complexities of the Christian empire, was to return to the simplicity of the Church's founder. Francis of Assisi, son of a rich merchant, set aside all the benefits of his civilization in 1206. His physical emulation of Christ's simple way of life was eloquent. More revolutionary, however, was his setting aside of a millennium of intricate theology and ideology to think and speak in the simple oral tongue of Christ. 3. This came in a world still dominated by the rich, mystical obscurity of another saint, Bernard of Clairvaux, who had died 50 years before. Francis's opting out was passive and suggested no challenge to authority. His message flashed through Europe like an electric current, oral and therefore intellectually invisible, escaping all ideological and theological structures, controls, and traps. However, as with Socrates and Christ, oral dissent becomes the property of structures when the spokesman dies. The Church recuperated Francis's message by burying his memory in sainthoods, basilicas, writings, and paintings, all the formal honors, in other words, that authority can dispense. If there was to be an alternate model for the imagination, it would have to come through the written word. This would have to begin unfolding through the forms which were already in existence, first poetry, then poetry on stage, then drama in prose, before evolving into the novel. The idea of narrative of the story was there from the beginning, inching its way through different media towards an autonomous existence. But perhaps the greatest works of genius came very early on, through the mechanisms of the older forms. The 14th century was filled with these explosions of language, as Dante, then Boccaccio, Petrarch, and Chaucer seized essentially secular local languages which they exploited in order to reflect human reality. But they also filled and formed them with their own genius and imagination. Poetry was therefore at the very center of the public stage. Dante, a leader in Florentine city-state politics, was forced into exile in 1302 and consciously chose to write not in vulgar Latin, but in a vulgar. 545. local dialect which was the fresh, straightforward, and unchained language of the people. The same can be said of Petrarch, a papal courtier, Boccaccio, a Florentine public servant, and Chaucer, who was in the service of the king before becoming a civil servant. This humanist explosion was driven in part by a conviction that such poetry could have a profound effect on the reader. The writers were also fully conscious that they were sliding along a very thin line between social descent, which could cost them their positions and perhaps their lives, and innocent verse, which wished merely to inform and to delight. So long as the poem remained the weapon of men concerned by and involved in the real world, it maintained its popular force. The examples are endless. Alexander Pope, political meddler. John Milton, jailed for his political and religious beliefs. Walter Raleigh, adventurer and courtier. Alexander Pushkin, Decembrist sympathizer. Mikhail Lermontov, exiled for his poem attacking Pushkin's murderers. You greedy crowd that round the scepter crawl. Alphonse de Lamartine, leader of the 1848 revolution. Victor Hugo, scourge of Louis Napoleon. That Hugo was among the most famous men of the second half of the 19th century and Byron nearly the most famous of the first does not really impress the world of contemporary literature. It merely seems to confirm that Romanticism didn't produce important verse. But the fame of Hugo and Byron had nothing to do with their style. It had to do with a willingness and an ability to reflect their own times. When Byron wrote, "All contemplative existence is bad. One should do something," he meant that words are what you do, not what you are. You must try to do something in the world not in order to succeed, as if it were a matter of banal ambition, but in order to be there, in order to understand how to produce real words. Throughout the long debate over the proper role of poetry, the Republic of Dubrovnik remained a peculiar and stable poetic example sitting on the edge of the West. Isolated and protected by the cliffs behind and the sea in front, Dubrovnik was the closest the Christian world ever came to recreating Athens. It was governed much of the time by its leading poets and lasted 1,000 years, from the 9th to the 19th century, which also made it the longest-lived of Western political organizations. The rectors of the city-state were changed monthly on a revolving basis. Their characteristics were a high level of education and, more often than not, an ability to denounce injustice and defend liberty through their verse. 4. In those 1,000 years, the city held off or maintained loose alliances with the Muslims, the Turks, the Venetians, and the Austrians. Despite having one of the largest commercial fleets on the Mediterranean, they defended themselves without a navy or an army. Their strength was a remarkably astute foreign policy which neutralized their enemies. The poets also excelled. 546. In the particularly difficult negotiations which played the city's various rivals and enemies off against each other. Needless to say, it was Bonaparte, the destroyer of republics, who brought the by-then-aged system to an end. Already in the early 19th century, the forces throughout the West that wished to drag poetry off into the wings of contemplation, specialization and elitism were growing. The center stage was already being occupied by the novel. Later in the century, the shift was more or less complete. Even a genius like Baudelaire, who in some ways was one of the new inward-looking poets and yet who wrote with the full power of a popular wordsmith, was unable to find a window through to the public. Any book, he wrote, which does not address itself to the majority in number and in intelligence is a stupid book. 5. The burgeoning intellectual elites who controlled French poetry kept him out of the anthologies, school manuals, and encyclopedias long after he was dead. Similar battles took place in the theater. Throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, national languages were exploding on stages around Europe. Emotions, politics, national consciousness, love, ambition were all being expressed with an accuracy and originality never seen before. No one would have thought to differentiate between theater for the elites and theater for the people. The various parts of the audience took what suited them from plays like King Lear or Hamlet, whose staying power still seems to come in large part from this populist conception. Most of the audience, after all, was poor and uneducated. Molière came later in the evolution of French than Shakespeare did in English, so his role had less to do with explosive creativity than with a remarkable turning up of the lights of clarity and understanding. Although somewhat better educated than the Englishman, he, too, was an actor, producer, writer, and by no means what his contemporaries would have considered a man of learning. He put on his plays both at court and in Paris and wrote for all parts of French society. The church, the courtesans, and the more serviceable pens were infuriated by his ability to expand apparently simple comedies, containing simple, accessible language, into social commentaries which directly attacked those who had money or who used the courts to advance their ambitions. They did everything they could to stop him, and from time to time were able to close him down or turn the king against him. But Molière's pen was faster and sharper and more popular than their backroom politics. Above all, he had the public with him because he reflected the world as it was. In the midst of the greatest controversy of his career, when he was under constant physical threat and the menace of being removed from court as well as shut down in Paris, he replied with a play which sent up his critics. In the middle of La Critique de l'École de Femmes he paused to rub the noses of his literary rivals in 547. Their failure to carry the great public, I'd just like to know, one of the characters mused, whether the greatest rule of all the rules isn't to please. 6. It was precisely this undefeatable power of the popular word, the word that pleases, which had driven Richelieu to create the French Academy. The blows from a sword are easily healed, he wrote in his political testament. But it is not the same with blows of the tongue. 7. The Academy was apparently devoted to developing language and literature. However, by its own internal logic, an official body devoted to language could only be driven by a desire for respectability and a conviction that if anyone was to be pleased, it was established authority. In more practical terms, a literary organization empowered to define could not help but be devoted to control. Richelieu's understanding of systems and how they could be used to control ideas was, as always, astonishing. His use of the Academy to honor writers is still not generally understood to be a fine method for disarming dangerous language. If it had been understood, writers would not have run so eagerly to support other academies around the world. With the exception of a short period in the second half of the 18th century, when almost all French institutions were slipping out of control, the Academy has done precisely what the Cardinal expected. It has been a conservative force working against ungoverned explosions of language. The essence of the faithful witness is that he seeks no honor for his words, except from the public. The ability to reflect accurately and to communicate directly requires an absolute freedom from any obligation as a writer to any organized structure. A writer can be involved in the world in a non-literary capacity so long as his language is not directly bound to any interest. The worst of all possible combinations is to be out of the world as a man and yet bound to its structures as a writer. The gradual marginalization of poetry and drama as the principal means of public communication can be attributed in part to such public ties. Never freed of their origins stretching back to Homer and increasingly imprisoned by the now stable national languages, poets found themselves writing more against their own past than to the reader. This poetry of reference, however brilliant and explosive, necessarily had to be turned inward, cutting off the public reflection. The growth of literary studies encouraged this, as did the growth of academies and prizes. What to intellectuals seemed revolutionary, to the outer world seemed elitism. Poetry had at first been liberated by the exploitation of local languages that began in the 14th century. But the more poets plunged into local forms, the less sense their verse made in other tongues. To all intents and purposes it became untranslatable, although much of it was. 548. Translated and published. The result is that the leading poets of the last 100 years are virtually unknown outside their own languages. Mallarmé influenced poets everywhere, but who else? Pound and Eliot wrote astonishing things about the modern world. How many French or Germans are aware of this? Rimbaud's myth as a tragic hero has traveled, but not his poetry. Apollinaire, Elyard, Auden, Char, even Yeats, seem hopelessly limited by language. Today there are poetry festivals almost every day in different universities throughout the West. Their poets read to each other. This is not a forced imprisonment. Outside the Western democracies, poets still communicate easily with the public through their verse. This is a prison constructed of the poet's own language in their own minds, with materials such as dignity, formality, appropriate styles, and appropriate structures, an imprisonment of the imagination by heightened self-consciousness. Theater has been hampered by many of these same problems in addition to its dependence on a material infrastructure. The need to fill large halls with assembled crowds is not just an economic factor. It also creates a lack of flexibility, of light-footedness, which at the hint of political difficulties becomes a major disadvantage. Those who first used the novel form were a minority voice in a civilization still dominated by religious parables, oral storytelling, traditional epic poetry, and all the newer forms of poetry, theater, and essays. Yet even in its early picaresque appearances, the latent power of this new method came bursting out. Amadis de Gaul, perhaps the first real novel, was theoretically just an adventure story filled with the rules of well-bred worldliness. It appeared in Spain in 1508 and rapidly became one of the largest-selling books of all time, spreading throughout Europe and creating, as it went, a revolution in social perceptions. The curious, contradictory relationship between the rise of the novel and that of reason begins here. Machiavelli's The Prince, the first intellectual exposition of the new rational method, appeared in 1513. As for Amadis, he became the model for the wandering chivalrous individual of fiction. The 20th century existential heroes are reverberations of that night, still fixated on the contradiction between the responsibility attached to honor, as opposed to their personal freedom, which requires staying outside all structures. One way to understand the power in these books is to look at who wrote them. Cervantes, professional soldier, captured by the Turks, a slave for 5 years, one of the planners of the Armada. He was also jailed several times for fraud and murder. Rabelais, a physician devoted to theological law, politics, military strategy, and botany. Daniel Defoe. 549. Author of the first modern English novel, Robinson Crusoe, merchant, rebel soldier under the Duke of Monmouth, secret agent for William III and journalist. Henry Fielding, lawyer and polemicist. In the Welsh opera, he attacked the royal family, and in the historical annals, turned on Walpole. He was eventually made a judge and set about writing Tom Jones as part of his dual campaign against poverty and dishonest judges. Jonathan Swift, political polemicist, Anglican priest, and defender of Irish rights. He told Pope that his aim in writing Gulliver had been to vex the world rather than to divert it. Voltaire, philosopher, polemicist, political agitator, courtier, imprisoned in the Bastille, exiled in England, advisor to both Empress Catherine the Great of Russia and Frederick the Great of Prussia, highly successful gentleman farmer and, as has already been noted, the most famous man of the 18th century. Lermontov, adventurer and professional soldier, died in a duel. Goethe, senior government official in Weimar. Tolstoy, professional soldier, political agitator, and landowner devoted to experimental farming and revolutionary new farm management methods which, needless to say, included land reform and a new deal for the peasants. All these people were searching about for new written forms which would break out of the established debates and have the sort of impact those in authority could not easily control. The novel rose in interwoven tandem with journalism, and so novelists tended also to be pamphleteers and polemicists, writers of tracts and broadsides, political satirists, and moralists. During his exile in England, Voltaire had seen the combination aggressively exploited by Swift. But that was not exceptional. Wherever there was a sufficient crack in the censorship laws to permit publication, novels and journalists rose like Siamese twins. These driven men were not convinced, at least not in the early days, that a frivolous thing like the novel would help to change the world. Many of them had been taken in by the growing elitism which surrounded poetry and the stage. The superiority of those in decline seems always to undermine the self-confidence of those on the rise. Voltaire worked much harder at his poems and plays nobler art forms, he believed, than at his novels. His epic poem La Henriade, 1723, illustrated the life of Henry IV, who came closer than any other to the ideal of the good king. Zaire, 1732, an heroic tragedy written according to the established rules of the stage, played out the agonies of honor, power, and betrayal. He was convinced that classic forms of literature, when combined with his influence on monarchs such as Catherine the Great and Frederick the Great, would create the maximum pressure for social and political change. He and others believed that these rational monarchs would respond with reforms. For decades he wasted time praising the Prussian king's endless and mediocre rhyming couplets. This shared devotion to the noblest of art forms seemed like a guarantee. 550. That change would come. Voltaire's *JX, EMST and plays had great success but little secondary effect in the world outside books and theaters. They were eventually forgotten. But his frivolous little novels, thrown off more in frustration than out of any great belief in their artistic or moral value, immediately revealed a force of their own. Like his poems and plays, they had great popular success. But apart from the pleasure they brought the reader, novels like Zadig, 1747, and Candide, 1759, miraculously vaporized the dominant intellectual argument in favor of passivity before established systems. His fiction did not respond intellectually and win debates. It simply permitted readers to understand instinctively that such arguments were nonsense. The secret of the novel seemed to be that, alone of the word forms, it created a complete world, and one which the public could easily penetrate. A novel belonged to the solitary reader in a way that no poem, play or essay could. It was freestanding, three-dimensional and open to any man's view of it. The novelist seemed little more than a cipher for the public's reflection of itself. It was as if each reader had written the book himself. As if in some way each novel was read as an autobiography of the reader. Indeed, one of the novel's great strengths is that, at some unconscious level, each reader does believe he has written it. And he consciously believes that he could have written it. The greater the novel, the more easily the reader slips into this confusion. The novelist and his ego must obviously be invisible or such confusion would not be possible. The more the writer is visible in his fiction, the less the readers can participate. They must settle instead for a sort of intellectual voyeurism. While the role of the peeping Tom may give pleasure, it is vastly inferior to that of the participant. The great novelists therefore disappeared from their books. Perhaps most surprising was the ease with which this new form could be used by both writers and readers. There seemed to be neither inherent nor man-made limitations to the emotions it could provoke or to what it could evoke about public and private affairs. There were no arguments to be had over complex poetic forms. The only limitations were those the laws could impose. And unlike drama, there were no theaters for the authorities to close down. Books could be banned, but without great success since it was difficult to guess in advance what the public might read into a story. Governments could seize printing presses, but there were always more of these simple machines just across borders. And books slipped easily over borders and under counters. They were too small to be detected and too numerous to control. What's more, by writing in the language of the people, novelists ensured that the potential public included everyone who could read. In the 1530s Rabelais' Gargantua began its comic obscene romp across medieval good. 551. Behavior, attacking idle monks, pointless wars, and dogmatism. Under the form of high comedy, he was offering a common-sense view of man. Rabelais was constantly in trouble with the law, as was Fielding, until his Tom Jones began to undermine the credibility of courts throughout England. There was in fact a solid wall between society and the reasonable use of words. That wall was established authority and structures, both civil and intellectual. The novelist, like a mortar, was able to lob the forces of language over the barrier of structure to society on the other side. The novel was the perfect missile, in that no effective antimissile could exist. There was nothing anyone could do to prevent its flight, apart from seize books, which was the equivalent of collecting mortar shells after they had hit their targets. Seizure was a tribute to the book and merely increased its success. None of this quite explains the response of the public to an apparently frivolous means of entertainment. Narrative was at the core of the novel's success. It was the unassuming use of the story which made it possible for the reader to find his or her reflection in the novel. Beyond that was the sense that life came to life in fiction. Even facts took on a new kind of hardness within the novel. Truth seemed clearer and easier to state. Fiction could be far more real than real life. It could perceive the realities of man's inner and outer lives. And although novels were theoretically limited by their devotion to popular and therefore local languages, it rapidly became clear that, compared to poetry and drama, they were easily translated. The narrative, characterizations, emotions, and undogmatic style carried from one vernacular to another. Gargantua wasn't translated into English for a century, 1653, but The Princess of Clovis appeared in 1679, a year after the French original. Robinson Crusoe was out in 1716 and soon being read throughout Europe, Gil Bias out in 1735 and into English by 1749. The conundrum of spreading literacy being limited to local languages could thus be bypassed by fiction. Where in all this was the writer as artist? From the 17th to the early 20th centuries, he was running to keep up with the growing popularity of the novel, while inventing new and better ways to communicate true reflections to the largest possible number of people. He was developing the technical skills to make his mortar shells fly higher and farther. If art entered the picture at all, it was only as a judgment made by society upon the writer's work long after it was written, more often than not as a sort of posthumous medal. And individuals do not go to war to win posthumous medals. As the 19th century advanced, novelists discovered that they could have an enormous effect not just upon government and power. 552. Structures, but upon all sorts of sockfall expectations. Even an apparently passive force, like Jane Austen, had impact simply because her witnessing of the world was so exact and so lifelike that many readers saw themselves for the first time and thus were able to take a new critical distance from themselves and their society. After the Reform Bill of 1832, British society remained uneasy for a good 40 years. Political and social pressures were building on all sides for changes in such areas as the child labor laws, factory conditions, and urban poverty. Into the midst of that unease Dickens dropped books like Oliver Twist and Hard Times. Most people knew that children were being exploited, the slums cruel and factory conditions intolerable. But that knowledge was abstract. Dickens took the middle-class husband and wife right into those slums and factories. He made them real places and therefore made the need for reform real. Alessandro Manzoni published his The Betrothed in 1825 with the same sort of effect. Theoretically it was an historical novel about the corrupt oppression of the Spanish rule in Lombardy. Everyone understood that it was really about the Austrians, the current masters of northern Italy. In 2 decades, from 1827 to 1847, Balzac wrote 91 interwoven volumes of his human comedy, perhaps the most astonishing accomplishment of modern fiction. He created a portrait of contemporary France, including all the tensions between Paris and the provinces, which had an enormous impact not only on the French but also on readers and writers throughout the West. There was something in the novel's curious mixture of simple accessibility and complex content which made it the most accurate verbal reflection yet discovered. It permitted language to explode outwards again and again towards an ever larger part of the population, as if humanity had finally invented a perpetual motion machine of the freed imagination. This could be seen in the books of Herman Melville, who although a mystic as much as a novelist nevertheless set his stories among the whale hunters, the oil industry, or in the navy or merchant marine. Even Flaubert strengthened the novel's force as a public reflection by making the writer disappear absolutely from the reader's consciousness while at the same time creating reflections in which people of no particular worth became heroes. Thus the fictional hero ceased being one with the rational, public hero. Perhaps this was the first sign that novelists wanted to distance themselves from the rational society they had done so much to create. Emma Bovary, for example, was unintelligent, selfish and nastily ambitious. By making her the main character, the one with whom we are meant to identify, Flaubert jolted the reader into a more acute state of consciousness. In the process he was dragged through the law courts for offending public morals. Although Flaubert 553 was acquitted, his trial was a warning of the new administrative controls which society was developing. And yet fiction did not seem to have lost its steam by the century's end. In fact, Zola carried things a step further. He revived the old habits of the early popular novelists, like the elder Dumas, who had regularly gone out into society to research for 3 months and then returned to write for 3. Year after year Dumas could be found in Russia studying the situation of the serfs, in Naples with Garibaldi, in Corsica with the bandits. Zola did not go so far afield, but he looked at his own society with an eye like a scalpel. He examined the stock exchanges and salons for L'Argent with the same detail as the slums and the mines for Germinal. It was as if the romantic eye of Dickens had been peeled of all its affectations. Zola found a way to bring to the page precisely what he saw. This concern carried him to copyright the center of the greatest crisis of the Third Republic, the Dreyfus affair. With his open letter to the President of the Republic, accuse, he intentionally libeled the military command to force them back into court, where Dreyfus's lawyers could cross-examine them. The immediate result was that the court condemned Zola, and this inadvertently carried the affair to the highest degree of politicization. It was as if every citizen at last felt obliged to take a stand on one side or the other. During a second trial, Zola walked out in protest and fled to England. In his absence he was condemned to a year of prison. 11 months later the affair had so evolved that he was able to come home. 8. Although the literary community divided into pro- and anti-Dreyfus camps and writers seemed to be playing an ever more central role in public debates, in reality this was the high-water mark of the novelist's power. A new chorus of literary voices had been slowly growing during the last 20 years of the 19th century. They claimed that the novel had to be written as an art form and not as a reflection of reality. For them someone like Zola was dealing in crude reality and writing little more than journalism. Fiction, they believed, was the opposite of reality. Involvement with society would merely corrupt it. In order to demonstrate that Zola had abandoned the mainstream and slipped off into mere category or genre fiction, the growing establishment of literary experts called his books naturalisme, as if to say that they were only real and lacked style. Or they called them roman reportage, as if they were not real fiction because they drew too much on the real world. In truth Zola had simply strengthened the original link between the journalist, reporter, polemicist on the one hand, and the novelist on the other. Defoe, Swift, Voltaire, Diderot and hundreds of others had been products of that double approach. Zola had done no more than update the journalistic methods. 554. The transformation of the individual into a specialist was nevertheless well underway in the rest of society. It was increasingly difficult to stay both in the system and out. Any involvement in a profession carried with it either a contractual or a moral commitment to remain silent in public about what that profession involved. Any deviation from what was felt to be professional parameters indicated a lack of seriousness. What had once been relatively common, writers like Sheridan, Goethe, and Lamartine holding public office, became a rarity. Disraeli was the last English novelist to hold an important political position, and when, as leader of the Conservative Party, he published a new novel, his reputation was damaged. What was true for politicians was doubly true for civil servants, officers, and other employees. Even lawyers and doctors, if they worked in large groups, began to feel the pressures of professional solidarity and therefore public silence. Those writers who wanted to remain part of the real world found that they were gradually being squeezed into an ever narrower selection of professions. In fact, they were being squeezed out of the society they were meant to write about. They had always been marginal, but marginal had once described the privilege of free movement in and out. Now the rules proper to the boxes of expertise were keeping them on the outside. Only the rare individual could occupy more than one. And if rational society were to have made an exception to this rule, the privilege certainly would not have been given to writers. After all, they were non-professional individuals who wished to communicate uncontrolled truths to masses of non-professional people. What is more, through this process of exclusion, the writer was being denied the most sought-after reward of rational society, respectability. He had not sought it in the past because he had been greatly admired. Now the growing mass of the respectable who were also the main readers of fiction began to look down upon the novelists. They were irresponsible. They lived on the margins like dancers and actors, lost in a world of alcohol, drugs, and prostitutes. As more novelists turned away from the real world in order to balance art with fantasy, they were accused of being what the early novelists had often pretended to be in order to avoid censorship: intellectual gypsies whose stories simply entertained innocent girls. As late as 1918 the British Army demobilization forms, which broke men down into 18 social and professional categories, listed the novelist on the 18th level, which consisted of leftovers, marginals, and non-professionals, including gypsies, vagrants and other non-productive persons. Change, however, was well underway. Fiction was being 555 converted into an art form. And, as with all self-declared interest groups, it began to spend as much time justifying itself as it did actually producing real fiction. The world of writers was becoming bloated with hangers-on, doctors of literary analysis, devotees of specific writers, advocates of particular literary styles, chroniclers of literary gossip, perpetual secretaries of literary organizations, linguists, and literary historians, to name just a few. Once the main subjects had been analyzed, the next generation of literary doctors had to focus on smaller and smaller details. They spent decades giving meaning to the tiniest aspects of each writer's life and then snarled at each other over the corpse. It was only a matter of time before the writer became a minority in his own world in general, an underprivileged minority. The literary professionals had such things as long-term contracts, university tenure, and pension plans. While most writers were renting space in marginal neighborhoods, the experts had entered into the middle-class world of property ownership. The writers were gradually becoming more regional and traveled little, while the professors were constructing for themselves a pre-financed, international, self-perpetuating travel machine, which required them to move around the world in order to research literature and to discuss it with other experts. That many of their subjects were poorer and led less stable lives was extremely helpful. The more a novelist drank, divorced, went bankrupt and had mental breakdowns, the more interesting he was to study and the easier it was to equate internal anguish with creativity. An image of the writer as a suffering, tragic, foolish, obsessive soul began to emerge. Baudelaire, syphilitic and absent addict. Verlaine, alcoholic. Joyce, poor and blind. Proust, asthmatic, closet homosexual. Fitzgerald, poor, alcoholic, and impotent. Hemingway, alcoholic suicide. Wilde, imprisoned homosexual martyr. Kerouac, Burroughs and Company, drink, drugs, and family tragedy. Through all of this ran the almost unbroken theme of uncontrolled egos and of genius laboring unrecognized in poverty. The career of the American writer Raymond Carver illustrated where all this would eventually lead. Specialists of literature fixed on him during the 1980s as a perfect, fresh example of the creator dogged by working-class roots plus family and alcohol problems. His work was rarely mentioned without reference to this personal color. His premature death in 1989 came almost as a relief to his supporters. It freed them all to begin dividing the writer's body up into interesting morsels. That Carver died in his 40s was a further benefit, confirming once again that writers are not made to live. At first glance there is no reason why Carver or any other writer should take notice of this necrophagy, with its combination of the absurdly analytical and the ghoulish. But literary scientists are professionals in exactly the same way that political scientists are. And so, in 556, whatever direction they drag literature, writers have difficulty not being dragged along. The idea that they could change the nature of fiction may at first have seemed ridiculous, but they are like royal courtesans or military baggage trains. A king who allowed his court to grow out of control was leeched by the courtesans until they destroyed him, just as a swollen baggage train, laden with whores, pillage, cooks and home comforts caused armies to lose battles. Once the rational approach had provided literature with a multitude of specialized reasons for existing, its purpose could no longer be anything as base as communication with the reader. Instead, the relationship between the novel and its public came to be treated as an incidental or as an amusing subject worthy of gossip. That women had fainted when Byron read, or that tens of thousands had welcomed Voltaire back to Paris in 1778, or that great crowds had come to hear Dickens, was the sort of information which belonged in light biographies. These were matters of little importance compared to the psychological interpretation of the writer and his words. Did Voltaire sleep with his niece? Was Byron bisexual? Did Dickens ever get over his childhood? The novel's relationship with the public came to be treated as indistinguishable from the writer's personal relationship with his public, simply illustrations of ego and of hero worship. They were of tertiary importance behind the examination of the work's artistic worth and the revelation of personal meaning. As Ford Madox Ford described the growing professionalism required by all this, if you had told Flaubert or Conrad that you were not convinced of the reality of Homer or Twanjim, as like as not they would have called you out and shot you, whereas an English novelist of the new period would have knocked you down if they could, supposing you had suggested that he was not a gentleman. 9. In other countries we can replace gentleman with intellectual or artist or professional, although geniuses like Tolstoy and Mann were still writing, and others like Orwell, Malraux, Hemingway, Green, and Camus were still to come. Rules as to what constituted both a novel and a novelist were rapidly being written. Rebels like Julian Gracq would go on repeating, as he did in the 1960s, after refusing the principal accolade of the French literary establishment, the Prix Goncourt, for his novel Les Ravages d'Asserts, that in art, there are no rules, there are only examples. But well before him Balzac had pointed out how self-serving the literary world had become, a world in which one loves only one's inferiors. And Spengler, in his hodgepodge of curious ideas, was arguing between the two world wars that modern writers do not possess any real standing in actual life. Not one of them has intervened effectively either in higher politics, in the development of modern tech. 557. Nix. In matters of communications, in economics, or in any other big actuality with a single act or a single compelling idea. Aeronautics engineers know about airplanes and cardiologists know about hearts. But what does the average Western novelist now know? What is he to write about? What are his novels to contain? When Voltaire, Swift, Balzac and Zola wrote about government, industry, stock exchanges and science, they actually knew more than most of the people who were in those professions. The novelist was constantly pushing at the front edge of specific knowledge and understanding. Today's novelist, living as he usually does in the isolation of literature's own professional box, is unable to do this. What is it that he now knows profoundly enough to be able to write about? First, he knows about writing; second, about the world of writers; third, about the writer's inner life; and fourth, about his own practical situation, on the margins of the normal world, where he may exist in comfort or in poverty. At one extreme are those who write about writing, the university novelists and the experimentalists. At the other are those who, like Raymond Carver, refuse this self-indulgent cocoon in favor of charting their own experiences on the edge. In neither case do we have the novelist running ahead of society, dragging everyone else behind. Walter Bagehot had already seen the problem looming late in the 19th century. The reason why so few good books are written is that so few people who can write know anything. As writers gradually lost their influence in society, so they fell back on the idea of art as its own justification. The seeds of this withdrawal were planted as early as Immanuel Kant and his purposiveness without purpose in art. It was not simply that a decadent school at the end of the 19th century had declared that art existed only for art's sake. Or that some genius like Wilde or Baudelaire had added his weight to this argument. Language was gradually being brought under control by rational civilization, and so the affected indifference of a few writers was not so much specific irresponsibility or egotism as one way of admitting defeat. Remy de Gourmand's aphorisms give a good sense of this petulant defeatism, which went as far as disgust for humanity. Numberls xeeth better boredom than mediocre pleasure. Or, we have no more principles and there are no more models. A writer creates his aesthetic by writing his books, we are reduced to relying on sensation, not judgment. 10. The flamboyant withdrawal of the aesthetes obscured the real effect. 558. Ft of much of the modernist movement. Everywhere writers agreed on the need to reveal the individual's inner perceptions or psychology. But the practical expression of this need was the gradual withdrawal of fiction as a whole into style and form. These were the two measurable characteristics which could make the writer a professional like everyone else. The effect of this demotion of content, emotion, and purpose can be seen as early as the Goncourt brothers. They thought their novels provided a realistic, detailed portrait of society. And yet what they really believed came out on page 1 of the journal they began to keep on December 2, 1851, the day their first novel was published. It also turned out to be the day of Louis Napoleon's successful coup d'état. The messenger who brought them the news of the coup was incensed when they inquired about the fate of the book Your Novel, a novel. France couldn't give a damn for novels today, my boys. 1. And he ran off to rejoin reality on the barricades, leaving them to mope in their study. The way the Goncourt brothers told the story, there was an assumption of art's fragility and irrelevance when faced by reality. The self-hypnosis which the need to experiment with style and form was producing spread with astonishing rapidity. That this almost scientific approach was somehow related to unveiling the unconscious also made it seem to be relevant to the outside world. The excitement produced by radical changes in language and the genius, indeed madness, of many new practitioners, created a sense of progress. But the reality of this progress, when seen from the outside, was quite different. The writing profession was simply creating a dialect of its own, a dialect as inaccessible to non-professionals as that of doctors and economists. In other words, from the 13th century on, writers had sought and created ever wider understanding. Now they themselves had opted to restrict the use of language. The two most dramatic assertions of the death of literate, universal communications came early in the 20th century with Marcel Proust and James Joyce. Once they had been adopted as the reigning geniuses of the modern revolution in literature, the novel was effectively dead as the leading linguistic tool for asking essential questions and changing society. What they did inadvertently in the case of Proust was to destroy both language and the story as bridges between the novel and the public. With a single stroke, they carried the novelist out of the domain of common sense and into that of reason maddened by logic. What Proust wrote, and intended to write, was a strong social and political novel about the destruction of the aristocracy and the rough-handed rise of the middle classes. A La Recherche du Temps Perdu was filled with the traumas suffered by the Jews in France, the profound divisions caused by the Dreyfus affair, the pitiful etiquette of a society. 559. In decline and the crude ambitions of those on the way up. The whole thing ended with the offstage massacre of World War I, and the grotesque post-war reconstitution of a society pretending to be unchanged. The language and the narrative were perhaps drawn out, but they were clear. The literary community tended to focus its attention, however, on what it saw as a languid contemplation of the interior. From the charged story little more was retained than nostalgia. Proust was transformed from a terrorist into a custodian of memory, a dream master delivering the literary nostalgia of things past. This is not memory as an active agent, linking past and present. This is simply the past, passive and inoffensive. The overall effect of such an interpretation was to convert the story, which had always been the strength of the novel, into a coarse device that could be relegated to lesser categories of fiction. The situation became even more confusing a few years later when another writer nullified Proust's revolution by doing the exact opposite. Louis Ferdinand Céline was probably this century's most revolutionary writer in French. He exploded the language, exploded convention, and broke through to the general reader with an extraordinarily modern directness which gave new meaning and power to the story. But the ideas he communicated came crawling out of the mud of the trenches, and his marginal mental stability caused him to turn this pessimism into the voice of man's dark side. In a sense, he became a brilliant voice for the worst of our past. His ideas seemed to belong with Proust's style. If Proust had delivered his vision with Céline's power and revolutionary clarity, the French novel might still be the greatest force in the Western language. The case of James Joyce was rather more straightforward. It is difficult to read his books as being written by other than an angry man filled with bitterness. He consciously felt himself to be the messiah of language and saw a cross on every corner. The anger he felt was in part the product of the divided society which had produced him, an anger undigested by his endless and unforgiving exile. He set out in his writing not, as is usually argued, to release the imprisoned word by destroying convention, but to destroy communication itself. He closed a portrait of the artist as a young man with, "I go to encounter for the millionth time the reality of experience and to forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race." What interests him is his own soul. There is no suggestion that he planned to pass on to others the forged results. And as first Ulysses, then Finnegan's Wake demonstrated, indeed he did not. Like Proust, he filled his books with social and political drama, but what dominated in the Joycean Revolution was the obscure language, which was inaccessible to most of the public. This obscurity was not an 560 accident. Joyce, in his messianic fervour, was fully aware that he was wrenching the novel away from the public for whom it had been invented and delivering it to the literary experts. The great novels of the 19th and early 20th centuries had often been written by doctors, engineers, soldiers, and landowners. Joyce knew that his major works would not even be accessible as reading material to the doctors, engineers, soldiers, and landowners of the 20th century. Among university students, only those specializing in literature would open his books. And only a small number would make their way to the end. Whatever his genius, Joyce provided the justification for an elitist revolution designed to steal fiction from the people. It was as if he knew that critics, not the public, were going to be the new priests of literature and the guarantors of immortality, and that he had therefore set about single-handedly creating modern literary criticism by writing fiction which was dependent on their expertise. There's a lot of fly food in Ulysses, and it was put there for the flies. 12. In the same period as Ulysses, another novel was written that broke down linguistic conventions with as much revolutionary fervour as Joyce's did. If anything, it did this better because it was driven by positive, not negative, impulses. Ford Madox Ford did not write with anger and hatred against humanity. And in Parade's End he broke up language narrative not as an intellectual trick or as a sort of revenge on the reader, but as a reflection of Western society breaking down during and after World War I. If the literary community turned away from Ford and chose Ulysses over Parade's End as the turning point of 20th century fiction, it was largely because neither Ford nor Parade's End fitted the picture of modern literature. Ford was not a solitary, anguished, inward-looking novelist. He was a generous, gregarious man, filled with flaws but who gave much of his life to helping other writers. And Parade's End related directly to the real world. Ford did not devote his life with obsessive concentration to one or two works of genius, as the modern artist was meant to. He wrote endless books, some of them not very good, and some the best that could be written. Finally, Ford considered Joseph Conrad to be the greatest novelist of the 20th century. This was an unforgivable flaw in a profession which required egocentric genius to believe, above all, in itself. Conrad was and remains the source of the modern school of writers who have carried the inherent strengths of the novel into the 20th century, a school which has stretched from Fitzgerald and Hemingway through Graham Greene and Gabriel Garcia Marquez. It was not surprising that the literary professionals tended to fix Conrad in their intellectual class structure as a writer for boys. 561. In most introductions to Joyce's work, he is presented as the genius who encompassed the whole modernist movement. To understand this form, it was necessary to understand the limitations of fiction. It was necessary to comprehend that the novel had fully flowered and blossomed, that in Gustave Flaubert, and, after him, Henry James, the ultimate possibilities of characterization and mental and spiritual exploration and revelation had been exhausted. There was nothing to be done but to push the apparently set boundaries of the novel back still farther, to make possible the elaborations of that new factor in life, the subconscious. 13. Of course, the only real set boundary of the novel was its ability to communicate with the reader. As for the elaboration of the subconscious, other novelists, Conrad and Hemingway for a start, were having no trouble finding new ways to express humanity's spiritual depths without turning the novel into a secret language. And why it is simply assumed, as an absolute truth, that the principal task of the novelist is to make technical progress is not made clear. Yet Proust and Joyce became an intellectual wall behind which the literary experts could hide. It was not so much that generations of new writers would actually be influenced by them. They weren't. Rather, these two men were taken to be a signal that the literary profession had been officially constituted. Critics and writers could therefore begin acting as if style defined beauty and beauty was its own justification, as if politics had been proved irrelevant to fiction, as if the desire to communicate were old-fashioned, in fact retrograde, and a sign of intellectual inferiority, and as if success in building popular appeal were a sign of base commercialism. This widespread evolution testified to three things at once: a defeat of the novelist by rational society, a coup d'état within the writing community by the camp followers, and a growing fatigue by an ever larger portion of the novelists as they gave in to the temptations and comforts of professional life. Indifference to politics among artists has always been associated, Cyril Connolly wrote, with a feeling of impotence. This crystallized into a theory that politics were harmful, that they were not artistic material of the first order. 14. It looked almost as if many writers had changed enemies. Unjust authority and social conformity were being replaced by the Philistine general public. How else could readers interpret the growing barriers between themselves and the written word? Or the conviction among intellectuals that what the public wanted was fiction of a lesser quality, which made it impossible to write for them? 562. Some novelists inexplicably ashamed lie exact opposite, that the public, desperate for literature, would make devoted suicidal attacks upon their impenetrable prose. It turned out, however, that the reader was not interested in a struggle with art. And so what came to be called serious fiction also remained largely unread, beginning with Joyce and Proust themselves. Most of the important writers of our time have fewer readers than a banal computer manual. This is a radical break with the past. Are these novelists actually important? Most of the great novelists of the last 4 centuries have been enormously popular in their own time or soon after. The talismans of modern literature are, if anything, even less read now than they were on publication. The strength of the novel from the beginning rested upon the fact that the greatest fiction was intellectually accessible to the full reading public. As the public grew, so the novel grew. Abruptly, in the 20th century, this is no longer so. Many of the important novels are not even accessible to that part of the population that would have been literate in the 18th century. Gracq identified this phenomenon when he pointed out that literature had become something people talked about instead of reading, which was not particularly surprising given that it was no longer written to be read. This does not mean that Proust and Joyce were not geniuses. A novel can be wonderful and surprising without being written on the main highway of communications, thought and argument. Life is filled with cul-de-sac, some of them extraordinarily interesting. Certainly the 20th century has built two remarkable Baroque villas off on a literary dead end which is worth a detour, particularly for other writers, who may pick up ideas that can be adapted for use out on the main road. But what the literary profession has tried to do is to divert the main road into this cul-de-sac. And for the last 60 years it has spent most of its time trying to break through the privileged, walled gardens behind the Proustian and Joycean villas in the hope of discovering some non-existent new highway. The tools of this diversion have been almost entirely technical. Technique and more technique. For example, much of American fiction is dominated today by important writers who are either professors of creative writing or literature or products of those professors. The professor novelist John Barth boasts that his students have been involved in formally innovative writing of one sort or another. 15. How innovative writing can be formal is hard to tell, and yet formal is the correct word here. It describes a process which has nothing to do with. 563. The writer as faithful witness to the public and everything to do with an elite diligently elaborating its own self-protecting etiquette. Producing novelists through these courses reinforces the isolation of a writing population that has little enough substantive training as it is to help it write about something. During the Middle Ages the aridity of the scholastic tradition came about in much the same way. Now as then, the scholastic approach can't help but define, categorize, and create technical boundaries, when in reality the novel has none. It was not an accident that the historic strength of novelists came out of every domain except the scholastic, which like those of the courtesans and eunuchs thrived on structure and a worldview with itself at the center. Now as then, the influence of scholastics turns on the assigning of jobs, titles, medals, and prizes to the worthy. This obsession with control sidesteps the question of the reader's judgment and often causes the literary expert to forget one of the few truths about the novel, which Voltaire summarized as, all styles are good except the boring. 16. Of course, if Barth and others want to reduce themselves to the status of highly skilled castrathi, the inevitable product of an overdeveloped court life, why shouldn't they? And every novelist has the right to be boring if he wishes. All the same, it is incomprehensible in a century overwhelmed by change and war and breakdown, by famine and the radical replacement of elites, that so many Western novelists have had so much trouble finding things to write about which do not center on their personal state, the world of writers and technical skills. Consider, for example, the Nouveau Roman, manufactured more or less by Alain Robbe-Grillet and a handful of other intellectuals over a dinner table late at night as a clever way to cause a stir by launching verbal havoc. Consider the effort put into developing and analyzing this style by large parts of the literary world, and the eagerness with which universities in particular embraced this new generation of fly food. Or consider the method of analysis known as deconstructionism, which at first glance seems to offer a way to uncover new meaning hidden in the language of texts. Instead, the real intention of the method is to immobilize language and communication by making it impossible to agree upon meaning. How? Authorial intentions are to be given no credence. The text subverts its own apparent meaning. The language of the text carries no reference to any mystical interior. Meaning is not contained in language. 17. This is not so much nihilism as it is advocacy of the return to a pre-literate society. The novelist who stays outside the specialist's box in which these kinds of debates take place is the closest thing to an enemy that the professionals have. The writer out in the real world is living proof that the novel was, and could still be, something else. Which is perhaps why. 564. The professionals have made such an effort to divide Western fiction into a maze of genres. Simplicity is no longer presented as a virtue. The value of complex and difficult language has been preached with such insistence that the public has begun to believe the lack of clarity must be a sign of artistic talent. Even when simplicity appears in the form of minimalism, the precedence given to style over any other aspects of content is clear. Most books dealing with the real world in an unaffected manner can therefore automatically be cast into the lower reaches, where an array of dismissive words has been developed to discount them. Faction had a certain vogue. And Roman reportage, drawn from the author's experiences. These and other phrases are intended to imply that personal experiences produce a less literary effect if they are gathered outside either the author's psyche or the literary world. When André Malraux was asked whether man's fate was a lived experience, he shot back. Listen, is there any such thing as lived anywhere? Isn't it just a kind of mirage? And who was considered to be the master of the lived novel in France? Balzac. But Baudelaire wrote that Balzac was the greatest visionary of our time. 18 He was trying to explain the difference between the reflection produced by the witness and the mere photo. Earlier in his life he had been reduced to describing his own novels as Greek tragedy invaded by the police novel, as if some shocking formula were needed to destroy the assumption that fiction was the opposite of fact, instead of being the same thing through another eye. Among those most successful at avoiding fiction's self-imposed limitations have been the writers who pretend to be writing non-fiction. Long before he took the risk of publishing his first official novel, Tom Wolfe was playing this trick. In reality he had always written fiction. The Right Stuff was an almost Zola-like story. Truman Capote did the same thing with In Cold Blood. And both men reached the full public in a way that resembled the uncontrollable fictional appeals of the 18th century. Primo Levi with Sequesto e Ogni Uomo, Ryszard Kapuscinski with The Emperor, Shiva Naipaul with North of South, Bruce Chatwin with In Patagonia, Jane Kramer in The Last Cowboy, and even Marguerite Yourcenar in Hadrian's memoirs were all writing disguised fiction. This allowed them to tell a story without being easily judged and categorized by the literary community. The explosion in every sort of nonfiction has been part of this same process. Writers with something to say have been turning away from the novel as if it were a mortally wounded means of communication. Many of them, perhaps most, have dreamt of writing fiction. But their conviction, 565, is that this would be an altruistic sacrifice, something to be risked someday when they are established as serious nonfiction writers. Their pessimism demonstrates how structure and professionalism can discourage those with talent. Meanwhile, the public has remained indifferent to the identification of reality as insufficiently literary. Readers have refused to abandon the story and so for decades have been embracing new means of communication that offer clear narrative. Fiction disguised as nonfiction has been one of the beneficiaries, so have various categories of the novel, such as the thriller. Throughout the West, people with the time and inclination to read can be overheard saying that they don't read novels anymore. Instead they read biographies. In describing a man's life, the biographer is obliged to tell a story. And with the breakdown of Victorian Delacave, these true stories have taken on the full flesh of fictional drama and character development. But no matter how extraordinary the subject's life, the writer is still limited by its direct attachment to reality. He is writing about his subject, while the novelist is writing about the reader. The faithful witness provides a reflection of the reader. The biographer can never offer more than voyeurism, examples, and interpretation. All the same, he gives the public a story and some fictional vibrations. It's better than giving them nothing at all. These struggles for control over fiction must be seen in the context of the novel's rise. Its force came from the fact that, unlike poetry and drama, it was not hemmed in by stultifying stylistic rules. The novel was therefore central to an uncontrolled explosion in language and understanding. Now Western fiction is restricted by stylistic boundaries, categories, high versus low art, appropriate subject matter and intellectual elites that both monitor all of the above and train their own successors. One of the novel's great strengths was the facility with which it could be translated from one vibrant regional language to another without any of that strength being lost. The scholasticism of the 20th century has removed that facility, so that it is now common to find novels as difficult to translate as poetry. What all this indicates is that the novel is no longer a center of linguistic freedom. It is now as much part of the problem of communication as it is of the solution. The writers who have the greatest difficulty with what is now the literary status quo are those who make money from their books. This disapproval of novelists categorized as commercial comes without any direct mention of the public and the choice they exercise in reading one book rather than another. But the literary establishment cannot help noticing that most of what they consider to be good fiction is hidden deep. 566. In the wings, well off the public's phage. THIRD-WORLDIS they blame on commercial fiction. Their view is that such commercial writers pander to the public's baser instincts. Had they not done this, the general reader would have been obliged to come to serious fiction on its own terms. Commercial or popular, fiction consists mainly of police novels, spy novels, thrillers, adventure novels, science fiction, and romance fiction. These categories have been defined and separated by those in literary authority: professors, critics, and publishers. Few of the writers placed inside these limiting walls would have put themselves there, apart perhaps from formula writers of supermarket romances and bus station mysteries. The subject matter of category fiction usually occupies at least part of the territory once covered by the traditional mainstream novel. It is the category writers who now describe the real world and its crises. They may or may not do this honestly, with imagination or by rote, with great attention to detail or superficially. But even the hero of a third-rate adventure novel is closer to the real world than an obscure creation by Barth or Rob Grillet. In 1976, the late Senator Frank Church, chairman of a U.S. congressional committee investigating the CIA, wrote in his report that the enormous power the new technologies of surveillance, indoctrination, and mobilization had given to the state were capable of creating a fascist regime overnight. 19. In some ways the spy novel is trying to deal with that situation. Equally, the growth in criminal violence, accompanied by a breakdown in our legal system, has fed the police novel. The steady growth in the arms trade has created a permanently escalating level of international violence, which has fed what is called the thriller. The explanation for the extraordinary success of category fiction is not that the public is craven and uncultured. Times are confusing and citizens feel constrained by the narrow boxes of specialization into which rational structures have shut them. More than ever they need clear reflections of themselves and their world, which they feel they cannot see. The most successful works have always presented these reflections in the form of entertainment. Shakespeare and Molière, Goethe and Gogol all knew they had to entertain. There was never a suggestion that the pleasure this gave rendered their writing or their themes inconsequential. Since this is no longer the case, why not simply leave literature in the comfortable refuge of the wings? New means of communication eager to take its place are not lacking. The images of film and television have already occupied the center of the public stage once dominated by the 567 novel. Even the most successful category fiction must struggle for a place at the feet of the electronic media which, without any effort on the part of the public, can instantly deliver perfect reflections. The new comic book has grabbed a place with a growing number of readers. In fact, the public stage is crowded today with a greater variety and quantity of communicators than the West has ever seen. And they all appear to be perfectly at ease in the limelight. In this company the writer seems even more apart, often reluctant, dour, shy, and this in spite of centuries of public striving. Perhaps the explanation is simply that the sort of person who writes is no longer the same. Byron, for example, were he alive today, would probably be a rock star, driven to get through to the public by seizing hold of the microphone. Perhaps there has simply been a change of media on the public stage, but not of personnel. However, these new media don't really give the public what it needs, either because they are too narrow or too easily manipulated. The popular song, for example, is more like an anthem or a slogan, more a raw, direct emotion than a witnessing. There was a return to the troubadour approach in the 1960s with poets like Leonard Cohen and Bob Dylan, but it was quickly overwhelmed by an explosion of electronic technique, in which words have played a very poor third to a complex packaging of sounds and, through video clips, of images. This ability to assemble electronically, note by note and instrument by instrument, is having an effect even on the reality of live classical music performance versus the superhuman arias and sonatas which are everywhere for sale. Just as the growth of the hero feeds passivity and the worst kind of elitism, so these heroic sounds, whether popular or classical, undermine the role of music as an active, binding phenomenon. As for the comic book, whatever its strengths and not to denigrate its popularity, it is primarily visual and its central force is illustration rather than verbal communication. Comics for children can easily sell hundreds of thousands of copies at a few dollars apiece. Adult comics or BD are more expensive but often sell 100,000 and average in the 20,000 range. The average for novels in most countries is between 2 and 5,000. These comics play an essential role in the vibrancy of modern images. They can even take the place of the written word, but they do not replace it. They do not provide the practical mechanism of public language which permits the organization of daily life, general understanding and civilized change. Finally, the electronic media suffer from weaknesses which are integral to their strengths: large physical infrastructures, high costs, corporate organization. Any means of communication which can be unplugged cannot be independent. Both film and television are easily controlled by political, military, or administrative forces. Outside the 568 handful of democracies, cinema and television screens are a barren land of official or harmless images. It used to be that during coups d'état the forces in revolt had to capture the presidential palace and the armories in order to succeed. Modern technology caused them to include the airports and radio stations. Now they must add the television studios as well. The invention of the video cassette seemed to create a new element of freedom. A cassette is no more difficult to smuggle or hide than a book. Now, even in the most restrictive dictatorships, the elites who travel abroad return with cassettes. But only people rich enough to travel and to own a VCR are involved. People rich or powerful enough to ensure that they can watch the cassettes in absolute privacy. The blatant controls enforced in some countries encourage us to think that the problem does not apply in the West. Yet in some ways our problem is worse. Nothing can appear on any of our screens without large inputs of cash from either advertisers or governments. Almost from the beginning the advertisers understood that, while they could not dictate content, it was easy to block whatever they didn't want on the air. All they had to do was not advertise it. Attempts by some networks to disarm this pressure by selling block advertising not assigned to specific programs has tended simply to obscure the problem by forcing advertisers to be more subtle when they apply pressure. The intelligent master never forbids. He shapes things in order to avoid undermining his own interests and to avoid open conflict. Television advertisers understand this and have therefore become the champions of inconsequential entertainment. Meanwhile, throughout much of Europe, government funders understood from the beginning that they held controlling power. The result, in contrast to the early freedom on public television in a few countries such as the Netherlands, Britain, Germany, Canada, and Australia, was organized propaganda, sometimes subtle, sometimes not. But even those few arm's-length governments gradually tired of being criticized by state corporations which exercised electronic free speech. Politicians began to respond with clumsy personal attacks on specific television programs and journalists, accusing them of anti-government bias. This approach tended to backfire because it reminded the public of the 1930s, which had begun with governmental righteous indignation against free speech and ended with dictatorships across Europe. Governments therefore turned to bureaucratic manipulation. Budget restraints and political appointments proved so effective that producers soon understood there was little or no funding for real and sustained criticism. That was already the situation on private networks. This atmosphere gradually created self-censorship, first among management and then among senior production staff. They found them 569 selves becoming ever more careful and ever more balanced, until they began to take extreme care each time a public issue arose. But those who hold power already have an advantage over both the opposition and the press, which is why serious journalists have always tended towards a critical approach which seeks out faults. Governments and corporations have budgets and experts permanently assigned to the preparation of arguments designed to contradict all unfavorable judgments. These professional answers, when placed in opposition to most criticism, will at least create confusion and, at their most successful, cancel out the effect of the attack. Rigorous balance, when applied to television, gives a permanent advantage to those in power. Nevertheless, budgetary and political manipulations are a complicated way to control freedom of speech. The solution has therefore increasingly been to commercialize television. After all, what attracts advertisers to television is precisely its ritualistic, reassuring smoothness. Shocking and unsettling programs do not provide an effective background for marketing products. Distinctive programming detracts from the surrounding ads. What the sponsor seeks can be seen in the fact that ads are played at a higher sound level than the programs. On a scale of 1 to 10, programs vary from occasional silence to moments of maximum noise, but they run at average levels of 4 to 6. Commercials are recorded at 7 to 8, well above the program average. And while program sound fluctuates, ads hold a constant level for 30 seconds. This makes them seem even louder. The more commercial the overall television system, the more these ads tend towards 8 or 9, as in the United States. But even at 7 they are the dominant sound. Ritual is a continuous and repetitive background phenomenon. Thus most programming is the background for commercial messages. The per-second production costs, what the industry calls production values of advertisements, are far higher than those of programming. In fact, most commercials are better television than the programs they finance, thanks to richer color, more camera work and snappier scripting. If there is some benefit to be derived from dramatic surprise, it is saved for the advertiser. The cinema has been just as easy to handle. American movies continue to dominate the screens of the world, and Hollywood standards require budgets which make most truly independent production impossible. Cinema has come to resemble opera in that the apparatus for production is so heavy that those who have power and money inevitably control what will be produced. The financiers can hardly be blamed for financing only what they think is appropriate. As for social and political criticism, the heart of the film production system is financial, not moral. It is a high-risk business which produces ponderously via committees. 570. Films therefore rarely enter unresolved public debates. They tend rather to illustrate resolved opinion. And production is only the first step in this lengthy process. Distribution is equally dependent on financial risk and political complexities. Films may or may not cross borders because of a tangle of interests. They may be distributed widely or in a few theaters only. Films such as La Bouteille d'Alger or Stanley Kubrick's Paths of Glory for a long time were simply not distributed in France. No one quite understood how it was done. Corporations own films in the absolute way that only an author, not a publisher, can own a book. But the filmed image has other limitations. Even a brilliant, full-length motion picture made by a genius cannot be more than a narrow vision of limited events. It cannot, as a novel can, create an entire world and turn the reader's imagination loose within it. The genius of electronic communication turns on its ability to direct the viewer and to evoke responses. The genius of fiction turns on its ability to release the individual's emotions and thoughts. The electronic media require a more or less passive public. The novel needs an active one. There is a simple technical illustration of this difference. The short story is a limited vehicle not in artistic qualities, but in time, place, number of characters, complexity of story, emotional variety, and, of course, in the scope of the world reflected. At its best, the short story is an object of single, intense, brilliant focus. It is a precise exercise in specific human emotions, while the novel, at its best, is a total release. After almost a century of converting the written word into film, the patterns of success and failure are fairly clear. Novels generally convert into bad films, good novels into particularly bad films. Short stories, on the other hand, have a relatively high success rate on the screen. They are sufficiently precise to avoid overwhelming the limited capabilities of the motion picture. In fact, the best movies are often drawn from mediocre or bad short stories, because even a good short story can be too complex for 90 or even 120 minutes of screen time. Television's greatest success has been in the area of sports broadcasting. Only there does the viewer feel he is getting the whole story. In no other area does the producer feel himself truly free to pursue the subject at hand. And nothing else can offer the advertiser guaranteed excitement free of socially relevant controversy. The sports formula has become increasingly important over the last 40 years, with its most obvious byproduct being a growing number of heroic feature films on everything from boxing and baseball to Olympic running. More important, however, has been the spread of this formula into cinema and television plots which have nothing to do with sports. On the surface they are war or crime stories or family sagas. Closer examination reveals that they have been reduced to the structure of a football drama. The key to this formula lies in its highly formal structures. 571. Clearly defined relationships are laid out. The real world is converted into a fixed pattern according to which predetermined actions will bring glory or tragedy. The excitement of this sports formula depends on a rigid system in which the unexpected can nevertheless happen. The established hero, who may unexpectedly miss, lose, fall or in some way fail, is invariably pitted against the unproved player, who may unexpectedly save the day and become a hero. The reliance of all sports scenarios on this unexpected hero to provide excitement is emotionally attractive, but it is also an insidious theme in a civilized society. It converts human relationships into little more than a lottery. Someone is going to win $1 million. Someone is going to be the hero in today's game. It raises the prospect of unfounded hope to the level of normalcy. That is why an increasing number of films, the vast majority, in fact glorify the unexpected hero. The day is endlessly being saved by the weak, the untrained, the fearful, the losers. This bears no relationship to what actually happens in the real world. The weak do not win battles any more than the poor outsmart the rich or those who buy lottery tickets win the grand prize. From the very beginning, the moving picture has been addicted to happy endings. On television, unhappy conclusions are almost unknown. In order to accomplish this, whole segments of Western fiction have had to be adapted, that is, twisted into suitably inspiring shapes. Thanks to Walt Disney and others, the tough realism of children's literature from the Grimm brothers and Hans Christian Andersen to Beatrix Potter and L. Frank Baum's Oz books has been quite simply inverted. Some people would say that the little parables of the moving picture give hope to the underdog. In fact, they give a false reflection of reality and so weaken any hope for change. The difficulty with the new devices for communication which crowd the public stage is that they minimize language or trivialize it or simply make no use of it. But you cannot have a post-verbal civilization. Language is the one essential element in any society. It enables us to understand organizations and makes relationships possible. The word civilization itself rises out of the Roman civil law, the words which organized the relationship between individuals. What the electronic media have done is drown us in the sound of words but remove all sense of their meaning and overall shape. The question which remains is whether the novel has the strength to do to the dictatorship of reason what it once did to the dictatorship of arbitrary power. One glance at much of the Western literary elites is enough to discourage that idea. 572. Outside the West the situation is quite different. In Central Europe and Latin America, the novel still reflects society. If writers played such an important role in the events of Central Europe in 1989, it was because they and their words had been the voice of opposition for 40 years. In Africa and in much of Asia, where the nationalist era has only just begun and political instability is dangerous to anyone who speaks out, the novel is in full expansion. Put another way, the prisons of Eastern Europe and of the developing world have been populated with writers for the last 40 years, and the annual lists of political murders and executions are filled with novelists, essayists, and journalists. Any cursory glance back through the fiction which has made a profound impact in the West over the last half-century turns up names like Arthur Koestler, Boris Pasternak, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Wola Soyinka, Jorge Amado, Ryszard Kapuscinski, Mario Vargas Llosa and J. M. Coetzee. It is astonishing how many come from precisely those places on the edge of the West or completely outside, where the novel is as important to local society as it was in Europe in the late 18th and 19th centuries. Or, indeed, there were Western writers like Albert Camus and Graham Greene, who found a certain strength by writing of the West in the context of the world outside. Today's reader takes from all these books the genuine reflection, the faithful witnessing which the bulk of our own fiction no longer provides. Only in the West, where the electronic media have taken over public communications, have the wordsmith slipped off the public stage. There is a tendency to believe that the Rushdie affair in 1989 demonstrated just the opposite. But of course the satanic verses had nothing to do with a Western writer upsetting Western preconceptions. Instead, this novel was used as a lever by a factional political religious leader to create a diplomatic incident between the West and the Islamic world. The incident resembled one of those 19th-century gunboat crises, only in reverse. We in the West used to seize regularly on some minor affront to our principles, such as free access for traders or missionaries to someone else's territory, and send off a military detachment to force major concessions. The Ayatollah Khomeini seized on an affront to his beliefs and sent off terrorists to destabilize the West and his Arab neighbors. The threat to Salman Rushdie's life came on top of the ongoing threats by various governments for various reasons against hundreds of writers outside the West and the murder of dozens of novelists, journalists, playwrights, and poets every year. Less than half a century ago we were doing the same sort of thing ourselves. And yet the West reacted to the Ayatollah Khomeini's threats with what can only be called embarrassment that words could have caused so much trouble. We 573 insisted, and pressured Salman Rushdie to insist, that he hadn't intended to offend, that it was only a novel. But Rushdie was born a Muslim, was writing on one of his preferred subjects and knew what he was doing, just as Voltaire must have known when he attacked the Catholic Church, or Tolstoy when he turned on the landowners, or Fielding when he exposed legal corruption. As to Khomeini's reaction, it can hardly be considered surprising, coming as it did from the politically experienced leader of a radical wing of a religion 600 years younger than our own and still caught up in the fervor of belief. After all, in the West religion lost most of its power 2 centuries ago, and yet Christian sects are still murdering each other in Ireland. Unacceptable though they may be, Khomeini's actions can be understood. The Western reaction was far more astonishing. An old man in a bankrupt developing country had only to utter a short sentence for our enormous infrastructure to go into spasms and begin turning in circles. Rational structures came up against belief, and belief won with hardly a struggle. Most writers, no matter how withdrawn into their private world, supported Rushdie. A few, like the late Roald Dahl, did call on him to withdraw the book so that everyone could get on with their lives, thus suggesting that free speech was a valued part of society so long as it didn't cause delays or cost money. Even the vast majority of writers, who continue their support, seem to feel only that there has been a barbaric interference in the right of creativity, when what is at stake is creativity's right to interfere with barbarism and power, to say nothing of our own civilization's failure to identify with that right. It is all the more surprising then that our wordsmiths have slipped off the public stage, turning away from society's need for reflection. Writers are at their best as terrorists, sometimes social terrorists, sometimes political, sometimes terrorists of the heart. If a writer is good, he will be all three at once. His weapons are words well used to disturb and to clarify thought, emotion and action. His genius, if he has it, will help him to explode self-satisfaction. He will create confusion in order to make clarity possible. Yet if the citizen wants to read about today's world influenced as it is by rising crime, unmanageable drug use, directionless elites, contrasts of wealth and poverty, alienating cities and industrial structures dominated by arms production. He has a surprisingly limited number of writers among whom to choose. They must be supplemented by novelists from elsewhere, as well as large numbers who have been relegated to categories. Besides, much of the category fiction is very good. Long after Barth is buried and forgotten, Chandler's The Big Sleep and The Long Goodbye will be read as masterpieces. What is it, then, which holds back the force of the written word in the West? Sclerosis? Gentility? The wrong people writing? Or is it something much more basic? 574. Ft. The novel, after all, rose with the struggle to advance reason. Fiction was the greatest enemy of the old system, but also the advance guard of the new. Even though the novel is a humanist and unmeasurable phenomenon, its most profound assumptions are indivisible from the dream of man's rational progress towards a better world. It is hardly surprising that when reason began to go off the tracks, novelists lost their way. They find it easy to criticize totalitarian regimes but are still congenitally blocked from getting at those elements in the foundations of reason which make the new totalitarian systems possible. Those who do try to deal with today's problems have a tendency to draw the portrait of a civilization gone mad, as if betrayed by the survival of the pagan or dark side of man that predates reason. Kurt Vonnegut, Thomas Pynchon, Milan Kundera, Jan Kwefelik, Ian McEwan, Martin Amis, most of them brilliant, a few simply hysterical, seem to find the inspiration for this shock treatment approach in the heavy parodies and satires of the 18th century. But the similarity is deceptive. Gulliver, Zadig, and Tom Jones were also carefully aimed missiles. The reader immediately understood where the problem lay and in what direction society might move to improve itself. The modern equivalent expresses the confusion people feel, but the target is often less clear. In place of a reflection or witnessing, the reader is offered participation of a cinematic sort. The problem these novels are trying to deal with has little to do with the anarchy of a modern madness and everything to do with a form of logical sanity which grinds on like a perpetual motion machine cut off from common sense. To expect the novelist to deal with this dictatorship of reason is to hope that he will turn about and eat his own children. He must not only decide to do it, he must discover how it might be done. Most people now see the Western writer as uninvolved in that world which engages the bulk of the population. He appears to be off in a corner, comfortably shut up in his specialized box. But the writer himself also suffers from being just another expert in our civilization, exercising one of the thousands of professions available to an educated citizen. The complex demands of the publishing industry, the titles, prizes, tenures, grants and all the other honors he receives or, worse still, does not receive but needs to in order to survive, these are the chains which keep him in place. In order to become the faithful witness again, he would have to regain the distrust, if not the hatred, of the established structures. He would need to cut away his literary chains and roam about as he once did, sometimes inside society, sometimes outside, seeking to release us from the prisons of rational language by finding new, alternate models for the imagination. Those writers who are solitary by nature, who walk alone and yet see everything around them, have an initial advantage. But even 575. They have not cut themselves loose. To write in plain, vigorous language. And to think fearlessly, Orwell said was his objective. Those skills both strengthen the writer and serve the public. The spare word is the sword, wrote Robert Ford, that guards better than silence. 20. With those weapons he can warn and win back the tribe to his reflections. The standard analysis of a troubled society concentrates on its aging structures. Language, however, can be more important than those tangible forms. As time goes by, it is the established patterns of thought, the known arguments, the self-perpetuating truths which become the principal defenders of the structures in place. The older and more stable a society, the deeper down into our subconscious stretches the substructure of givens. These are the essential questions which are silently assumed to have been answered before a conversation begins or a word is written. The West has now built up layer upon layer of assumptions which cannot be addressed in any intelligent manner. The active vocabulary needed to question, even to simply discuss them, has withered away. Worse still, these givens take on an enormous innate power. The last 2 centuries have fueled a plethora of abstract givens which float in and out of fashion. Imperialism gives way to socialism, to fascism, to capitalism, to free peoples, to free markets, efficiency, competition. Governments take great care to place themselves in chosen positions vis-a-vis these words, as do most organizations and individuals. They may wrap them as cloaks around themselves or heave them like boulders against other men. There is no longer any need to corrupt the ideas born of reason. Anyone today may use a word such as freedom to mean everything under the sun. It is a concept which now has the intrinsic value of Weimar Republic paper money. There is no longer any emotional or sensible counterfeit detector which goes off when we hear the word incorrectly used. Where earlier Western societies were built upon military or religious power, reason was constructed upon thought and language. The structures which at first released, then restrained, and now smother us are primarily the abstract manifestations of that thought and language. There is no way out of the present confusion unless the writer leaves his specialist box, abandons her professional privileges and begins stripping language down to its universal basics, what Mallarmé and Eliot called purifying. 21 Only they can demonstrate the folly of prophesianal dialects which pretend to provide answers to everything, even though those answers reflect no reality. The reality of language is not to be right. The deformation such a hypocritical requirement brings to our essential means of communication can't help but create a prison for civilization. 576. The faithful witness, like Solon and Socrates, Voltaire and Swift, even Christ himself, is at his best when he concentrates on questioning and clarifying and avoids the specialist's obsession with solutions. He betrays society when he is silent or impenetrable or, worst of all, when he blithely reassures. He is true to himself and to the people when his clarity causes disquiet. 22. The desert begins above the tree line in both North Africa and the Arctic. There is a certain obligatory clarity in these places where every individual has an unimpeded view. The severity of the heat or cold combines with the dryness to make these expanses of sand, rock, and snow seem barren. To be exact, they are tightly strung. Life does prosper, but only by seizing its moment blade of grass by blade of grass at the specific time and place that each blade is available to be seized. I was traveling a few years ago across the western end of the Sahara, the Rio Douro, in the protective hands of a guerrilla group known as the Polisario. They were then at the height of their war against the Moroccans and were given to sweeping out of the desert in their stripped-down, four-wheeled camels in the razzia style, fighting exactly the way the Argibat tribe had for more than a millennium. We were caught early one evening by a sudden, massive downpour. The 7 of us were below ground in a covered dugout camouflaged in the middle of a dry riverbed. The ceiling was made of odd bits of lumber and mortar cases covered over by sand. It was the first rain in several years. The water ran across the desert like a wave across a paved surface towards the lowest ground and surrounded our little mound with a rising torrent which began to flood through the small exit. I suppose I would have been trapped down there, the only 6'2" celt ever to drown in the middle of the Rio Douro. However, the old Argibat in charge got us up through the hole in time and out into a turbulent darkness. They managed to start the 2 Land Rovers before the motors were immersed and made a run for the dry bank with the rifles, mortars, and the rest of us in a tangled mass behind. At sunrise the next morning the barren sand was covered with sprouting plants. By midday the ground was laced with full-grown vines several meters long which flowered while we lunched under heavy wool blankets stretched between the Land Rovers to protect us from the sun. Fruit and gourds followed the flowers. By day's end they were ripe. The next morning the gourds were dry seed pods, dormant, waiting to be blown and buried until several years later another storm would come. 578, the same thing happens in the Arctic during the brief summer unbroken sunlight. Not so fast, of course, because there the real extreme is the cold. But the plants complete in a few weeks the cycle which would have taken months elsewhere. They manage this in the few inches of tundra which the sun unfreezes, and the result is an explosion of color and fragrance. The people who belong to these places are integrated with the extremes. Their civilization is taught. The slightest error is fatal, even with the addition of Western machinery. When a snowmobile or a Land Rover breaks down, the occupants' options are usually measured in hours. There are no rescues from boats overturned in the Arctic Sea. A moment's inattention can turn an innocent walk into a shapeless, lost eternity, in which death arrives rapidly. These are not romantic civilizations or to be imitated, any more than any other. However, their dependence on the constant mastery of detail is hypnotizing to the Westerner. Or, rather, it is inconceivable. As is the attention they pay to everything that surrounds them. When the adaptability to circumstances of a desert dweller is compared to that of the typical urban Western adult, the latter seems very set in his ways. I stayed recently with an Inuit hunter in a settlement on a small island north of the Arctic Circle. He lived in a basic Western-style house built by the government. The entrance was through an unheated porch stacked with frozen seal and whale meat. In the kitchen a thawed piece of raw caribou lay on a board on the floor in case anyone wished to slice off and nibble a bit. The first time I came in, the hunter was repairing a hook. He spoke no English and had not been to school, but slipped across the room to show me the complex video he and his friends had just shot and acted in. That stretch between Stone Age culture and the nonchalant exploitation of the latest technology is startling. But then the most striking things about these desert civilizations are their sophistication and their restraint. They are highly conscious cultures. Westerners float half awake through a padded world. The mechanisms and significance of most events escape us. There is no fault in that, except that we too easily accept such scandals as poverty among us. What's more, in general we occupy the world's temperate and rich zones so that the phenomenon of choice is neither a privilege nor a special event. It is a matter of course. There is little choice of that sort among desert peoples. Instead there is the taut line of their civilization, which can be seen in something as simple as the care with which people move. Slowness is only in part a response to heat or cold. Above all, the movement is conscious. The Inuit are as clear on this as the Argybat. I remember being slowed by a young woman in the Arctic who pointed out that my enthusiasm and surface energy would be misunderstood. If people in Igloolik, the village 579, where we were, saw me moving so fast, they would think there was an emergency and, if no emergency, that I was deranged. Careful action does not necessarily equate with reflection. However, the sort of outsiders who are attracted to the desert, not passers-by like myself, tend to resemble each other. They seem to be seeking ways to strip off the padding of their own societies. Some are attracted by a false notion of romanticism, but they don't stay long. Those who remain tend to flex their consciousness and take an unromantic pleasure in doing so. You see this in the way they move, in their eyes, in a different cadence of speech. They seem to be attempting to reconstitute themselves as a whole being, including the rational, but also the emotive and what could be called the spirit or the soul. This would have made sense to Socrates' man as a trinity of intellect, spirit, and appetite, the latter two essential but subordinated to coherent thinking. The modern intellectual may find it difficult to equate the Socratic view with these minimalist efforts, which often have no verbal expression. Fulfillment without footnotes must belong to a lower order, fit only for sociological or anthropological study. Yet knowledge in these extreme places can quite easily take on its real meaning of understanding. The Socratic conviction that all virtues were forms of knowledge therefore holds firm, as does the result: no man willingly does wrong. This is the opposite of our elites. They often justify doing wrong because they do know. And this rational sophistication convinces them that structural inevitabilities must be accepted. In this curious inversion of the original Socratic intention, the sensible man is now one who understands that he must make do with the realities of the world, no matter how unfortunate. And so he is stuffed with knowledge, world-weary and ready to accept the worst. This seems far removed from Dante's launching of the humanist dream through virtue and knowledge. Even the most generous of observers would be hard put to discover any relationship between our modern elites and his model. There is, however, a link with the desert civilizations. And what Dante described was not an unrealizable ideal. The 16th-century architect Andrea Palladio believed that through his buildings man could reconstitute himself as a whole. History would be one with the future, nature with mathematical proportions, the soul with the public facade. The city is nothing more than a great house and the house a small city. His buildings were to balance the beautiful with the useful, his interiors coordinated with the exteriors through a projection of the internal structure onto the facade. In spite of his unifying, integrating themes, he saw himself as a rational architect. But that merely tells us how different the optimistic expectations of reason were from the divisive reality which even then was in preparation. 580. Apart from their self-assurance, the most common characteristics of our elites are cynicism, rhetoric and the worship of both ambition and power. These were also the characteristics of 18th-century courtesans. The assumption is that world-weary cynicism demonstrates intellectual superiority. In reality it indicates neither intelligence, experience, nor accuracy. If anything, it demonstrates mediocrity and an inability to profit from experience. To be world-weary is to be willing to go on repeating old mistakes. We are now at one of those rare moments in history when the entire elite military, governmental, business and university will have an opportunity to prove that they are better than they seem. For the last 3 decades they have attempted to deal with baffling economic problems by spinning the wheels of military production, both for a nuclear arms race and for international weapons sales. The result is that our economic problems have not been solved. In the process, however, the Western industrial and financial infrastructure has become addicted to these artificial consumer goods. The worst thing about the addiction is that no one, not even the elites who provoked it, knows precisely how great the dependency is. The financing mechanisms, research priorities, and production methods stretch far beyond apparent missile and tank contracts into every corner of the economy. With the end of the Cold War, the justification for this economic option is gone. There is a popular assumption spread throughout the media that arms production will drop radically. But there is a difference between the reduction in stockpiled weapons and the shutting down of production. Nothing has been devised to replace the latter. A precipitous drop of even 10% would probably provoke massive industrial shutters. More than that would send the financial mechanisms of the West into shock. So far the reaction of the elites has been to ignore the problem. Their rhetoric for recovery concentrates on the ideology of market forces. Even a casual observation of reality indicates that they are confused and so far have devoted themselves to delaying tactics. The probable outcome will confirm them in their world-weary cynicism. The rise of uncountable new nationalist forces and at least 24 unstable nations on the European continent will provide fresh arms markets as distrust and violence spread closer and closer to the Western enclave of stability. This will also justify new Western arms. They will have to be new because the threat will be of a nature different than that produced by superpower rivalries. Existing weaponry has no economic value. Our addicted structures require new production. And so, as the 581 old nuclear missile heavy tank arsenal is reduced, a new conventional arsenal will be built. To get through the confusion of the next few years, our elites will need all of their rhetorical skills, providing streams of new answers before any serious questions are asked. They have begun by claiming the fall of communism as a victory for Western methods, variously described as capitalism, the free market, individualism, or democracy. This is not unlike the Jesuits' interpretation of the Lisbon earthquake as a judgment of God. After all, at least half the Soviet failure was the inheritance of centuries of Russian imperialism. The other half was the result of the uninhibited application of rational methods which came from the West. Our civilization of sophists and Pharisees will be fully tested by the next decade. And yet the rise of nationalism fits comfortably into rational methodology. After all, the nation-state received a first great boost thanks to its youthful and passionate marriage with reason, an embrace arranged in the early 1600s by a cardinal and an absolute monarch. Somehow, in preparation for this event, the rational method had already been severed from any humanist roots by Loyola, who demonstrated that reason was an unfettered weapon. The humanist dream is still with us, promising man as the measure of man, aesthetic values, and moral virtue, but these have become marginal ideals, unattached to the realities of power. We began the 17th century in the grip of blind logic and we end the 20th in the hands of blind reason, a sophisticated version of the former. Spirit, appetite, faith, emotion, intuition, will, experience, none of these are relevant to the operations of our society. Instead, we automatically assign blame for our failures and crimes to the irrational impulse. Our sense of man as a whole being, that is, our conscious memory, has been so fractured that we have neither any philosophical nor practical idea of how to hold our public and corporate authorities responsible for their actions. Deprived of our stabilizing humanist roots, we are horrified to discover that the perfectly natural emotive resources needed to deal with our civilization easily degenerate into base sentiment. Our society was largely conceived by courtesans. They have therefore defined the idea of modernism in a way which reinforces their skills. And so we find ourselves almost automatically denigrating the forces of which they disapprove as being retrograde, inefficient, imprecise, simplistic, indeed, unprofessional. It isn't surprising that, like most aging religions, reason is able to get away with presenting itself as the solution to the problems it creates. Nor that for the first time in Western history the courtesans don't need to change when they win power, that power having been designed in their image. After 4.5 centuries of turning in circles around the same solutions, we have eliminated all practical 582 memory of what came before. We are now as alone with our age as any civilization can be. There are no solid references to give us direction, no active contradictions. In effect, we are now in our own past. This rootless wandering is perhaps the explanation for the hypnotic effect which the idea of efficiency has upon us. Deprived of direction, we are determined to go there fast. And so we apply this minor subproduct of reason to our economies, administration, arts, and even to our democratic process. We confuse intention with execution, decision-making with administration, creation with accounting. On the dark plane where we wander, totems have been erected, not to indicate the way, but to provide hopeful relief. That of efficiency is one of the highest, a freestanding moral value. It is difficult in this context to keep in mind that the essence of civilization should tend towards consideration, not speed. The easy answer is that decision-making must be decoupled from administration, the former being organic and reflective, the latter linear and structured. But in a civilization which has mistaken management techniques for moral values, all answers are a trap. Electronic communications further complicate the situation because they flourish on speed, formula truths, and the appearance of change, which can be achieved simply by revolving the formulae. The new international news networks pride themselves on the immediacy with which they deliver enormous quantities of information. But as the Iraq campaign demonstrated, this seems to blur still further the line between reflection and action. The efficient delivery of indigestible quantities of information leaves the public little room to be more than a spectator. The rational advocacy of efficiency more often than not produces inefficiency. It concentrates on how things are done and loses track of why. It measures specific costs without understanding real costs. This obsession with linear efficiency is one of the causes of our unending economic crisis. It produces the narrow logic which can demonstrate that arms production is the key to prosperity. Worst of all, it is capable of removing from democracy its greatest strength, the ability to act in a non-conventional manner, just as it removes from individuals their strength as nonlinear beings. I am invariably struck when dealing with members of our elites by their profound pessimism. Above all, they are pessimistic about the human character. They consider it unlikely that the average individual will 583. Work hard enough or recognize beauty or vote for the best policies or even obey in a suitable manner. They take as a given that this individual cannot or will not understand the complexities of whatever responsibilities fate has thrust upon someone who has expertise and power. This is particularly obvious today in what calls itself the right. In fairness, it should be said that the elites in general have been increasingly pessimistic about us for some time. The ideology-bound left certainly felt that it knew what the people needed and would provide it for them. More moderate reformers have been somewhat the same and particularly devoted to the idea that the laws of the people could be administered in the most minute detail. At first glance, the new right seems quite different because it makes a point of praising individualism and attacking bureaucracy. However, this is a false debate. The question in their minds is not bureaucracy, but which bureaucracy? Wherever the right holds power, the administrative elites of the large corporations and the financial sector grow. And those of government do not shrink. Programs aimed at social well-being are simply cut, while those which benefit the private administrations and certain categories of personal fortunes grow. The arrival in force of the new right is perhaps the inevitable result of the rational state gradually implementing the corporatist idea. How could a civilization devoted to structure, expertise and answers evolve into other than a coalition of professional groups? How, then, could the individual citizen not be seen as a serious impediment to getting on with business? This has been obscured by the proposition of painfully simplified abstract notions which are divorced from any social reality and presented as values. These are drawn in general from the Book of Revelations and other reserves of false mythology. For example, the ideal of the rugged individual opening up the American West is still applied as an essential truth to 10 million citizens living in the small area of New York City, as if 10 million bulls should and could be squeezed into a china shop. In reality, there is now a desperate need among technicians, manipulators of systems and profiteers to destroy any remaining evidence that Western society could function on the basis of humanist cooperation. Our elites need to be pessimistic about us in their own best interests. The establishment of self-interest as the prime driving force of the human character is the key to their approach. We are now crossing one of those difficult moments in history when any sensible approach seems unexciting and ineffective, while the forces of self-interest and structure appear tempting and unstoppable. What hope can the singular considerations of an individual have carried when this rhetoric of false individualism is being shouted loud by those in power, leaving humanism with no mythology apart from that of the 584 fringes? What hope there is lies precisely in the slow, close to reality inquiry and concern of the humanist. But first he, and perhaps more hopefully she, must stop believing that the accomplishments of the last few centuries are the result of rational methods, structure, and self-interest, while the failures and violence are those of humanity and sensibility. In spite of the rhetoric which dominates our civilization, the opposite is true. Jefferson put it that men by their constitution were naturally divided into two parts: those who fear and distrust the people versus those who identify with the people and have confidence in them. Our civilization has increasingly put those who fear and distrust in power over us. Those who have confidence have always argued that consciousness is the key to improvements in the human condition. But power structures have always treated consciousness in the citizenry as a danger which must first be lulled, then channeled towards the inoffensive through the mechanisms of language, mythology, and structure. Societies either roll on blindly to disaster or they find the inner strength to stop themselves long enough to find ways for reform from within. That was the meaning of the great Athenian pause, when Solon was brought forward and encouraged to shake off the burdens. They believed, as he wrote, that the public evil enters the house of every man, the gates of his courtyard cannot keep it out. The changes which might help us to deal with our own difficulties can be easily listed: re-establish the division between policy and administration, for example, and end the cult of the hero, widen the meaning of knowledge, end the alliance between barbarism, the generals, heroes, stars, speculators, and technocracy, denigrate self-interest, meaningless power, cynicism, rhetoric, and, for that matter, simply change our elites. But the void in our society has been produced by the absence of values. And values are not established by asserting issues. Victory over one issue or another is wonderfully orgasmic and quickly slips away. The constant base needed to supply values is the result of methodical participation. The individual gains his powers and responsibilities by being there. But we have no widespread belief in the value of participation. The rational system has made us fear standing out in any serious way. Participation produces, but is also the product of, practical values and common sense, not expertise and reason. The secret, then, is that we must alter our civilization from one of answers to one which feels satisfaction, not anxiety, when doubt is established. To be comfortable with panic when it is appropriate. If ours 585 is the advanced civilization we pretend it is, there should be no need to act as if all decisions were designed to establish certainties. Grandiose issues should not need to be reduced to the simplistic state of for or against and then decided in a set period. This invariably means structuring public debate as a conflict between the rational and the irrational, in which common sense is reduced to a sort of Menshevik annoyance to be crushed between the two hard rocks of abstraction. The historical process, Michael Howard has said, through the very challenges it poses and the responses it evokes, itself creates the morality of mankind. The true characteristics of civilization, after all, include taking one's time to work out what is to be done. Why, then, are we constantly bombarded with political, economic, and social ultimatums? A civilization of answers cannot help but be a civilization of swirling fads and facile emotions. What is to be done? What is to be done? For so long now so many people have been answering. Some with the power of life and death. Some with the desire to use that power. Some jocular salesmen of ideas. Some populist, elitist, sincere, income-driven. So many answers. So many truths. What a disease this desire to answer has become, rushing through our veins like rats scurrying for truth in the endless corridors of expertise. If the Socratic question can still be asked, it is certainly not rational. Voltaire pointed out that for the Romans, sensus communis meant common sense but also humanity and sensibility. It has been reduced to only good sense, a state halfway between stupidity and intelligence. We have since reduced it still farther, as if appropriate only for manual labor and the education of small children. That is the narrowing effect of a civilization which seeks automatically to divide through answers when our desperate need is to unify the individual through questions.